professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 326, Tsunade's Discovery. Zealand, just do your best in the next battle. You performed so well in the first battle, you will definitely become a chunin. Obito thought for a while and said to Nohara-rin. The first battle of the second round was between Nohara-rin and Hoshigaki Kisame. Although they were enemies, Obito had to admit that Kisame was a powerful ninja. Not to mention Nohara-rin, Obito didn't dare to say that he would win against her, because his fire escape was completely defeated by Kisame. Well, in fact, I am satisfied to enter the second round. Nohara-rin smiled and nodded. Nohara-rin was very happy to be able to beat Nara Saltwater. The battle in the Forest of Death had fully proved the strength of Hoshigaki Kisame. Nohara-rin knew that her chances of winning were slim. The water escape that she had practiced for a month was definitely not comparable to Hoshigaki Kisame's water escape, and although the strange force punch was strong, it was not so strong that Hoshigaki Kisame could not deal with it. Try to use physical skills to find more opportunities. Fight with all your strength and don't regret the result. Kakashi also spoke. According to Kakashi's analysis, Nohara-rin's slim chance of winning lies in her super strength. The first match of the second round, Hoshigaki Kisame vs. Nohara-rin. Hiruzen's voice came into the lounge. Thank you, I'm going to take the exam. Nohara-rin smiled softly and thanked Obito and Kakashi for their advice, and walked out of the lounge. At this time, Obito wanted to replace Nohara-rin, but he knew it was impossible. First of all, Nohara-rin herself would not agree. Obito knew that Nohara-rin was not a person who would retreat when faced with difficulties. Hoshigaki Kisame glanced at Might Guy, who was doing handstand training, and walked out of the lounge. If he wins this battle, his next opponent will be Might Guy. As for Kurosawa, Hoshigaki Kisame has already tacitly assumed that he will lose to Might Guy. The battle begins. Hiruzen immediately retreated after shouting. Nohara-rin immediately entered the water-breathing state and took the initiative to attack Hoshigaki Kisame. In order to get close to Kisame, Nohara-rin gathered chakra on her feet and used the shaving burst to quickly reach Kisame's side. Super strength. Nohara-rin clenched her fist, and the large amount of chakra contained in her fist was all stimulated in one breath, and she threw an extremely heavy punch at Kisame. This opening surprised many viewers. They didn't expect that Nohara-rin, a girl who looked so weak, would take the initiative to fight against the fierce-looking Hoshigaki Kisame. After all, in the previous battle, Nohara-rin gave people the impression of a water-style ninja who relied on water dragon bullets. But then something even more unexpected happened. Facing the weak girl rushing over, Hoshigaki Kisame actually retreated at a very fast speed and did not dare to fight with her. Boom! Nohara-rin's punch hit the ground, and the powerful force directly cracked the ground, and the gravel flew in all directions. This little girl has a lot of Tsunade-like style. Jiraiya smiled when he saw that Nohara-rin had such a strong punch. Tsunade, who had not watched the battle seriously, felt that Nohara-rin's fighting style was a little familiar to Jiraiya. Hoshigaki Kisame had once fought Nohara-rin head-on, so he did not intend to fight Nohara-rin, but rushed to fight Nohara-rin after Nohara-rin's attack missed. Without using her super strength, Nohara-rin quickly fell into a disadvantage and was hit by several punches, which made Obito clench his fists. Nohara-rin was not discouraged. She deliberately exposed a flaw and wanted to exchange injuries with Kisame, but found that Kisame was not fooled at all, so her attack missed again. This made Nohara-rin very uncomfortable. She did not have much chakra, and her super strength consumption was large. Every time she missed a punch, her already slim chance of winning was even smaller. Lin has too little combat experience. At this time, Kakashi discovered a fatal weakness in Nohara-rin. Nohara-rin did not have as much experience as them. As an intern, she encountered a team of senior ninjas by chance and had an accident on the battlefield. Although the encounter with the candidate Raikage was dangerous, It was basically Minato who was the output. The intensity of the battle on their side was not high. Even in the Death Forest, Nohara Rin didn't fight much. Her main role was to heal people. Combat experience is a very important thing. Kakashi didn't need much strength to defeat Obito before, because he was bullying Obito at that time because he had little combat experience. And the current battle is that Hoshigaki Kisame is bullying the inexperienced Nohara Rin. In front of the experienced ninja, Nohara Rin is really fighting with open cards at this moment, and her thoughts are clearly shown. Nohara Rin is not stupid. She found that her super strength always missed people, so she became more cautious and didn't use super strength easily. However, caution can only make Nohara Rin lose later but not make Nohara Rin win. Kisame is not in a hurry to defeat Nohara Rin. The third exam has tight rhythm. He doesn't want to lose to Might Guy because of some accidents. Nohara Rin's wounds are gradually increasing, and her condition is getting worse and worse. But Nohara Rin did not give up. She used medical ninjutsu to heal herself so that her body would not slow down due to injuries. Medical ninjutsu is not bad. This Nohara Rin is interesting. The more Tsunade looked at Nohara Rin, the more she felt that Nohara Rin was practicing according to her template. I'm also curious, she is Minato's disciple. But these are definitely not taught by Minato. Jiraiya next to him said. Minato talked to Jiraiya about his disciples and asked Jiraiya for his experience in educating people. As for Zeolin, she is actually my disciple too. Muyu explained a little. Now there are some things that don't need to be hidden. Jiraiya looked at Muyu with a little surprise. He only knew that Muyu was learning medical ninjutsu from Tsunade. He didn't expect that Muyu's own medical ninjutsu was not low, and he could teach a disciple like Nohara Rin. It turned out to be you. When did you steal the strange power from me? You must make a beggar's chicken and a plate of spicy chicken tonight to compensate for my loss, Tsunade said seriously. Muyu didn't want to point it out. You think someone has stolen your ninjutsu? You are just greedy for the chicken he cooked. Because the essence of strange power is not a specific ninjutsu, but a chakra control technique. This thing can only be taught, and it is extremely difficult to learn secretly. Cooking is no problem, but Zeolin admires you, Tsunade-sama, and she may follow me when the time comes. Muyu agreed with a smile. Muyu wanted to leave Nohara Rin to Tsunade for a while. Although Tsunade is very bad now, she is still the strongest in medical ninjutsu. Muyu thinks that Nohara Rin needs to go to Tsunade for further study. Tsunade nodded directly and was thinking about whether to give Shizune to Muyu to teach. Muyu seems to have something in teaching. Nohara Rin finally lost and fell down because of excessive consumption of physical chakra. For the audience of Konoha Fire Country on the field, this was another unpleasant battle. Although Nohara Rin forced Kisame to retreat at the beginning of the battle, she still lost in the end. This is the Chunin exam to show your strength. If you lose, you will be inferior to the other party. Damn it, Might Guy, you must teach him a lesson when the time comes. Obito's heart was burning, but he had no choice because of the lottery number. Hoshigaki Kisame will meet Might Guy in the third game. Obito thinks Might Guy will win, so they can't meet at all. Leave it to me, Might Guy nodded seriously. There is no doubt that Nohara Rin is also his companion. When the time comes, he will definitely respond with Kisame's strongest kick. Second game, Might Guy vs. Kurosawa. When the voice of Obito reached the audience, many audiences were shocked. So many battles between Kirigakure and Konoha were lost, but they kept watching because they knew it was not because Konoha ninjas were not good, but because those Kirigakure had not met Konoha's strong men. Might Guy, come on, kill with one kick like in the last game. Someone shouted. Might Guy, use all your strength. Hearing so many people cheering for his son, Might Guy shed tears of emotion and stood up excitedly to cheer for Might Guy. The venue was full of people. Due to the distance, Might Guy could not hear clearly what they were saying in the battlefield, but he could vaguely hear someone calling his name. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. Might Guy's mouth raised. He won the first place in the Chunin exam. This was a solid step towards the strongest physical skills. It's a tough battle. How can I beat this guy? Kurosawa thought quickly about how to defeat Might Guy. He had been thinking about it for a long time, thinking about it when he just drew the lot, but he still couldn't think of a way until now. Because Might Guy now has only one ability, that is physical skills, but this is not an ordinary physical skill. It is a physical skill that can knock down Kisame with one kick. It is impossible to say that he doesn't want to win in his heart, because the better the performance, the more rewards he will get when he returns to Kirigakure. But the problem is that he can't think of how he can win. The battle begins. 8 gates. Open. Open. Rest gate. Open. Life gate. Open. Might Guy opened 3 gates again in seconds and challenged his breathing to enter a state of full concentration. As long as he solved it quickly, he would not consume much physical strength. Mist hiding technique. Kurosawa immediately formed a seal to summon a large amount of thick fog to cover the venue, and at the same time used the instant body technique to leave the spot. Otherwise, he was worried that he would be kicked by Might Guy in seconds. Kurosawa's worry was correct. The moment he left the spot, the ground where he just stood cracked directly. If he had cracked a little bit at night, it would not be the ground. But this also made Kurosawa relieved, which proved that Might Guy could not see clearly in the mist hiding technique, so he still had a chance. But just when Kurosawa separated his water clone and prepared to use the water clone to attract Might Guy's attention and then attack with his real body, Might Guy moved. Might Guy poured most of his strength into his legs, and then the powerful chakra of the 8 gates of the ninjutsu burst out, and he instantly appeared in front of Kurosawa and kicked him hard. Ultimate Konoha Gurumi Tornado. This is the strongest move in Might Guy's Tornado series. He uses his ultimate strength to perform Gurumi Tornado, and can easily break even thick and hard rocks. Boom. This extremely fast and heavy kick hit Kurosawa and the water clone. The water clone exploded like a water balloon pierced by a needle, and the water splashed all around, while Kurosawa's body was heavily embedded in the wall like a cannonball, leaving a human figure on the wall again. Without Kurosawa's chakra to maintain the mist, it quickly faded and dissipated. The audience also saw Might Guy standing on the field and Kurosawa who was hit against the wall. Kurosawa looked at Might Guy with blood in his mouth and an unwilling look on his face. He wanted to ask Might Guy how he broke his mist-hidden technique, but at this time he could no longer speak. As if seeing through Kurosawa's doubts, Might Guy took the initiative to say, "I once practiced fighting with my eyes closed in order to defeat someone. I only needed sound to determine the position." For a long time, Might Guy had no way to deal with Shisui's illusion. Shisui's illusion ability was too strong, and ordinary methods of removing illusions were not very effective. So he practiced this way of fighting, fearing that one day he would encounter an enemy as strong as Shisui's illusion. His first kick was based on memory, so it missed, and the second kick was based on sound, and he determined their position based on the movement of Kurosawa's water clone. Kurosawa closed his eyes. He didn't lose unfairly. Might Guy was too difficult to deal with. Might Guy wins. Hiruzen announced the name of the winner. Although we didn't see how Might Guy defeated Kurosawa, Might Guy's big victory was very prominent when Konoha lost several games in a row to Kirigakure. Many viewers were cheering for Might Guy. Might Guy cancelled the 8 gates and breathing technique, and walked back to the lounge with a confident smile. If he wins one more game and Kakashi wins 2 games, they will meet in the finals. Although Obito also performed very well, Might Guy had an inexplicable confidence in Kakashi. He felt that Kakashi could do it and could defeat all opponents and compete with him for the first place. Maybe this is the bond between close friends, Might Guy thought with a brighter and brighter smile on his face. At this time, he just walked into the lounge. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up and then sat down to rest. Kakashi didn't quite understand what Might Guy was thinking and nodded. Sure enough, Kakashi accepted the challenge. This is the tacit understanding between us. Might Guy was very excited. The third game, Uchiha Obito vs. Mighturumi. Think more with your brain, don't get carried away, Kakashi reminded. Mighturumi restrains Obito, and this battle is not easy for Obito. Do I need you to remind me of this? I have always relied on my brain to fight. Obito did not recognize Kakashi's position towards him. He felt that he used a lot of tactics in battle, and a battle would kill a lot of brain cells. Just wait for me to defeat you in the next round. Obito declared war on Kakashi with a confident smile and walked out of the lounge. Zabuza, who was still sitting in the lounge, it's okay to just assume that he loses, although I lost to Kakashi once before in the Forest of Death, but it's really a bit heartbreaking to be so direct. P.S. I'm writing until 1 o'clock in the morning again. I hope I can fall asleep early. Chapter 327, The Power of the Flame Iron Mountain. When hearing the names of the candidates, many viewers instantly became alert and quickly looked at the battlefield in the center of the venue. After the first round of battles, the audience knew the approximate strength of the contestants and which contestants were stronger. After all, ordinary people don't understand the nature-changing ninjutsu, but they can judge the strength of the candidates by the scale of the ninjutsu and the speed at which the ninjas solve the enemy. Obito once spit out a large sea of fire in the battle with Asuma, and he was a ruthless person at first glance, and Midorumi also easily eliminated the opponent in the battle, and his strength was not simple. In addition, the two are the Kirigakure ninja and Konoha ninja respectively, so this battle has a lot to watch. Last time I was defeated by you because of my lack of physical strength. This time I will definitely let you know my true strength, Obito said with confidence. He was very concerned about losing to Midorumi in the Death Forest. After all, since he became stronger, except for Miyu and other disciples, he just beat his peers casually. It's a good idea, but do you think the last game was my full strength? Midorumi replied unwillingly. It's just a ruthless word, who can't do it? The battle begins. After seeing the two standing in place, Haruko quickly announced the start of the exam. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito immediately concentrated his breathing and formed a seal with his hands to spit out a huge fireball towards Tsurumi. Although he knew that this great fireball would definitely not be able to do anything to Tsurumi, there was no other fire-style ninjutsu that was more suitable for starting. Water style, water formation pillar. Tsurumi also formed a seal and used ninjutsu on the spot, but the water ball she spit out was 3 times the size of Obito's fireball. When water and fire met, Obito's great fireball was instantly extinguished and the water ball continued to rush towards Obito. Although such a water ball could not cause much damage to people, Obito knew that Tsurumi had a trick that could directly turn a water ball into a water dragon bullet, so he dodged away from the water ball. I shouldn't have taken action that time. He got to know some information. Tsurumi sighed in her heart, seeing that she couldn't catch Obito and Midorumi in the way. She cut off the chakra supply of the water pillar. Her technique actually needed to be maintained with chakra to be able to use the water dragon bullet directly without making a seal. It was essentially the use of chakra form changes. The not very flexible big water ball did not have the ability to chase, and it directly hit the ground and splashed water. Obito looked at Midorumi leisurely. He was waiting for an opportunity. It was not a wise move to use fire ninjutsu to fight Midorumi's water ninjutsu directly. He was not stupid. He lost last time because of a hard fight. This time he would definitely change his tactics. Midorumi did not act rashly. Although Obito's ninjutsu was restrained by her, Obito's physical skills were much stronger than hers. Of course, the two of them just did not make big moves instead of standing still. Midorumi quickly scanned the entire venue. At the beginning, there were many trees here, but after so many battles, they were either knocked down or burned. Now there is only a small pond besides the open space. Water style, water dragon bullet jutsu. Midorumi dodged the shuriken thrown by Obito and quickly formed a seal with her hand to perform another ninjutsu. Seeing that the water dragon seemed to want to drive him to the small pond, Obito burst out his chakra and used the shave to distance himself in the opposite direction, running towards the edge wall of the battlefield. He knew that water style would be more powerful when performed in a place with water. Although it was just a small pond, it could also provide some help for Midorumi. Flame-breathing chakra mode. Obito strengthened his breathing and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode, which enhanced his physical ability again. He then opened the Sharingan to enhance his insight, and through flexible movement, he perfectly made the water dragon bullet hit the wall behind him. At the same time, Obito reached into his ninja tool bag and took out a shuriken, attached fire attribute chakra to it, and threw it towards Midorumi. Dissolving style, Dissolving Monster Jutsu. Midorumi condensed chakra in her mouth and changed the properties of water and soil to combine into dissolving style chakra, and finally spit out a large amount of yellow mucus. The yellow mucus is extremely corrosive and sticky. Obito's Sharingan can clearly see that the moment his shuriken touched the mucus, it merged with the mucus, and at the same time, some changes occurred on the metal surface. Although it was only very subtle because of the initial contact, the powerful insight of the Sharingan allowed Obito to notice this. What kind of ninjutsu is this? It doesn't look like water escape, and it looks very powerful. Obito thought of what Tsurumi said before the battle. It turns out that Tsurumi is really not bragging. She really has no use for hiding things. Just when Obito was thinking about whether to try fire escape, Tsurumi spit out 2 more mouthfuls of yellow mucus. Out of caution, Obito did not use ninjutsu to fight but dodged. Maybe this ninjutsu itself has some shortcomings, and Obito dodged it easily. But at this moment, Obito suddenly found that the initial mucus had solidified and turned into a gray wall. Thinking about the attack that he could easily dodge just now, Obito instantly felt something was wrong. He couldn't guess what Midorumi was going to do, but he was sure that Midorumi would not make a meaningless attack, as this was a powerful enemy who had defeated him once. Flame Fist. Obito compressed a large amount of chakra on his fist and then instantly transformed it all into fire attribute chakra and slammed it onto the gray wall next to him. Boom! Exclamation mark. With a powerful fist force and the fierce flames, Obito immediately punched a big hole in the gray wall. Obito walked out of the hole and ran towards the center of the venue. It still doesn't work. It's really troublesome that the information is exposed. Midorumi felt that the battle was getting tricky. From the beginning of the Water Dragon Bullet, her purpose was not to attack Obito, or even to force Obito to the edge of the pond, but to guide Obito to the wall at the edge of the venue. In this way, she could use the melting escape to create a wall to create a semi-open space to increase the power of her own boiling escape. The lethality of boiling escape is stronger than melting escape, but there is a problem. In such an extremely open space, the power of boiling escape will be greatly reduced. Midorumi couldn't create a closed space directly on the open ground, and Obito wouldn't be stupid enough to fight her in a closed space, so she chose to create a semi-open space in a circular way. But Obito reacted too quickly, and immediately thought of her plan through the boiling escape she performed in the Death Forest. She used multiple ninjutsu in a short period of time, and had not achieved any results, which made Midorumi feel a sense of crisis. She quickly rushed to the pond, wanting to use the water there to reduce the consumption of her water escape. But how could Obito let Midorumi pass easily? After being chased and beaten for so long, the fire in his heart had been extremely strong. Fire escape middle. Hosen fire jutsu. Obito spit out small fireballs at Midorumi. Although the fireballs were not large in size, there were many of them, and the overall attack range was better than the fireballs. Water escape middle. Water prison jutsu. Midorumi immediately used a water shield to protect herself in it. It was impossible for her to completely dodge so many fireballs. Although Obito's flame-breathing chakra mode was not complete and could not be released directly without seals, it could also simplify the seals, so his ninjutsu speed was faster. After spitting out more than 10 fireballs, Obito immediately stopped releasing them, and the chakra on his feet burst out and rushed in front of Tsurumi. Fire middle. Konoha whirlwind. When the flaming whirlwind foot touched the water shield, the water shield that blocked several fireballs was instantly shattered, and Tsurumi also flew backwards. Water style middle. Water formation pillar. Tsurumi didn't have time to stand up. She, half lying on the ground, began to quickly form seals. She gathered a large amount of chakra regardless of consumption and spit out a huge water ball, which was 3 times the size of the initial water ball. The huge water ball instantly wrapped Obito, who was rushing over, but Obito had already prepared for it. He held his breath and burst out all his breathing power. At this moment, the flame breathing was running to the extreme, and the chakra in his body was burning and turning into nutrients to enhance Obito's strength. There was no time to think more. Looking at the figure moving rapidly in the water, Tsurumi immediately changed the form of the water formation pillar. She wanted to turn the water formation pillar into a water dragon bullet to defeat Obito like last time, but unfortunately, This time, Obito was slightly different from the one she fought in the Forest of Death. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. In the high-pressure battle with Akitami Hideyuki, Obito's breath of fire was transformed, and his power in the extreme state was greatly enhanced. Terumimai moved quickly, and the water ball was changing at a very fast speed, but Obito moved faster. It only took Terumimai a blink of an eye for him to reach a place only 3 meters away from her. Resolutely, Terumimai gave up most of the control of the water flow and completed the transformation of the water dragon bullet in an instant. A not-so-thick water dragon bullet hit Obito. She didn't dare to bet whether she could complete the transformation when Obito arrived in front of her, because if she lost the bet, her journey to the Chunin exam would be over, and her path to the Mizukage would also be affected. Although the less powerful water dragon bullet could not defeat Obito, it should not be a problem to repel him. Fire style, blazing flame charge. Obito activated the power of the flame-breathing chakra mode, his whole body burning with orange flames. A large amount of chakra gathered at his shoulders, and he collided with Terumimai's hasty water dragon bullet in the posture of a steel mountain. Terumimai's water dragon bullet, which was transformed from the water formation column, did not require a seal, and Obito's fire-style ninjutsu also did not require a seal. Boom! Exclamation mark. The moment Obito's shoulder collided with the water dragon, the flames on Obito's body burned more fiercely. The powerful impact force plus the high-temperature flame of the flame breathing directly shattered the thin water dragon bullet by Obito's collision. The rapidly changing situation on the battlefield amazed the audience. At the beginning of the game, Terumimai was still suppressing Obito, but the situation changed like this in less than a few minutes. This Uchiha Obito is not bad. The officials of the Land of Fire thought that Obito might be the strongest candidate in this Chunin exam. Obito's posture of burning flames made them subconsciously think that Obito would be stronger, which was much more terrifying to ordinary people than spitting out a fireball from his mouth. This guy actually had a trump card when he fought me. Asuma looked at Obito, who was covered in flames, with a shocked face. He thought that although he lost, he had forced Obito to use all his skills. How did he do it? Why didn't the flames hurt him? Hizulitong felt that his knowledge of ninja was challenged. How could there be such a thing as fire-style ninjutsu? This is not a ninja. After so many beatings, he finally learned a lesson. Seeing that Obito's victory was certain, Kakashi nodded in his heart. When Kakashi saw that Obito was lured to the edge of the field, he wanted to go online to operate, but fortunately Obito finally saw it. Because the ninjutsu was destroyed, Midorumi no longer needed to output chakra. She was stunned on the spot, and Obito, who was burning with flames, had walked in front of her. I said, "The winner this time will be me." Obito's palm burning with flames was aimed at Midorumi, who was half lying on the ground. If this was a battlefield, he could release the flames in an instant to kill Midorumi. "You won." Terumimai lowered her head and said sadly. She was not someone who couldn't stand losing, but she felt bad for losing. Although she had shown all her strength, she didn't know if she would be favored by the village's top leaders after losing in the second round. She had originally done a lot of rehearsals for fighting with Might Guy and Kakashi, but now they were no longer needed. Uchiha Obito wins. Hiruzen announced the name of the winner of the battle to the audience. The audience who supported Konoha cheered. Might Guy just won a game and now Obito won another one. He had won 2 games in a row, and this was the second round of the battle. Will Konoha also send young Chunin to participate in the exam? Yuan Shai couldn't help thinking in his heart. In order to suppress Konoha in this Chunin exam, Kirigakure specially found a few young Chunin and some powerful genin, but the result was such a fight. Yuan Shai had to suspect that Konoha did the same thing as them. Might Guy's physical skills, Uchiha Obito's fire escape, and Hitake Kakashi's speed. You call this genin? After winning, Obito did not return to the lounge immediately. He cancelled the breathing method but did not close the Sharingan. With the excellent vision of the Sharingan, he saw Nohara Rin smiling at him, as if she was happy for his victory. Obito smiled with satisfaction. Although he knew that Nohara Rin could not hear him, he still waved and said thank you. After walking back to the lounge, Obito immediately jumped into Kakashi's face and talked about his various exquisite decisions during the battle. In a word, it was all thanks to his intelligence that he won the victory. There was no strength and it was all operation. If the content is reversed, there will be no problem. Kakashi commented. Momoki Zabuza vs. Hatake Kakashi. The voice of Obito's call was heard again in the lounge. TSK, I want to see what kind of amazing wisdom your battle contains, Obito said with a sneer. Kakashi did not argue with Obito and walked into the battlefield at a leisurely pace. This battle really couldn't show any amazing wisdom because the enemy's strength was average. Even Kakashi before the special training was not difficult to defeat Zabuza, not to mention him after awakening the transparent world and receiving special training. This chapter is 4K. Chapter 328, Powerful Thunderbolt. As the last match of the second round, and a battle between Kirigakure and Konoha ninja, the battle between Kakashi and Zabuza has attracted much attention. If Zabuza wins, the top 4 will be half Kirigakure and half Konoha ninjas. If Kakashi wins, then there will be only one Kirigakure ninja, Hoshigaki Kisame, in the top 4, and the rest will be Konoha ninjas. Kirigakure naturally wants Zabuza to win, otherwise it will be embarrassing. If Kisame loses in the top 4, the final will be a Konoha civil war, which will be even more embarrassing. As one of the 5 major ninja villages, they also want to save face. Of course, in the eyes of people who are familiar with Kakashi and Zabuza, or in the eyes of some people with good eyesight, this is a battle without suspense. How can he win? He lost to that guy a month ago. In Kurosawa's mind, Zabuza will come up to watch the battle with him in a few minutes at most. Zabuza did not guess what the audience thought. He has never been the kind of person who caters to the expectations of others. Seeing Kakashi's calm and composed look, Zabuza couldn't help but think back to a month ago. Facing a strong enemy like Ukitami Hideyuki, Kakashi and his team really didn't abandon or give up, and everyone fought to their limits. Kakashi didn't even have the strength to run, but he still chose to step forward to help his teammates and swung a knife that he still couldn't understand. Zabuza really didn't understand it at all. It seemed that he needed to use all his strength to walk, and he was weak inside and out. But it was this weak Kakashi who killed Akatami Hideyuki with one knife. Zabuza felt that he might never be able to understand Kakashi's strength, because he really couldn't think of who he would desperately swing his knife for. The competition between people starts before they are born. If you were born in Kirigakure, you would probably be the same as I am now, Zabuza said. He still didn't admit defeat, but he didn't admit defeat to the village, not the strength. Zabuza has been in Konoha for a month, and in this month he fully felt the difference between Konoha and Kirigakure. You don't need to kill your classmates to graduate from the ninja school in Konoha, and the atmosphere between ninjas is not so cold and bloody. Growing up with your companions in such an environment will naturally make you feel good, and you will have the idea of protecting your companions. Haruko, who is next to him, empathized with Zabuza's words, but it was not because of the ninja village, but because of the difference in talent between people. This is also determined at birth. For example, if you are not born in Uchiha, you basically cannot have the Sharingan. There is no if in the world. It seems that the previous sword did not completely cut off the resentment in your heart. Kakashi replied calmly, and his expression did not change because of Zabuza's words. In Kakashi's opinion, this assumption does not make much sense, because he does not know what the environment of Kirigakure is. Kakashi admits that the environment can affect people, but this is not absolute. For example, Obito, although born in Uchiha, his personality is completely different from ordinary Uchiha in all aspects. If you think Kirigakure is not as good as Konoha, then you should work hard to change it, instead of imagining that I will become Kirigakure, Kakashi said. Studying the history of the ninja world, Kakashi realized a truth. Where you are born is determined by heaven and cannot be changed, but you can choose what to do in this life. For example, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, although they were born in hostile families, they eventually chose to join forces to create Konoha. Senju Tobirama is a member of the great ninja clan, but in order to strengthen the strength of the ninja village, He can weaken the ninja clan to allow more civilian ninjas to appear. That kind of thing can't be done by just talking. Zabuza sneered. Kakashi said it easily, but the blood mist was a policy decided by the Mizukage. Then do you think it's easy to kill the Jonin? Kakashi said calmly. It's difficult to change, but if you don't try, there will never be a possibility of success. If Kakashi had laid down because of pain and lack of physical strength, then he would not have entered the transparent world and killed Akitami Hideyuki with that knife. Zabuza was speechless. The one who was killed was his instructor, so he naturally knew how exaggerated the difficulty was. The battle begins. Beiryuo adjusted his inner emotions a little and then shouted quickly, "Missed hidden technique." In order to prevent being killed instantly by Kakashi, Zabuza immediately retreated and formed a seal to create a thick fog on the field, and used the instant body technique to quickly change positions. But to Zabuza's surprise, Kakashi did not move, so his series of position changes and dodging became a battle of wits and courage with the air. What does that guy want to do? Zabuza frowned and guessed Kakashi's tactics in his mind. This was completely different from what he imagined. He imagined the battle scene to be Kakashi rushing directly at high speed, but in reality, Kakashi did not even draw his sword and walked slowly. In fact, Zabuza's initial guess was not wrong. Kakashi wanted to kill Zabuza instantly with a flash, but after a conversation, Kakashi gave up this idea. He wanted to completely convince Zabuza and use his newly developed Thunder Flash. Kakashi used his own thunder breathing to the limit, greatly improving the strength and speed of his body. At the same time, he gathered a large amount of chakra in his legs and right hand, ready to explode at any time. Kakashi tried hard to enter that clear and transparent world. He had made many attempts in the past month, but all failed. This time he failed as expected. But Kakashi keenly discovered that although he failed this time, it was different from the previous time. He could vaguely feel something. Kakashi felt relieved. After a month of hard training, he finally made some progress. As expected, he still had to fight. Unable to figure out Kakashi's thoughts, Zabuza separated a water clone and let the water clone attack Kakashi, while the main body waited for Kakashi to make a move and reveal a flaw. In order to strengthen that feeling, Kakashi tried to close his eyes. Seeing this, the water clone rushed forward directly. Swish! Kakashi drew his sword and swung it at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, the water clone split into two and collapsed into a stream of water. Zabuza, who was about to rush forward, had cold sweat on his forehead. He really couldn't understand Kakashi's operation. He closed his eyes and still killed him so quickly. Just when Zabuza was thinking about new tactics, Kakashi moved again. This time he was heading towards Zabuza. Kakashi transformed all the chakra he had gathered into lightning chakra, and the dazzling yellow flash covered Kakashi's legs and right hand. The yellow lightning passed from Kakashi's arm to the white fang short blade in his hand. Under the effect of chakra, the short blade extended a lightning blade and turned into a katana style. Thunder Flash! ZZ! Exclamation mark boom! At this moment, the lightning on Kakashi's body became more dazzling, and even the thick white fog could not cover its light. The audience could clearly see the yellow light exploding in the white fog, accompanied by the roar of the mighty thunder and lightning. Zabuza didn't know how Kakashi found him. The moment the lightning exploded on Kakashi, he wanted to dodge, but as soon as this idea appeared in his mind and his body had no time to act, his eyes were suddenly filled with yellow lightning. Kakashi had already arrived in front of him and swung the lightning blade. So beautiful! Looking at the dazzling lightning slash, Zabuza suddenly had this thought in his mind. Boom! Exclamation mark with a loud bang. The white mist on the field quickly faded and dissipated, and the audience finally saw the scene inside clearly. Kakashi stood in front of Zabuza, holding a sharp blade wrapped in lightning chakra in his hand, with a calm expression on his face, as if he had done something very ordinary. Zabuza faced Kakashi holding the hilt in his hand, with dozens of broken iron pieces of the sword blade under him, and a large pool of blood and charred marks on his chest. What shocked the audience the most was that there was a narrow and long charred slash mark next to Zabuza, and some people estimated that it was at least 6 meters. The next moment, Zabuza couldn't control the blood flowing from his mouth and fell to the ground. What kind of technique did this guy Kakashi practice? I remember that he didn't fight like this before. Asuma looked at the mark left by Kakashi's sword and widened his eyes. He thought that Kakashi's swordsmanship was good in the past, but it was just a little better physical skill, which was different from now. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and nodded. The Kakashi in front of him was even more dazzling than White Fang of the same age. Although their styles were somewhat similar, Kakashi had already found a path that was more suitable for him. Hoshigaki Kisame in the lounge showed a solemn look. Such Kakashi made him feel a huge threat. Hoshigaki Kisame calmed down and looked at Might Guy. The semi-finals would be coming soon. He had to beat Might Guy first before he could meet Kakashi in the finals. As expected of a close friend, I feel this passionate youth. Might Guy clenched his fists. Tears of emotion flowed from his eyes, and his desire to fight Kakashi became stronger and stronger. Kakashi is such a good pretender. Obito felt that Kakashi was doing it on purpose. He had a more energy-saving move but he chose to use the strongest one, wasting his energy and chakra in vain. Obito felt even more uncomfortable when he thought that Nohara-rin might still be watching Kakashi with shining eyes in the audience, and vowed to beat Kakashi hard in the semi-finals. "Are you underestimating me? You're holding back again." Zabuza, who was lying on the ground, spat out a mouthful of blood and said, although he was seriously injured, Zabuza knew that he was just affected by Kakashi's slash. Kakashi slightly deflected the direction of the slash and did not swing the slash directly at him. It was precisely because he did not take the slash head-on that Zabuza understood more deeply how powerful Kakashi was. Only a part of the power was enough to break his new weapon and injure him at the same time. If all this power was poured on him, I'm afraid even Tsunade, who is called the medical saint, could not be saved. I just think that you will never be able to defeat me as you are now. Kakashi replied after sheathing the White Fang short blade. You haven't understood what true strength is. Zabuza was silent. He looked up at the blue sky. Kakashi was now qualified to say this, because Kakashi had indeed used only a part of his slashing power to beat him without the strength to fight again, and he had no chance to counterattack. One day, I will stand in front of you again and defeat you, Zabuza suddenly said. He was a man who refused to admit defeat. Kakashi said he couldn't do it, but he insisted on doing it. Whether it was changing Kirigakure or finding true strength, he would do it. The worst thing in life was death. Because of Kirigakure's mission, he had passed through the gate of death twice, so there was nothing to be afraid of. Come on if you can do it, Kakashi said lightly. Take Kakashi wins. After seeing Zabuza talking but not moving, Obito quickly announced the end of the battle. Soon, a medical ninja rushed down and took the injured Zabuza away. Lying on the stretcher, Zabuza was full of thoughts. He had suffered a lot during this trip to Konoha, but what he regretted most at the moment was the battle with Kakashi just now. He was defeated without much effort, and he felt that Kakashi would not like this kind of fight. So he felt regretful. The last match of the second round ended, and the venue ushered in the intermission. Although the contestants can rest while other contestants are fighting, the rhythm of ninja fighting is too fast. It's okay when there are more people in the first round, but there are only 4 matches in the second round, so there is not much time to rest. Kakashi, what kind of combat wisdom do you have? You can obviously solve it with less effort. As soon as Kakashi entered the lounge, Obito began to talk about Kakashi's previous battle, to avenge the Death Forest. Isn't it okay? Kakashi interrupted. Obito was speechless. It seemed that there was nothing wrong with being ruthless for personal grudges. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the lounge. Kakashi, Obito, and Might Guy were resting and chatting, while Kisame sat in the corner with his eyes closed and waiting for the exam to begin. The audience ate snacks and discussed the strength of the remaining 4 contestants. Up to now, none of the 4 candidates are weak. Each candidate has performed extremely strongly. Hoshigaki Kisame can turn the battlefield into a water field, and Might Guy has exaggerated physical skills. It's just that the technology of Naruto has not yet arrived. If there is an online live broadcast, there will be hundreds or thousands of posts on the internet that tear up the strength of the battle. Hoshigaki Kisame vs. Might Guy. Candidates please enter the venue quickly. After the break, Obito shouted. Might Guy smiled brightly and walked into the battlefield first, and Kisame opened his eyes and followed him. All the audience looked at the center of the venue seriously. This battle is very important for this joint Chunin exam. If Might Guy wins, it means that Konoha has won a great victory, and the next Konoha Ninja Civil War will be held in the final. If Hoshigaki Kisame wins, then even if Kirigakure loses in the final, the basic face of Kirigakure will be saved. After all, they are in the final together and there is no problem in saying that they are at the same level. The audience of Konoha was cheering for Might Guy, and the Kirigakure ninjas were silently praying for Kisame in their hearts, hoping that Kisame could win the battle. Remember me, this time I'm in my prime and won't lose again. Kisame smiled with sharp teeth like a shark. Might Guy scratched his head while looking at Kisame's face. He seemed to hear Obito calling out the word Hoshigaki. Combined with the similar conversation in his previous memory, Might Guy came up with the name of his opponent. Hoshigaki Kamen. I will still win this time, Might Guy said confidently. Kisame looked at Might Guy with a question mark on his face. Who is Hoshigaki Kamen? How could he not know? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Kisame was convinced by Might Guy. It was fine if he didn't remember his name when he reported it in the Death Forest. The referee called his name 3 times today, one of which was just now. How could he call it wrong? Are you doing this on purpose to provoke me so that I will make a mistake? Kisame thought he had figured out the reason why Might Guy did this. He didn't expect that Might Guy, with thick eyebrows, big eyes and well-developed limbs, would actually use provocation before the battle, which changed the image of Might Guy in Kisame's mind. The battle begins, Hiro announced on time. 8 gates of ninjutsu, open, open, rest gate, open, life gate, open. Might Guy opened 3 gates in an instant, and the chakra in his body surged. Rock breathing, full concentration. At the same time, Might Guy changed his breathing and concentrated his breathing to greatly improve his physical ability. Having fought with Kisame once, he knew Kisame's approximate strength, so he went all out without any trial. Water style, exploding water wave. Knowing that Might Guy's physical skills were powerful, Kisame didn't dare to hesitate at all. As soon as Hiro finished speaking, he quickly retreated and then formed a seal to spit out a large amount of water towards Might Guy. Might Guy jumped up to avoid the huge water flow, and then the whole place turned into a big pond. Might Guy could only fight on the water. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. After using the exploding water wave, Kisame immediately formed a seal and used the offensive water style to condense a thick water dragon and smashed it towards Might Guy. Konoha strong force tornado. Might Guy gathered his strength in his feet and kicked out a whirlwind kick with heavy foot power. With just one kick, he directly kicked the water dragon bullet to pieces, and the water flow splashed in all directions. Might Guy, who was only more than 1.3 meters tall, was very small in front of the thick water dragon bullet, but despite such a huge difference in size, Might Guy kicked the water dragon to pieces with one kick. At this moment, the enormous power of the 8 gates of Dungia plus the breath of rock was fully demonstrated. Many ninjas watching the battle took a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. This was really a head-on collision between physical skills and ninjutsu. Gay, Might Guy, the old father? Shouted Might Guy's name loudly while watching him kick the water dragon bullet to pieces. Might Guy's training from early morning to late night was not in vain. It was for this moment. Shire and Uigenma and Ebisu looked at each other and felt that the division of classes might have cost them a lot of luck. It was so cool to have such a big man in the team, and they felt safe when doing tasks. Even though he had fought with Might Guy once, Kisame's eyelids twitched fiercely when he saw Might Guy's powerful physical skills. Facing Might Guy in this state, even Kisame, who was born with strength far beyond ordinary people, did not want to fight with him in physical skills. It's okay to get hurt a little, but once he enters Might Guy's offensive rhythm, he may not be able to release his ninjutsu and will lose. After kicking the water dragon bullet to pieces, Might Guy rushed straight towards Kisame. Because of his fast speed, Ordinary people could only see a green light moving forward. Water style, water blast. Kisame, who originally wanted to use up some of Might Guy's energy, immediately mobilized all of his chakra to release his ultimate move. Last time, Might Guy defeated him with the huge water ball of water blast, so this time Kisame wanted to use up more of Might Guy's energy before using this move to prevent a repeat of the same mistake. But Might Guy was in such a good condition that Kisame had to release water blast in advance, otherwise the next battle would be very disadvantageous to him. The battlefield was large for ordinary people, but it was very small for a physical master like Might Guy. Kisame converted most of his chakra into water attribute chakra and turned it into water flow, and the amount of water that was several times more terrifying than before sprayed out of Kisame's mouth. Might Guy immediately thought of the huge water ball in the forest of death. He stopped running and quickly retreated. He couldn't breathe in water, and being trapped in the water rashly would make him very passive. But Kisame didn't spend this month in vain. He also practiced hard for a month. Although it's not an exaggeration, he is still stronger than he was a month ago. Kisame made use of the water flow of the water explosion wave that he released at the beginning, and soon the water ball of the water explosion wave became bigger and bigger, with a tendency to cover the entire battlefield. Although there is only one word difference, water explosion and water explosion are actually different. Water explosion is similar to water array column, which is to create a large amount of water to create a favorable environment for water-style ninjas, while water explosion can create a huge and solid version of water prison. Might Guy soon found that he had no way to retreat, because the range of Kisame's water explosion was too large, and it could cover the entire battlefield. Might Guy took a deep breath. It was not difficult for him to hold his breath in the water for 5 minutes, but if he wanted to maintain the power of the breathing method, he had tried and could only maintain it for a minute at most. That is to say, he had to defeat Kisame within this minute, otherwise he might not be the opponent of Kisame in the water without the blessing of the breathing method. Might Guy raised his own strength to the peak in one breath and then took the initiative to let the expanding water ball include himself. Although the restrictions on the venue were a bit unfavorable to him, there was no word of retreat in Might Guy's dictionary. Kisame's powerful water escape caused a burst of exclamations from the audience. Many ordinary viewers felt that this was very magical. It was clear that there was no container, but a water ball that could not leak. Kakashi stared at the battlefield. As a practitioner of breathing techniques, he understood Might Guy's predicament at this time. Seeing that Might Guy finally entered the water ball, Kisame smiled. His sharp teeth, coupled with his face and his swimming posture in the water, made him look like a real shark. Water style, water same bullet technique. As Kisame continued to use his chakra, 5 sharks with bloody mouths appeared in the water, swimming rapidly and biting Might Guy. This was the water-style ninjutsu that Kisame had developed in the past 30 days, which was more suitable for him than the water dragon bullet. Kisame also had the idea of developing it further, combining some of the special features of his body, but it was not developed because of the short time. Might Guy was not afraid of the ferocious shark. He burst out with all his strength and rushed towards Kisame. The powerful chakra forced the water flow at his feet to retreat for a short time. Bang! Might Guy punched the attacking water sharks and blew them up directly. The terrifying force created waves in the water. It's stronger than that time. Kisame's face changed slightly. Might Guy only took 9 seconds to kill all 5 water sharks. He continued to rush towards Kisame. Kisame quickly consumed his chakra to create water sharks and rushed towards Might Guy. But this still couldn't stop Might Guy's pace. He was like an invincible god of war, approaching Kisame step by step. 40 seconds. 41 seconds. Might Guy silently counted the time he entered the water ball. 10 shark bullets. Kisame stimulated the chakra of his whole body to create 10 water sharks in one breath. Even though Kisame had deep chakra, he felt his body was hollowed out when he used water escape in succession. Noon leopard. When he counted to 50 seconds, the powerful chakra of the 8 gates of Danzo on Might Guy's body completely erupted, strengthening Might Guy's whole body, and making Might Guy's momentum reach a new peak. The multiple bursts of shaving made the power of this kick unmatched. The impact of Might Guy's kicking skill destroyed the 3 water sharks in the front, The extremely violent water waves in the water ball were like the silent roar of the chakra flame of Might Guy's panther head. When Might Guy's powerful kick touched the sharks, the 7 sharks collapsed instantly. 53, 54. Might Guy's flying kick was getting closer and closer to Kisame while he was silently chanting in his heart. Kisame swam quickly backwards while draining his last chakra to create a water shark that was 3 times larger than an ordinary shark and bit towards Might Guy. Boom! Exclamation mark. The collision between the panther head and the giant shark caused the huge water ball to fluctuate again. At this time, Might Guy silently chanted the number in his heart to 60. Kisame could clearly sense that Might Guy's breath suddenly weakened, and the cheetah that was about to bite the shark to pieces showed a decline. Kisame showed joy on his face and felt that it was time for him to counterattack. No way. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu showed worried expressions. The venue is too small, can't it be built a little bigger? This will give a ninjutsu like Hoshigaki Kisame too much advantage. Obito thought that Might Guy suffered a big loss on the field. Kakashi's expression did not change. He would believe Might Guy until the result came out. They agreed to fight in the finals. Before Kisame could be happy for half a second, because this place was close to the edge of the water ball, Might Guy used all his strength to hit his head and took a breath. Then Might Guy immediately burst out the power that was briefly extended and defeated the great shark in one fell swoop and kicked Kisame away. Without Kisame's support, the huge water ball instantly lost its binding force. Kisame hit the wall at the edge of the venue hard. Might Guy, who landed steadily, spit out the water that he had just accidentally inhaled. Then Might Guy immediately checked Kisame's condition and found that Kisame was seriously injured and had no strength to fight again. So he was relieved. Might Guy wins. Hira quickly announced Might Guy's victory. Might Guy smiled brightly at the people in the audience and gave himself a thumbs up. Defeating Kisame meant entering the finals, and he had made a little progress towards his goal of being the strongest in physical skills. My dear friend, it's your turn next. Might Guy looked towards the lounge. I originally wanted to write a 10,000 character chapter to finish Obito's, but I'm worried it's too late, so I'll just post 7K first. There's another chapter later. Chapter 329, The Battle of Fire and Lightning. Seeing that the last candidate of Karigakure, Hoshigaki Kisame, was eliminated, the master's expression was a bit bad. His own players were gone, and he had to wait for the Konoha ninjas to finish the game and then watch the Konoha ninjas' internal war to win the first place, which made the master feel very uncomfortable. After all, they are all from the 5 major ninja villages, and the draw was also good. How could it be like this, with only one top 4? What a pity. The ninja from your village has a water escape level far beyond his peers, and he was just a little bit away from winning, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a look of cherishing talent. Even Danzo, who usually had a bad face, nodded when he saw that the situation of Konoha ninjas was very good, and it was worth it for him to do so many dirty and tiring work for Konoha. With the efforts of him and Sarutobi Hiruzen, Konoha became more and more prosperous. Although the master felt uncomfortable, he still had to smile and respond to Sarutobi Hiruzen's words. Might Guy also smiled at the victory of Might Guy, and gave a thumbs up to Might Guy on the battlefield. Although Might Guy doesn't know much about the Chunin exam, with Might Guy's performance, there is no doubt that he will be in the Chunin position. Akai is still the Akai who will not let people down. Shire Anui Genma and Ebisu sighed with relief. The battle between Might Guy and Kisame really made the audience feel that the tickets were worth buying. It was basically high energy without a break, and it was a big scene. Many Konoha ninjas also remembered the name Might Guy deeply. In the situation just now, some Konoha jonins felt that it was difficult for them to fight Kisame in the water ball. But Might Guy defeated Kisame in the water ball. But why didn't you use ninjutsu? A ninja recalled all of Might Guy's battles and found that Might Guy had never used any ninjutsu. Maybe his ninjutsu level is relatively poor, but since the physical skills are like this, it's okay if the ninjutsu is almost there. The ninja next to him said, although ninjas pay attention to the comprehensive development of ninjutsu, physical skills, and illusion, if one of them can be strong to a certain level, it can be ignored. After all, most ninjas can only reach the level of Chunin in their lifetime. and Might Guy's taijutsu can instantly defeat ordinary chunins. With this taijutsu, what else can you do? Those who mocked Might Guy when he entered the arena were already sweating profusely. Might Guy's son was too strong. Uchiha Obito vs. Hatake Kakashi. As the sound of Obito's shouting came into the lounge, Kakashi and Obito looked at each other and walked towards the battlefield together. No matter how much you say, it's not as direct as the result of the battle. Kakashi, I want to see what excuse you can make if you lose this time, Obito said provocatively. He was very dissatisfied with Kakashi's usual words and deeds. He was obviously defeated by him, but he always said something to teach him a lesson. Obito wanted to let Nohara-rin know through this battle that he, Uchiha Obito, was more talented and more reliable than Kakashi. You should say this to yourself. Think about what excuse you will use if you lose in advance, so as not to be too panicked at that time, Kakashi said calmly. Now he is very confident in his own strength, because he is the genius Kakashi. How can a genius not have confidence in himself? Not only Obito, he also wants to defeat Might Guy, and finally defeat Shisui, to announce his strong return as a genius, and he wants to become Muyu's strongest disciple. Humphrey, I'll let you know the power of my flame soon. Obito decided not to argue with Kakashi anymore and speak with strength. Kakashi smiled faintly, which was exactly what he wanted. Seeing that the battle between Kakashi and Obito was about to begin, many spectators cheered up and prepared to watch the game, although some spectators felt that it didn't matter who won the contestants. Anyway, the first place would be the Konoha ninja, but people who had a relationship with the contestants would definitely hope that the contestants they knew would win. Obito has opened the Sharingan. Although Hatake Kakashi is very fast, it should be no problem for Obito. Uchiha Yashiro was conducting a battle deduction. Although Kakashi has a record of killing a Byakugan ninja in seconds, Uchiha Yashiro does not think that Byakugan can be compared with Sharingan in battle, and besides the bloodline limit, Obito's own strength is far stronger than Hyuga Goichi. Obito has reached the semi-finals, and Uchiha Yashiro must hope that Obito can enter the finals and win first place to let everyone know the strength of their Uchiha clan. Hatake Kakashi is not just about speed. It's hard to judge the outcome between them. Uchiha Fugaku, who is stronger, shook his head and said, if you simply regard Kakashi as fast, then you are overthinking. Although it is difficult to see what happened inside because of the white mist, the power of Kakashi's sword is very strong judging from the traces of the slash on the ground. The battle begins. Hearing the voice of Hiruzen again, the audience stopped discussing and looked at the center of the venue. Flame breathing, full concentration, thunder breathing, full concentration. Obito and Kakashi immediately made their breathing highly concentrated to improve their physical abilities. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Then Obito quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball at Kakashi. Kakashi was too familiar with this scene. Next, either a ninja tool with flames or Obito himself would rush to attack with physical skills. As Kakashi expected, when Kakashi dodged to the left, Obito instantly threw out several flaming shurikens. Kakashi threw lightning shurikens at the incoming flaming shurikens while running. Boom. After the two shurikens carrying different chakras collided, an explosion immediately occurred, and the shurikens on both sides disappeared. Whoosh! With the cover of the explosion smoke, Kakashi directly burst out chakra and showed the breath of thunder and rushed over at a very fast speed. Obito knew that Kakashi was fast, so he did not save chakra. When he threw the shurikens, he opened his Sharingan and discovered Kakashi's movements at the first time. Fire style, Phoenix Fire Jutsu. Obito condensed chakra in his mouth and quickly changed its nature and spit out small fireballs one after another at Kakashi to prevent Kakashi from approaching. In order to avoid being hit by the high-temperature fireball, Kakashi had to start moving and slow down. Obito was really a very troublesome enemy for him. The powerful insight of the Sharingan made Kakashi hesitate to use Thunder Flash. Earth style, Earth Flowing Wall technique. Kakashi finally chose to use ninjutsu to defend. A thick earth wall with a dog head appeared between him and Obito, blocking all the fireballs spit out by Obito, and also made Obito lose Kakashi's vision for a short time. Here comes this trick again. You still think I am the same me as before? Obito laughed triumphantly. In the battle with him, Kakashi often used various obstructions to hide his body, and then split a shadow clone to attract attention while the main body sneaked underground to launch a sneak attack. Obito, who had suffered so many losses, would not be fooled again. Fire style. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito gathered a large amount of chakra in his throat and quickly completed the nature change. Large patches of orange-red flames were spit out in the air by Obito, covering the surrounding ground. Although the earth escape technique can dive into the ground, it can't dive very deep. With the temperature of his flame, it will definitely make Kakashi uncomfortable. Under the blessing of highly concentrated flame breathing, Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb is quite powerful. Even Kakashi's earth flow wall was burned and shattered by the spreading fire, revealing Kakashi's body inside. Huh? Shadow clone? Obito looked at Kakashi behind the earth flow wall with his Sharingan in confusion. Shadow clones are all entities, so even if he has a Sharingan, he can't tell whether the Kakashi in front of him is the real body or the shadow clone. But seeing that Kakashi quickly dodged, and no other Kakashi jumped out of the ground, Obito realized that he had been tricked. Kakashi didn't move at all, just stood behind the earth flow wall, and he wasted the chakra of a Fire Dragon Flame Bomb in vain. Obito was glad that he didn't turn on the flame breathing mode to use the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb, because that would consume a lot of chakra. His own chakra is more than Kakashi, so there will be no problem as long as he doesn't waste too much. Obito did not waste the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb he had used. He took advantage of the fact that most of the field was covered with flames and continued to compress Kakashi's dodging space. Flash. Just when Kakashi was almost at the edge of the field, Kakashi suddenly released the chakra gathered in his legs. He suddenly pulled out the white fang short blade, and the whole person turned into a yellow electric light and slashed towards Obito. Flame-breathing chakra mode. When Obito's Sharingan noticed Kakashi's movement, he immediately entered the flame-breathing chakra mode by strengthening his breathing and consuming chakra, allowing his body to be strengthened again. Otherwise, Obito was worried that he would see his body but would not be able to react in time. With the blessing of the flame-breathing chakra mode and the Sharingan, Obito dodged Kakashi's slash. At the same time, he exploded with a fire attribute change and a large amount of flames burst out from his palm and rushed towards Kakashi. The speed of a flash was within the range that Kakashi could currently accept. After noticing Obito's counterattack, he quickly used the shave to dodge. If the thunderbolt fails to deal with Obito, then I will be the loser. Kakashi frowned slightly. This Sharingan is indeed difficult to deal with. Kakashi thinks Obito is difficult to deal with, and Obito also thinks Kakashi is very difficult to deal with. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _bar. First published this novel. Kakashi's speed is too fast, and his fire escape can't cover the entire venue like Kisame's water escape. In fact, it was okay at the beginning, because there were many trees on the venue, and the coverage area of the fire escape could be expanded through the trees. But after fighting for so long, let alone trees, there is not even a blade of grass on the venue. They were beaten directly into a wasteland. Obito didn't care too much. He relied on the convenience of the flame-breathing chakra mode to use the Phoenix Fire to bombard Kakashi, forcing Kakashi to fight him in close combat. The flame-breathing chakra mode consumes chakra too quickly, and he must end the battle as soon as possible. The breathing chakra mode of flame is not only faster but also more powerful when using the Phoenix Fire. Even with Kakashi's speed, it was very difficult to dodge. After all, Obito could see his movements clearly. When the distance between Kakashi and Obito was only 6 meters, Kakashi suddenly burst into lightning. Thunder slash. A large amount of yellow lightning enveloped Kakashi's right arm. As the arm was transferred to the white fang short blade, a lightning blade was extended. Kakashi used the power brought by this breathing method and the change in nature to swing the sword fiercely. Boom! Exclamation mark. The dazzling yellow lightning formed a slash rushing towards Obito, leaving a narrow and charred black slash mark on the ground. Thunder slash is a variant of thunder flash. He came up with it after fighting with Zabuza. Although the power is slightly less than thunder flash, it is safer to use. Flame Fist. Obito immediately used the Flame Charge and Flame Fist together, His whole body was burning with flames, and then he swung the fire fist fiercely, and a large amount of flame surged towards the slash like a tide. Although Obito reacted quickly, Kakashi's slash was more powerful. Even though Obito used the flame fist to release fire attribute chakra to resist and use the flame charge to add a flame protection to himself, it was inevitable that there would be an extra blood mark on his body. Kakashi would not give Obito a chance to breathe at this time, and he immediately burst out chakra and rushed up. Flash. The consumption of Thunder Slash and Thunder Flash is almost the same, and Kakashi used ninjutsu and Flash before, so he did not use the power of Thunder Flash now, and could only use Flash. But the speed of Flash is fast enough, and the injured Obito's movement is a little slower, which caused another wound on his body. Damn it, it shouldn't be like this. Obito, who was injured continuously, shouted in his heart. Nohara-rin was still watching from above, Muyu was also watching from above, and there were so many Konoha ninjas and Konoha residents watching from above. Was he going to lose to Kakashi in front of these people? No, he had to win. He was no longer the last Uchiha. The flames on Obito's body gradually became more vigorous, his aura became more powerful, and his chakra burned faster. He glared at Kakashi, put his hands together and spit out flames like a sea of fire. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Seeing Obito perform such a powerful and ferocious fire style, Kakashi wanted to dodge at the first time, but he found that there was no way to dodge. The flames covered most of the venue like a Tyrannosaurus dancing wildly, and attacked him from the front, left and right directions at the same time, and behind him was the wall at the edge of the venue. Didn't use his full strength before? It turns out that his fire style can be even stronger. Uchiha Yashiro was shocked by Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. You know, Obito is only 9 years old now. Even the Kamura Uchiha Fugaka showed surprise. This fire style talent is too exaggerated. Even without the Sharingan, Obito can become a very powerful fire style ninja. Asuma was already numb. He started practicing fire style since his mother's womb, right? He felt that Obito's fire style was better than some of the Jonins. Minato, be ready to save people, Sarutobi Hiruzen said directly to Minato. Sarutobi Hiruzen was very familiar with the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. If Kakashi didn't handle it well, someone would really die. He didn't expect that Obito had practiced this advanced fire escape to such a level at such a young age. Did Muyu teach him? Sarutobi Hiruzen thought to himself. Minato didn't know how to use the Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Minato stared at the battle scene and nodded, ready to attack at any time. Kakashi let out a long breath, and his expression gradually changed from surprise to calm. Obito had improved from the last to defeat him, so it didn't matter if he was stronger. Although you are strong, I won't lose. Kakashi's eyes suddenly became sharp, and his breathing was concentrated again and again. He and Might Guy had agreed to fight in the Chunin exam, and he didn't want to break the appointment. As a genius, he couldn't lose to Obito twice in a row. Kakashi squeezed all his strength to the limit, and he wanted to try to use Thunder Flash again. Zazizi! Shining yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's body, and gradually became more and more dazzling than any previous time until his whole body was covered in lightning. Kakashi's expression was weak but his eyes became more and more determined. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded, and a yellow lightning appeared in the world of fire. The lightning quickly broke through the encirclement of 3 fire dragons and rushed in front of Obito. Puff! Blood bloomed. Boom! An arrow and charred slash mark appeared beside Obito, and the terrifying flames that trapped Kakashi disappeared. I will win back. Obito said the last sentence and fell down. That will be difficult, because I'm a genius, Kakashi said lightly without moving. Take Kakashi wins. Realizing that Obito really fainted, Kakashi couldn't hold on and fell down after announcing the victory. This chapter is 4.4K. Chapter 330 Transparent World vs. Konoha Dragon God. The changing situation on the field amazed the audience. When Obito used such a powerful fire escape, they thought Obito was going to win. But Kakashi actually broke through the blockade of the Fire Dragon Flame Bomb and killed him in an instant. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen was very surprised. He didn't expect Kakashi to burst out such a powerful force at the last moment, and even the powerful Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was broken by Kakashi. "My dear friend, I feel your passion to fight me." Seeing Kakashi break through the sea of fire and defeat Obito with a thunder flash, Might Guy clenched his fists and vowed in his heart that he must exert his strength to 120% when fighting Kakashi, in order to respond to Kakashi's enthusiasm. These two guys are so strong that it is unexpected. Asuma sighed. After fighting with Obito in person and watching the battle between Obito and Kakashi, Asuma deeply felt that the gap between him and them was even greater than before. He had trained with Obito before. At that time, although Obito was stronger than him, he was only slightly stronger, but now Asuma felt that if Obito had released this level of Fire Dragon Flame Bomb at the beginning, he would have no chance of defeating him. Their strength has increased so much. After watching the battle, Shisui's expression changed from calm to shocked. Although they had trained together a lot, how could they fight so hard during training? Shisui was really surprised by them. Shisui's expression was a bit bad, because he found that if he went to fight them now, he would have little chance of winning, whether it was Kakashi or Obito. You know, he was the first disciple of Muyu, and the only disciple in the Muyu team who maintained an undefeated record. He was the undisputed strongest disciple before. Shisui had an unprecedented sense of urgency, and he wanted to go back to practice immediately. Maybe they can really become the new three ninjas. Jiraiya sighed in his heart. He was optimistic about the three disciples of Muyu before on the battlefield, and their current performance proved Jiraiya's vision. Not only Kakashi and Might Guy who entered the decisive battle, but also Obito who was defeated by Kakashi showed extraordinary strength. I hope they are all okay. Nohara looked at the two people who fell to the ground with a worried look. It was obvious that both of them had fought to the limit. Both Kakashi and Obito were injured and exhausted. Tsunade-sama, can you please treat Kakashi and the others? Otherwise, they won't be able to take the next exam. Muyu asked Tsunade next to her. Konoha gave a lot of rest time in the finals, but treatment time was a problem. Tsunade was very free anyway. Treatment is no problem, but next time if I make any request, you can't refuse. After all, my consultation fee is very expensive. Tsunade folded her arms and nodded. Tsunade's meaning was very simple. It was forbidden to get something for free, and she had to owe her a favor, as long as it is within my ability. Tsunade-sama, just tell me. Muyu agreed. What else could Tsunade ask him to do? It was nothing more than making some delicious food, so Muyu agreed very readily. If it was someone who was very ambitious, such as Danzo or Orochimaru, Muyu would have to think about it. Of course, Muyu is not pedantic. He has a flexible bottom line. It is impossible to really expect him to do dirty work through verbal agreements. There is a dragon who has demonstrated this point well. He draws by when needed, and does not need to. The noble dragon does not need to keep his promise. Although Tsunade is in a bad period, she will still do what she promised. After Muyu finished speaking, she went directly to the Konoha hospital to treat Obito and Kakashi in person. With Tsunade's help, Kakashi and Obito recovered quickly. Damn, if I had held on for a few more seconds, maybe I would have won. Obito found Kakashi on the bed next to him and said angrily. Obviously, Kakashi was also injured in the battle just now, otherwise he would not be in the hospital with him. But the fact is that I am the winner of the battle, and this is an unchangeable fact. Kakashi said lightly. You are so proud of winning once, as if I have never won you. Obito said with an unhappy face when he noticed the pretentious aura on Kakashi. You really only beat me once. When he said once, Kakashi raised his voice. Although Obito and him are fighting back and forth now, if we go back a year, he can easily beat Obito. Obito has nothing to say, because Kakashi's words are true. He regrets a little. He should have fought Kakashi more when he was stronger than Kakashi, otherwise Kakashi would not be so arrogant now. Really, you are in this state and you still don't take a good rest. At this time, Nohara-rin's voice suddenly came. Obito hurriedly looked at the door of the ward, only to see Nohara-rin standing at the door, and Muyu was standing behind Nohara-rin. Are you feeling better? Muyu asked with concern. Yeah, I feel that there is no problem fighting with Kakashi again. Obito patted his chest and said, there is nothing wrong with my body. but my physical strength has not fully recovered. Kakashi answered honestly, that's okay, considering your injury, the rest time has been extended a little, and it will not affect the battle. Miyu smiled and comforted. Kakashi nodded. If he lost to Might Guy because of his stable state, he would be very unwilling. When the finals were about to start, Kakashi recovered to his peak state. He returned to the Chunin exam venue with Miyu and others and entered the lounge to wait for the battle to officially begin. Seeing Kakashi, who had fully recovered, Might Guy smiled happily and said, "My dear friend, I am looking forward to the battle later. I won't let you down." Kakashi replied calmly. At this time, the voice of Obito came into the lounge. The last exam, Might Guy vs. Take Kakashi, please prepare for the battle. Kakashi and Might Guy looked at each other. Might Guy showed his shining white teeth and gave Kakashi a thumbs up. Kakashi raised the corners of his mouth covered by the mask, and also gave Might Guy a thumbs up. When Kakashi and Might Guy walked into the venue side by side, the venue erupted in huge cheers. Come on, let the youth burn more vigorously. Might Guy stood up and shouted to the audience, providing spiritual support for Might Guy. Although Might Guy couldn't hear the voices in the audience, he knew that his father would definitely cheer him up, so he smiled brightly and responded to the audience. Akai's 8 gates and rock breathing are too powerful and fast. This time, Akai should be the first. Obito predicted the first place with a pure passerby and no interest in it. If Kakashi gets the first place, it will be more uncomfortable than Obito losing the battle. Now Obito keeps cheering for Might Guy in his heart, hoping that Might Guy can beat Kakashi under the watchful eyes of Nohara Rin. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and smiled. No matter who wins, this Chunin exam will be a very successful Chunin exam, which fully demonstrates the strength of Konoha. Finally, under the attention of everyone, Obito shouted that the battle had begun. Rock breathing, breathe with full concentration. 8 gates, open the gate, open, rest gate, open, life gate, open. The long-awaited battle finally began. Might Guy directly pulled his strength to the maximum, opened 3 gates in seconds, and then breathed to the limit he could reach. At this moment, Might Guy burst out with an extremely powerful aura, and the burst of chakra alone caused the airflow to raise the dust on the ground. Thunder breathing, full concentration breathing. Facing such a Might Guy, Kakashi did not dare to hold back and directly entered the extreme breathing state. At the same time, the chakra condensed on his feet could burst at any time. Might Guy's mood was extremely surging. He was looking forward to fighting with Kakashi in such an environment. Konoha Big Cyclone. Might Guy's powerful chakra burst out from his legs, turning into a green light and rushing towards Kakashi. Due to the fast speed, a strong wind was generated. Kakashi did not hesitate at all, and immediately changed the nature of the chakra in his legs to stimulate his body and then turned into a lightning and disappeared on the spot. Might Guy's fighting style is pure violence. The 3 gates plus full concentration breathing have a great improvement on the body. Facing such an attack, Kakashi did not want to take it head on. Swish, swish, swish! Exclamation mark. While dodging, Kakashi took the opportunity to throw several shurikens carrying thunder attribute chakra at Might Guy. If it was an ordinary shuriken, Might Guy might have used the airflow from his physical skills to deal with it, but this kind of ninja tool with a changed nature is not so easy to deal with, so Might Guy chose to use the shave to dodge. Kakashi was not in a hurry when the shuriken didn't hit him. Both of them can be said to be speed-type ninjas with extremely fast speeds. It depends on who will show a flaw first. Kakashi is still quite confident about this, because compared to Might Guy, he has too many methods, and his talent in ninjutsu is not bad. Whoosh! After dodging Kakashi's attack, Might Guy didn't stop for a moment and immediately continued to attack Kakashi. Earth escape, earth flow wall. Kakashi retreated while summoning a long and thick earth wall to block Might Guy's way forward. Shadow clone technique. Then Kakashi immediately formed a seal to create a shadow clone, and then performed the clone technique with the shadow clone, creating more than a dozen phantom clones without entities. The phantom clones without entities are useless against the Sharingan and the Byakugan, as they will be seen through directly, which is equivalent to wasting chakra. Might Guy does not have special eyes, nor does he master the transparent world, so he can play a certain role and confusing. When Might Guy stood on the earth flow wall and looked, more than a dozen identical Kakashis came into view. Konoha Greek Cyclone. Might Guy did not stop running towards Kakashi. He poured a lot of strength into his legs and kicked out a powerful cyclone kick. The strong wind alone turned some clones into phantoms and disappeared. Although the shadow clones also used their full strength to strengthen with lightning chakra, they also turned into smoke and dissipated under this kick. Just when all the shadow clones in front of Might Guy were destroyed by Might Guy, Kakashi's real body came out of the ground, and an extremely shining purple lightning appeared on his hand. Might Guy was not too surprised by this. After all, it was not the first time Kakashi used this tactic. He was prepared and condensed chakra in his palm. Konoha hand knife. Might Guy's palm chakra burst out, and he immediately turned around and slashed out a transparent energy out of thin air. Purple lightning. Kakashi's hand was full of purple light, and a large piece of lightning attacked Might Guy. Even Might Guy couldn't avoid this large piece of lightning at such a distance. Boom! The purple lightning hit Might Guy, and Might Guy retreated again, and his watermelon head turned into an afro. Bang! Might Guy's hand knife energy also hit Kakashi accurately, knocking Kakashi away and crashing into the earth flow wall. Akai has actually mastered this move. Kakashi frowned as he touched the place where he was hit. The bones there were broken. According to his plan, Might Guy could only dodge part of the lightning at most, and it was impossible for him to counterattack. Purple lightning is most powerful when used at close range. For safety, he deliberately used long-range dispersion to increase the attack range, but in the end he was still injured in exchange for injury. But next, should you be able to dodge my thunderbolt? Kakashi quickly stood up and ran towards Might Guy. Being hit by purple lightning has a paralyzing effect. Even if Might Guy is very strong, it is impossible that there is no effect at all. Although his bones are broken, they are not in critical parts. Apart from the pain, the impact on other aspects is not particularly large. Flash. Kakashi did not directly use thunderbolt, which he could not adapt to, but used flash, which he could react to. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. After all, rock breathing is not only powerful but also can enhance defense. Maybe paralysis is really useless to Might Guy. If he fails to react, Might Guy will definitely seize the opportunity. Yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's legs, and as Kakashi changed his nature, a dazzling yellow light appeared on the field. Swish! Might Guy burst out his chakra to dodge, but his body was a little slower than usual. It was this small difference that caused Might Guy to fail to completely dodge Kakashi's slash. Blood burst out from his chest and his body retreated again and again. My body's reaction has slowed down. It turns out that ninjutsu has this effect. Might Guy quickly stabilized his body and thought to himself. It was the first time for him to withstand the attack of purple lightning, so Might Guy didn't know that purple lightning had such a powerful paralysis effect. It's not that he hadn't been hit by lightning release before, but there was no problem. "Ah, Kay, you're too impatient," Obito said anxiously. It was really uncomfortable to see Kakashi trying to win him. From Obito's perspective, Might Guy was too impatient this time. Kakashi must have a lot of bad intentions in his mind after creating so many clones. He should have played slowly. Might Guy didn't shout at Might Guy. He just looked at the center of the venue seriously. The sun he knew would not stop because of a little difficulty. It's still useful. Kakashi calmed down and gathered a lot of chakra to prepare to end the battle with Thunder Flash. He couldn't even dodge a flash. Such a Might Guy couldn't dodge his Thunder Flash. Zizizi. A large amount of dazzling yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi, and the white fang short blade in Kakashi's hand also turned into a long lightning blade. At this moment, Kakashi did everything he could to strengthen his own strength so that he could swing the strongest sword. Huh! Might Guy let out a long breath. At this time, his chest was bleeding, and his muscles felt like needles pricking from time to time. But Might Guy looked at the dazzling Kakashi and smiled sincerely, and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha. Might Guy laughed loudly. He was very satisfied with such a dazzling Kakashi. The reason why he thought Kakashi was his lifelong enemy was because Kakashi was extremely dazzling at that time, and was a genius who crushed everyone. When others were still trying to learn the clone technique, Kakashi had already mastered the shadow clone technique. When others were trying to get the Shuriken kunai on the target, Kakashi could already hit the bullseye accurately. At that time, it seemed that there was nothing that Kakashi didn't have, and he suppressed everyone in all aspects. At that time, he was just the last one in every project. The first challenge to Kakashi ended with Kakashi killing him in one move. But even at that time, Might Guy always believed that he could reach or even surpass the genius of Kakashi through hard work. In fact, he did it. A few months ago, he defeated Kakashi for the first time and achieved the goal he had been working hard for. But is one victory enough? Of course not. He has lost to Kakashi many times, and only won Kakashi once. Now he is no longer the last one who will be killed by Kakashi in one hit. Now he has the breath of rock taught by teacher Muyu, the 8 gates of ninjutsu taught by his father Might Guy, and the physical skills taught by teacher Chen. How can he give up the victory that is not far away from him? Might Guy's breathing was more concentrated than ever before. His eyes widened, and he used all his breathing power to attack the unsuccessful 4th gate. The 4th gate of the 8 gates, the injury gate, open. Whoosh! Powerful chakra burst out from Might Guy, and in an instant, Might Guy's momentum reached a new peak. Just the momentum caused a storm around him. At the moment of attacking the 8 gates, Muyu's teachings, Might Guy's teachings, and teacher Chen's teachings were all recalled in Might Guy's mind in 1 second. Thunder flash, boom. A thunderous roar exploded, and Kakashi burst into extremely dazzling yellow lightning, and powerful lightning chakra condensed on the white fang short blade. The power of thunder and lightning that seemed to tear everything in the world apart could be felt even by the audience outside the venue. Kakashi, this is a move I practiced hard for you. Konoha Dragon God, Might Guy roared, and the powerful chakra provided by the 8 gates of ninjutsu all exploded at this moment. The rock breathing was unprecedentedly concentrated to greatly increase the strength of the body, and even the wounds cut by Kakashi were recovering rapidly. In fact, teacher Chen did not completely hand over the Konoha Dragon God to him, because Might Guy could not use it before, and only did part of the practice. But Might Guy just recalled that he had mastered the Konoha Dragon God in an instant according to teacher Chen's demonstrations. Muyu's rock breathing, Might Guy's 8 gates of ninjutsu, teacher Chen's Konoha Dragon God. At this moment Might Guy has fully exerted his potential and burst out with unprecedented strength. As Might Guy's body continued to rotate at a high speed, a long green dragon quickly formed and appeared in the eyes of everyone. Konoha Dragon God, Might Guy has already mastered this. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the long green dragon on the field in surprise. Konoha Dragon God is the unique skill of teacher Chen. It can be said to be a very difficult physical skill. There is no one else in Konoha who can do it except teacher Chen. Unexpectedly, Might Guy mastered it after only studying with teacher Chen for a few months. Teacher Chen is known as the strongest in Konoha. His special physical skills are naturally famous. Many jonins on the field discussed it. This kid, I haven't even finished teaching him how to use it. Teacher Chen, who was sitting in the corner of the audience, was also a little surprised. He can say that the current Might Guy is completely different from the Might Guy before participating in the Chunin exam. The current Might Guy can easily defeat his previous self. Great, Akai. It turns out you still have a trump card. Obito decided to take back his previous evaluation of Might Guy. It was not anxiety, but confidence. Boom! Exclamation mark. When the yellow electric light collided with the blue dragon, a huge explosion occurred on the field, and the roar continued. A large pit appeared with Kakashi and Might Guy as the center, and the surroundings were either traces of lightning slashes or powerful sharp cutting marks. Bang! A white-haired figure retreated at a high speed and hit the wall of the venue fiercely. So strong, Kakashi panted and looked at the blue dragon in front of him. This was the first time that his thunder flash failed in a head-on collision. Might Guy is now so strong that Kakashi feels that Might Guy in this state can beat a Katami Hideuki alone. Are you going to lose? Kakashi sensed the current state of his body. He had been broken in the bones by Might Guy's Konoha hand knife before, and the failure of the fight just now caused him to suffer a large area of injuries all over his body. Not only the injuries, but also his chakra and physical strength were almost consumed. Although he only used Thunder Flash and Flash once, he also used ninjutsu, and the consumption of purple lightning was not small. Kakashi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and answered his inner questions with actions. He stood up again tremblingly. As long as he could stand up, as long as he could swing his sword, he still had a chance to win. He tried his best to enter the transparent world again. This was his only hope for a desperate counterattack. The dragon god of Konoha moved quickly. Without Kakashi moving forward, he found that Kakashi had stood up again, and the blue dragon quickly rushed in front of Kakashi. At this last moment, Kakashi saw it. He saw it just like a month ago. His own body and Might Guy's body. It turns out that Thunder Flash has so many shortcomings. Kakashi optimized his Thunder Flash at this moment. At this moment, Kakashi had no more ideas, and his remaining strength did not support him to have more ideas. He only had the idea of swinging his sword in his mind. As long as he could swing that sword, there was still hope. Cut. After injecting chakra into the White Fang short blade, it was extended again and turned into a lightning long sword. There were no more fancy special effects. Kakashi just swung his sword at the rushing blue dragon. Boom! Exclamation mark! A yellow blade flashed. Thunder and lightning exploded. Dust flew, and an arrow, charred black slash mark appeared on the field. After this slash, there was no more green dragon, only a green figure standing in the gray. My dear friend, you are worthy of me. Might Guy gave Kakashi a thumbs up, and then he fell down with all his strength. Snap! The White Fang short blade in Kakashi's hand fell, and he used up his last strength to give Might Guy a thumbs up, and fell down the next moment. Hatake Kakashi wins. Obru announced the first place in the Chunin exam, and Kakashi fell a little later. P.S. I'm sorry, it's a little late, because I want to finish it in one go. Normally, I will ask for leave in advance if I don't update. I'm just holding it back for a while. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 331. End of the Chunin exam. Damn it, he can win like this. Originally, Obito was helping Might Guy open the champagne after seeing him use the dragon god of Konoha, but Kakashi was able to use a stronger slash at the last moment, and Kakashi fell down a little later than Might Guy, which clearly showed that he was also dying. Hearing Hiruzen's announcement of the result of the battle, Obito felt very upset. And when he saw Nohara-rin looking at Kakashi with a smile and a worried expression, he felt even worse. In his expectation, the person standing below should be him. You must master the flame-breathing chakra mode as soon as possible, and then see if he can withstand my fire style. At this moment, Obito's training motivation was full, and he wished he could stay up all night to practice to improve his strength, and then defeat Kakashi in front of Nohara-rin. They are both really strong, Asumi sighed, and the two of them fought to the end with strength that should not appear in the Chunin exam. Those who had trained with Might Guy before were even more shocked. Many of them were Might Guy's classmates. They saw Might Guy go from the last place to the first place in the grade and now the second place in the Chunin exam. During the special training, they could still see the gap between themselves and Might Guy. Now the gap is so big that they don't know how many years of training they need to reach Might Guy's current strength. Your youth has burned to a climax today. I am proud of you. Might Guy gave Might Guy a thumbs up and shed tears of emotion. Although Might Guy lost the final, Might Guy did not think that Might Guy's efforts were in vain. On the contrary, in this Chunin exam, Might Guy made his own name and let many Konoha ninjas know that there is a physical ninja like Might Guy who can defeat many geniuses with physical skills only. Even when he lost, Might Guy only lost at the last second. After the last move, everyone reached the limit. As a father, Might Guy certainly hopes that his child can be the first, but he does not think it is shameful to be the second, because the second has surpassed countless ninjas. Next, As long as Might Guy continues to work hard to surpass the first, that will be enough. In fact, Might Guy's ability to grow so quickly has far exceeded Might Guy's expectations. At the age of 9, he got the opportunity to participate in the Chunin exam and got the second place. Gay, if you keep going like this, you will definitely achieve your goal. Might Guy decided to make a big meal today to celebrate. The audience on the field was still discussing the battle just now. The final performance of the two was very eye-catching and unexpected. It was indeed a correct decision to let Kakashi follow Minato, Sarutobi Hiruzen said to Minato behind him with a smile. Today's Kakashi is really dazzling, even more dazzling than when he was in the ninja school. In the ninja school, he just suppressed the students of Konoha, but in the Chunin exam, there were excellent ninjas from other major ninja villages participating, so this first place is particularly valuable. Kakashi's performance really exceeded Sarutobi Hiruzen's expectations. He just wanted Kakashi to get out of the shadows before, but he didn't expect that he would not only get out of the shadows, but also directly transform into a butterfly and usher in a wave of transformation. Through these exams, Sarutobi Hiruzen seemed to see the next Konoha White Fang. I didn't do anything. Kakashi's excellence is mainly due to Miyu. In fact, when I became the instructor, Kakashi's inner shadow had been almost healed by Miyu. Miyu taught the content related to core training. Minato shook his head and explained. Minato would not take it on himself if it was not his own credit. Kakashi's current situation was not related to him. At the beginning, Minato was still worried about how to teach Kakashi. As a result, he took over and found that Kakashi had been taught by Miyu. Except for talking less, everything was normal. In terms of ninja training, Kakashi majored in breathing method and lightning escape and earth escape. Minato definitely didn't understand breathing method. Although he mastered a little lightning escape, he was not good at it. He didn't know earth escape directly. Minato can teach new ninjas like Obito and Nohara all kinds of knowledge about ninja missions and what to do when they encounter any situation. Kakashi is different. He has been a ninja for several years, so Minato can't teach Kakashi much. Of course, it's not that there is no relationship at all. Minato just thinks that Miyu plays a major role compared to him. Is that so? But you don't need to belittle yourself, Minato. I think they like you very much. If you are really far from Miyu, Obito's personality would have come to me to complain. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a thoughtful look and then said with a smile, since Minato said so, it must be Miyu who played a key role. After all, although Minato is humble, he will not be so humble as to attribute all his credit to others. Miyu does have a unique ability in education, and it is not only reflected in teaching large classes. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in his heart. This is also one of the reasons why Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Danzo's request before. Minato, who can kill enemies quickly on the battlefield, is still in the village, so how could he send a special talent like Miyu out? What do you think about the final being a civil war among your own students? Do you guess that Kakashi will win? Jiraiya asked Miyu curiously. The excellent performance of Obito and the others made Jiraiya recognize Miyu's teaching level, which was almost the same as his. If I have any thoughts, I am happy for them. As for who will win, I haven't thought about it. After all, they are all disciples. Miyu thought for a while and replied. He really didn't guess who will be the first, because Kakashi and the others are all about the same strength, and it is possible for anyone to win. It all depends on the performance. In this case, Miyu is not easy to guess. They are all disciples and can't step on one and praise another. In the battle between Might Guy and Kakashi just now, as soon as Might Guy used the Konoha Dragon God, Miyu immediately opened his white eyes, and saw that Might Guy was indeed rushing to the 4 gates. In fact, if it was the normal 4 gates plus the Konoha Dragon God, Kakashi would not be able to win now, because the transparent world also depends on the strength of the person. The stronger the strength, the better the effect of the transparent world. But Might Guy's forced break through the 4 gates caused great damage to his body, so in the end, Might Guy would fall first. This is not a question of perseverance. Even though his body couldn't bear it, he was able to say something, which was already an extraordinary performance. Since they are all your disciples, it doesn't matter who wins. It's over. Let's go buy vegetables. Tsunade said that she was looking forward to tonight's dinner. Tsunade-sama, my disciples are injured like this. Do you think it's appropriate for me to go buy vegetables now? Miyu tactfully reminded Tsunade. Without Tsunade's treatment, Miyu felt that Might Guy would have to lie in bed for at least a month. Kakashi was not much better. Might Guy was injured when he forced through the 4 gates, but Kakashi was also seriously injured after being hit by the Konoha dragon god, and then overdrawn his body in a seriously injured state. I think they are really seriously injured. Tsunade, please help treat them first, Jiraiya said. At this moment, Kakashi and Might Guy looked extremely miserable, and it was obvious that they were seriously injured. I'll treat them first, but you should make more delicious food tonight, Tsunade emphasized. Hee, what's the point of just eating? I'll bring a bottle of good wine and we can eat and drink at the same time, Jiraiya said with a smile. You just want to eat my meal. Tsunade crossed her arms and raised her eyebrows, and saw Jiraiya's real purpose at a glance. Haha, good things are shared to be happy. Jiraiya, who was exposed, continued shamelessly. Tsunade said that the wine must be good. If you dare to use ordinary wine to eat, you must let Jiraiya taste her fist. This is the big meal she earned from her work. Jiraiya agreed with a smile, and then they went to Konoha Hospital together. After staying for a while, Shisui said goodbye to Miyu. After watching their fight, Shisui couldn't stay idle for a moment, let alone the first place in the team. I'm afraid that he can only beat Nohara Rin now. Shisui is not sure that he can beat any of the 3 people including Obito. Shisui doesn't understand this speed of progress, but he is shocked. He must work harder to practice and catch up. Teacher Miyu, I'm going back too. After seeing Shisui leave, Obito was also ready to slip away. If he didn't leave, was he waiting for Kakashi to wake up and taunt him? Obito didn't want to be attacked by Kakashi. Facing Kakashi who won the first place, he had no way to talk back. If he won, he could say anything, but if he lost, he could find fault with his breathing. At this moment, Obito had only one idea, which was to seize the time to practice, surpass Kakashi while Kakashi was recovering, and then defeat Kakashi, so that he could continue to taunt Kakashi. Obito had thought of the lines. On the day of the Chunin exam, he didn't have the breakfast he usually ate, which affected his strength, so Kakashi won by chance. In fact, he was always stronger. Miyu nodded. There were people to take care of him in the hospital, and with Might Guy and Kakashi in the same ward, Kakashi would not be lonely. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. After he was free, Miyu glanced at the system panel. Under your guidance, your disciple Uchiha Obito has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength. He has been rewarded. Fire Dragon Flame Bullet, Mastery Level. Under your guidance, your disciple Might Guy has practiced hard and gained a certain amount of strength. He has been rewarded. Liu, Mastery Level. Both Obito and Might Guy have received promotion rewards. The rewards are good, but they are not very useful to Miyu now. The Mastery Level Fire Dragon Flame Bullet is very powerful, but Miyu is not short of offensive fire escape now, and the Mastery Level Great Fire Extinguishing Arrow is also very powerful. Liu is a little more useful, because although Liu is useless to Miyu, it is a good physical skill for Might Guy now, and he can teach Liu to Might Guy. Miyu did not see any rewards related to the Chunin exam. He guessed that the system would not settle the results until the results came out. Miyu was a little looking forward to this. After all, his 3 disciples performed very well, and Obito, who ranked the worst, was also in the top 4. After the 3rd exam, the master summoned the candidates who entered the 3rd exam. Midorumi was a little nervous, thinking that the master would probably criticize them. After all, none of them made it to the finals this time, and there was only one in the top 4. She was aiming for the first place but fell in the quarterfinals. Facing the master, who was a powerful elder of Akirigakure village, even Kurosawa, who was extremely arrogant in front of Kakashi and the others, lowered his head and walked to the designated room like an honest child. Zabuza looked indifferent, and his main feature was rebellion. Hoshigaki Kisame had a blank expression. He was already the best performer in Kirigakure, and even if there was a punishment, it would be the lightest. But to Mitarumi's surprise, the master did not criticize them, but smiled and said, "Everyone worked hard this time, and the village will remember your contributions." Although the final result is a little worse than Konoha, this is a battle in Konoha after all, and they have more advantages. The master's behavior was beyond the expectations of the Kirigakure ninjas. The master did not blame them for not getting the first place, but comforted them that Konoha had the home advantage and they should not be sad about the failure. This immediately made some of the Kirigakure ninjas feel flattered, because this was the elder Uchiha who was second to none in Kirigakure. In fact, if Uchiha scolded them, no one would have any objection. After all, they also knew that they had indeed messed up this time, and were beaten by the Konoha ninjas in the later stage. But you can't forget the failure because of this. You must remember your failure and use it as motivation to practice and improve your strength. Uchiha continued. With his eyesight, he could see that it was not that the Kirigakure were not good, but that the Konoha ninjas who participated in the Chunin exam were ridiculously strong. So he didn't want to blame the Kirigakure candidates, but just wanted to promote a few geniuses to brush up their favorability. The Kirigakure ninjas nodded one after another, thinking that Uchiha was worthy of being a respected elder of Kirigakure. After a round of encouragement and some chicken soup, Uchiha's image became kind and tall in the hearts of many Kirigakure. After all, there are very few such friendly senior officials in the Blood Mist. If you don't complete the task well, it's good enough if you don't kill you. Mitarume breathed a sigh of relief. No criticism should not affect her future path as a water shadow. But the master's next words made Mitarume a little nervous again. "Kisame, Mitarume, Zabuza, you stay, the others can leave," the master said after thinking it was about time. Soon, only the master and Mitarume were left in the room. "You three are all geniuses of Kirigakure," the master said with a smile. Obito was so strong, but he was suppressed for a while in the battle with Mitarume in the quarter-finals, which was enough to show how strong Mitarume was. Not to mention Kisame, who almost beat Might Guy in the semi-finals. As for Zabuza, although his performance was much worse than Mitarume and Kisame, he was already the youngest and best among the remaining people. Kurosawa's performance was similar to Zabuza, but Kurosawa was older than Zabuza. "Kisame, you are very capable. I think you can go to the Anbu to train. In addition, if you two have any questions about water escape that you can't understand, you can come to me for advice," the master finally said. Mitarume instantly showed joy and nodded repeatedly. Her chances of becoming a Mizukage by following the master were greatly increased. "Sorry, I was watching a game today, so the update is late." Although I had expected it, I still didn't expect to be defeated 3:0. I feel a little sad and I have a writer's block. I will write more tomorrow. Chapter 332 Promotion. After the Chunin exam, the candidates returned to their daily lives. The special training also went on as usual the next day. Perhaps because of the achievements of Obito and others, many special training students became extra hard-working. Genius is nothing, because Konoha has always had geniuses, but Obito and Might Guy are different. It's like everyone used to work together. Obito and Might Guy are a little richer than them, but after a year, Might Guy and Obito have become multi-millionaires. Because they have been promoted step by step by their side, they feel that even if they can't become as strong as Might Guy, they shouldn't be like this. People like Asuma who have a good relationship with Obito have infinite fighting spirit because they feel more deeply. Miyu is very pleased with this, because this is exactly the purpose of his special adjustment and vacation, so that these students can see what kind of strength the best group of people of their age have. According to Miyu's observation, S-level rewards depend on the progress of students. The more students learn, the more rewards he will get. The rest depends on the skill level. For example, it is very difficult to increase the proficiency of perfect level fire escape, but it is very fast for skilled level thunder and earth. Due to the teaching ability shown by Miyu, the genin such as Naruto also obediently accepted the special training. What surprised Naruto was that in addition to the 5 major attributes, Miyu's special nature change of yin attribute was also not weak. Although he could not teach the shadow secret technique, He could also solve some yin escape problems for him. 5 days after the end of the Chunin exam, the list of promoted Chunin was determined. At this time, the Kirigakure also left Konoha. After all, Konoha would not give Kirigakure Konoha forehead protectors, and Kirigakure had to go back to promote their own ninjas. Miyu guessed that Kirigakure might not have strawberry ice cream now, because before Kirigakure left Konoha, he saw Taramimai frantically purchasing strawberry ice cream. He even generously returned him 3 servings of strawberry ice cream as a return gift. You treated me to 2 servings before, and I, Taramimai, repay the favor and treat you to 3 servings. Taramimai said proudly. Originally, she didn't have much money, but because she was leaving, the master gave them some money to buy Konoha specialties, so they could buy some souvenirs and local specialties from the Land of Fire. So Mitarami used all the money to buy ice cream. She thought it was good. It was indeed not available in Kirigakure, and it was delicious. Mitarami was very satisfied with this trip to Konoha. She had delicious strawberry ice cream and was valued by the master. Except for losing in the quarterfinals, there was no regret. Then I will accept it without hesitation. Miyu smiled and accepted it and left. Although he was not particularly interested in such sweets, he could give it to the students. Mitarami looked at Miyu's back with a thoughtful expression. She always thought Miyu was strange, not the silly and stupid strangeness of Obito, but she gave her a strange feeling. Just now, Mitarami finally understood what that strange feeling was, because Miyu did not treat her as an outsider when he was with her. Because of the mistake guard, even a silly person like Obito can feel the obvious distance from Mitarami. Miyu said that she couldn't be close to her, but when Mitarami communicated with him, she felt like she was talking to a stranger from her own village. If Mitarami hadn't stayed in Konoha for a while, she really wouldn't have noticed the difference. What a strange guy, Mitarami muttered to herself, and then stopped thinking about it. Maybe she was thinking too much. Go to the Hokage's office? Is there any difficult task for us to complete? Obito asked excitedly after hearing what Minato said. Is it to save the kidnapped princess or to repel the invading enemy? Minato smiled and shook his head and said, this kind of task is not something you can accept, and Kakashi's body hasn't recovered yet. How can he assign a task to you? Although Kakashi and Might Guy were discharged from the hospital on the 4th day with Tsunade's treatment, their bodies have not fully recovered yet and they still need to rest for a while. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly, thinking that ninja novels were harmful to people. How could there be so many princesses kidnapped? What is that? Obito was a little disappointed. He thought that he had performed well in the Chunin exam and Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at him with a new look. You will know when you go there. Minato did not tell Obito and others directly, but smiled mysteriously. Kakashi looked at Minato's expression and basically guessed what he was going to do. He should be promoted to Chunin. Thinking of this, Kakashi's expression was a little subtle. He was wondering if he would take it if the village gave him another Chunin vest. Kakashi thought that if he really gave it to him, he would take it. After all, he had won the first place, and the vest was a consumable. On the way to the Hokage building, Obito and his friends met a few acquaintances from the Chunin exam. Hey, Kakashi, how is your recovery? Might Guy smiled, and his 2 rows of white teeth were particularly shining in the sun. We have only been discharged from the hospital for 1 day. How can we recover? Kakashi replied speechlessly. Ha ha ha. Might Guy laughed out loud without feeling embarrassed. Of course it's because I'm looking forward to the next battle with you, my dear friend. Might Guy looked at Kakashi with a piercing look in his eyes. Failure is not terrible for Might Guy. After all, he has lost most of his life so far, and only won a few. What he wants is not an undefeated game, but to learn from failure and then forge future victories, so as to become the strongest. Since Kakashi has changed from a pursuer to a leader, he naturally has to surpass Kakashi as soon as possible. Let's talk about it after my body recovers. Kakashi shook his head and said, in other words, his body hasn't recovered yet. Otherwise Kakashi would have challenged Shisui to avenge his previous shame. When Kakashi defeated Might Guy, Obito, and Shisui in a row before, he thought that he must defeat them all after catching up with them in strength. Now that his strength has finally caught up, Kakashi will not miss such a good opportunity. After all, Muyu's disciples are too competitive, and Kakashi doesn't think he can always be ahead. If Might Guy could stabilize the four gates and the dragon god of Konoha could improve, he might not be able to win the battle with the transparent world that he had not yet fully mastered. Kakashi planned to first make the transparent world able to be turned on and off freely. Anyway, he couldn't exercise too vigorously recently, so he could spend all his time studying the transparent world. "Hey, you are here too." Asuma found Kakashi and others and greeted them. "Okay, Asuma, have you also been notified to go to the Hokage's office?" Obito asked after responding. Might Guy and Asuma both nodded. Seeing this, Obito immediately used his little brain to guess the reason. "Could it be that our performance is too good, and the third Hokage wants us to enter some secret department?" Obito said as if he had suddenly realized something. Kakashi's mouth twitched, and he had to admit that Obito's brain circuit was different from that of ordinary people. If it was just Obito, him and Might Guy, it would be possible, but with no Harurin and Asuma among them, it would be impossible. "It's probably about the promotion to Chunin." In order to prevent Obito from continuing to imagine strange things, Kakashi directly gave his reliable answer: "It should be. Otherwise there would be no need to call me to the Hokage building." Asuma nodded and said, "But Kakashi, aren't you already a Chunin?" Obito looked at Kakashi with a puzzled look. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book bar's first release of this novel. "I also took the Chunin exam. When I get to the Hokage building, you will naturally guess who is right." Kakashi didn't want to argue too much with Obito on this issue. After all, it is not good for a Chunin to take the Chunin exam. When he arrived at the Hokage building, Kakashi was more certain of his guess because he also saw Naruto and Yamashiro Oba, two candidates who also took the Chunin exam. Everyone entered the Hokage's office together. It was Obito's first time to the Hokage's office, so he looked around curiously, and found that the Hokage's office was completely different from what he imagined. Obito thought that the Hokage's office was full of scrolls that looked extremely dangerous and contained secrets, and powerful ninja tools were hung on the walls. But the real Hokage's office was a large desk, and then there were many windows, nothing else, and there were no extra seats. "You all performed very well in the Chunin exam. Not only the ninjas who scored, but also the officials and clients who came to watch the exam recognized your performance, so I decided to promote you all to Chunin." Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't say too much nonsense and made things clear directly. Naruto, Yamashiro Oba and Asuma were all eliminated in the first round, but they all played to their own level and were included in the promotion list according to their comprehensive performance. Not to mention Kakashi and the others, it can be said that they played the momentum of Konoha, and the strength they showed was no longer comparable to ordinary Chunin. Kakashi was extremely calm. He automatically ignored Sarutobi Hiruzen's words and just thought that he was accompanying Obito and the others. He was originally a Chunin, so what was there to promote? Asuma's expression was relieved. It was not that he was not strong enough, but that Obito and Kakashi were too outrageous. Naruto smiled. It was worth his hard work. Although he was slightly inferior to no Harurin, he finally completed the promotion. Yamashiro Oba also smiled. He was confident in his strength, but he met Kisame in the first game. He was worried about the promotion these days. "I am at the same level as my father. I will strive to be promoted to Jonin with my father as soon as possible." Might Guy was a little excited, because his father was ridiculed as a 10,000-year genin before. Might Guy was a little concerned about the ninja level. "We passed it together." No Harurin smiled softly and thought to herself, before the exam, she was worried that she would be a drag, but after the exam, no Harurin no longer had any pressure, because she had fought with all her strength in the third game, and she could accept it no matter what the result was. It really was promoted to Chunin. Obito felt that Kakashi was lucky today, and he guessed it right. "What? Are you not satisfied with your promotion to Chunin? You are still far from being promoted to Jonin. Keep working hard towards Muyu and Minato," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. Hee, not really, but our entire team is Chunin now. Can we take on high-level missions?" Obito replied with a smile. Obito was naturally very happy to be promoted to Chunin. After all, Kakashi always used the Chunin status to suppress him before, now everyone is Chunin. Kakashi no longer has the status to suppress him. Theoretically, if it is below A level, there will be no problem, but for A level, it depends on Minato's arrangement. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and said, now Obito and his team can take on missions on their own without Minato, because they are already 3 Chunins, and there is no problem taking on B-level missions on their own. But A level is not okay. A level must have at least one special Jonin, and S level must be led by experienced formal Jonin. A level is not bad. Obito smiled excitedly and directly ignored the last few words of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Obito has A level and S level missions in his mission history, these were changed later. Obito has not yet officially accepted an A level mission. These are your promotion forms and Chunin vests. From now on, you will be Konoha Chunin. You need to take on more responsibilities and receive more dangerous missions, Sarutobi Hiruzen said seriously, then stood up and handed the corresponding promotion forms to several people. As for the vests, they were all the same and he took them himself. Becoming a Chunin not only gives you more rights, but also requires you to take on more responsibilities. Except for extremely important missions, Jonin will not be sent out in full. And the main force is Chunin. As long as we can protect Konoha, no matter how dangerous the mission is, it doesn't matter. Obito said that he was not afraid of danger. Seeing Obito's words that were full of the will of fire, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, thinking that Obito might become the next Uchiha Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen really had nothing to do with them, so except Asuma, the others quickly left the Hokage's office. Zealand, I said we are all fine, Obito said to Nohara-rin while flipping the Chunin vests left and right. Yeah, Obito, you're right, Nohara-rin responded with a soft smile. As the voices of his companions faded away, Asuma asked Sarutobi Hiruzen directly, is there anything else? It's okay, I'm going to practice. He was about to leave, but was stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The aura of your vacuum jade is too scattered, otherwise it would be able to penetrate the phoenix fire. There is also a problem with the practice of the Great Flame technique. The flame temperature is low. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up his pipe and talked to Asuma about the Chunin exam. TSK, you know a lot. Asuma turned and left with a dark face. Just as Asuma opened the door of the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again. But the last combination ninjutsu was okay. The overall performance was okay. I wanted to write more. I have a slight fever today. Although it is not serious, it is indeed a bit difficult to write with a hot brain. I hope I will feel better when I wake up tomorrow. Chapter 333, Disciples Explode Gold Coins. Asuma paused, wondering if he had heard wrongly. Although it was not a compliment like I'm proud of you or I'm awesome, it was an evaluation Asuma had never received before. When he first won the first place in the actual combat in the ninja school, he went home excitedly and told Sarutobi Hiruzen. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not react much, just said him calmly, as if something insignificant had happened. At first, he hoped to hear "I am proud of you" from Sarutobi Hiruzen. At that time, Asuma still admired his father, the Hokage, very much. This was the Hokage that everyone yearned for and respected. No matter what achievements Asuma made in the ninja school, he could not get the recognition of Sarutobi Hiruzen. His expectations gradually decreased. At first, he hoped to get the praise of Sarutobi Hiruzen. Later, Asuma would be satisfied even if Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded to him. But no, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not nod once for his achievements. In Asuma's memory, Sarutobi Hiruzen would only preach, "Let him learn from his calm elder brother, let him be like Orochimaru in the ninja school. You don't need to tell me, this is what Muyu teacher taught me." Asuma curled his lips and said. Although Asuma still didn't have a good expression towards Sarutobi Hiruzen, it can be seen that the atmosphere has eased a lot. "You can ask me if you don't understand something. I have quite a lot of experience in combination ninjutsu," Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a white mist. "Can you teach well?" Asuma was very skeptical about this. He did not doubt Sarutobi Hiruzen's understanding of combination ninjutsu and his own strength. After all, Naruto is still very valuable, But whether he can teach well is another matter. Then I will teach Muyu first and then let him teach you, Sarutobi Hiruzen said speechlessly when he saw that his teaching level was questioned again. It is estimated that Asuma is the only one in Konoha who dares to question his level so blatantly. I think this is quite reliable. Asuma's eyes lit up, and he felt that this might be better than Sarutobi Hiruzen teaching him directly. Go and practice quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen rubbed his forehead and asked Asuma to leave quickly. This child is really worrying. Asuma walked out of the Hokage's office humming a little tune, in a very good mood, and even closed the office door gently. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed and continued to handle official business. After a while, the office door was opened again, and Shimura Danzo walked in. Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo was about to say something when he was interrupted by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Why didn't you knock on the door, and you have to call your position during working hours? Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a straight face. Shimura Danzo was a little confused. He was usually like this, and I didn't see Sarutobi Hiruzen say anything. Why did he act like he had taken a detonating tag today? Hiruzen, it's working hours now, Sarutobi Hiruzen emphasized again. Shimura Danzo didn't know what medicine Sarutobi Hiruzen took wrong today, but the higher the rank, the more powerful he was. Shimura Danzo could only reluctantly call the sandame. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression eased and asked, "What's the matter? I need Hotai Kakashi and Uchiha Obito to join the root." Shimura Danzo said directly, "Your root organization is still short of 2 Chunins?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was not ready to agree to Danzo's request. They are Chunins now, but they have great potential. The root organization needs such ninjas. Danzo continued. No need to talk about this. The root organization can no longer expand. If I find that the root organization is secretly developing illegal members again, I will cut the funding of the root organization, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a warning tone. He knew that Danzo was not an honest person. Even if he refused, Danzo might do something in the dark, so he warned in advance. Hotai Kakashi can be left, but Uchiha Obito must join the root. Uchiha like him is too dangerous. We must be highly vigilant to prevent the next Uchiha Madara from appearing. Danzo said his true purpose. What he really wanted was Obito, and bringing Kakashi was just to pave the way for this sentence. Shimura Danzo always kept in mind the teachings of his teacher Senjudo Bairama. Uchiha are all born evil, and they need to be vigilant against the Uchiha clan at all times. If it was an ordinary Uchiha, it would be fine, but Uchiha Obito already had 2 Magatama Sharingan at the age of 9, and also mastered excellent fire escape, which made Shimura Danzo very uneasy. Although he secretly cultivated a wood escape ninja, that wood escape ninja was much younger than Obito. If Obito rebelled like Uchiha Madara before the wood escape ninja grew up, it would be troublesome. Obito is an Uchiha with the will of fire. He is not dangerous. I believe that under the guidance of Minato, Obito will become the next Kagami. Sarutobi Hiruzen put the pipe into his mouth and took a sip and then said, based on Obito's current performance, Sarutobi Hiruzen did not think Obito was dangerous. On the contrary, he was very optimistic about Obito. Letting Minato lead Obito was undoubtedly more reliable than Shimura Danzo. Hiruzen, have you forgotten the teacher's teachings? Danzo said dissatisfiedly. Those Uchiha are too dangerous. The village has treated them so well, but they are still thinking about rebellion. Danzo tried to use the coup d'état of the hawkish Uchiha during the reign of Senjudo Bairama to make Sarutobi Hiruzen understand the danger of Uchiha. Teacher also said that the Uchiha should be properly guided. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, compared to these, you should put more attention on obtaining intelligence from the enemy country. Sarutobi Hiruzen completely rejected Danzo's proposal. Seeing that Sarutobi Hiruzen had no intention of giving in, coupled with Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude at the beginning, Danzo was furious. Hiruzen, you will regret it. Danzo left this cold sentence and heavily closed the door of the Hokage's office. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to handle official business with a calm face and felt much more comfortable. He can't do anything about his son, and he can't do anything about you, Danzo. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not allow the root to continue to expand. If the root organization becomes stronger, it will be too big to be eliminated. The root organization was established by Shimura Danzo under the guise of cultivating the Anbu. At first, it was just a small subsidiary of the Anbu, but with the efforts of Shimura Danzo, its power continued to expand, and now it has the momentum of becoming the Anbu among the Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen would naturally not let this happen. If the root organization really surpassed the Anbu, it would be a big deal. Sarutobi Hiruzen in the office was comfortable, but Danzo was getting angrier and angrier when he walked out of the office. When he was young, he was no worse than Sarutobi Hiruzen, but now he is suppressed by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If the teacher had chosen me, Konoha would be stronger now, Shimura Danzo thought indignantly. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little stronger than him, Sarutobi Hiruzen was indecisive and could not compare with him in handling affairs. Shimura Danzo wanted to improve too much. He really wanted to tell Sarutobi Hiruzen one day that I am the Hokage. At this time, Shimura Danzo suddenly thought of his subordinate who was no longer a member of the root. It seems that Muyu is Uchiha Obito's trainee teacher, and he respects Muyu very much, so Muyu should have enough understanding of Uchiha Obito. When Shimura Danzo thought of this, he immediately returned to the root and wrote a letter for the ninja to give to Muyu. He needed Muyu's evaluation of Obito to determine the danger of Obito. At the same time, Danzo also asked Muyu to pay more attention to Obito. If Obito showed any intention to harm Konoha, he should report it immediately, so that Danzo would have a reason to bring Obito to the root. As for why it was Muyu instead of directly sending other root members to track Obito, one is because Namikaze Minato has the ability to perceive that the root will be discovered, and the other is that Muyu is Obito's teacher, and Obito is not wary of Muyu. Now Obito's strength is not enough to enjoy individual surveillance. There are only a few Anbu who are monitoring the entire Uchiha, not to mention that it is a war period now. Disciple Hite Kakashi worked hard to practice and achieved perfect results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin, and received rewards. Chakra plus 1800, Random Blood Limit Extraction Scroll. The error-free version is available at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_Ba first published this novel. Disciple Might Guy worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin, and received rewards. Chakra plus 1500, Taijutsu Extraction Scroll S. Mastery Level. Disciple Uchiha Obito worked hard to practice and achieved excellent results in the Chunin exam and was promoted to Chunin, and received rewards. Chakra plus 1200, Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll A. Mastery Level. Extraction Scroll. The higher the level, the easier it is to extract excellent rewards. This time the reward can be said to be rich enough to exceed Muyu's expectations. In terms of chakra alone, the 3 disciples can provide 4,500 chakra points, which directly allowed Muyu's chakra to break through to 70,000. Muyu couldn't say whether the remaining rewards were good or bad for the time being, because the lottery was too unexpected. If you drew a garbage or a duplicate, the mastery level would be useless. However, Muyu saw from the system introduction that there was no possibility of garbage in the high-level lottery scrolls. Muyu thought about it, went to the bathroom to wash her hands, and then prayed to all the gods she knew, such as Taoism, Buddha, and God, before starting the lottery. Anyway, it doesn't cost money, so I have to believe in it a little. If it works, I will make a lot of money, and if it doesn't, I won't lose anything. Muyu used the worst ninjutsu extraction scroll A first. Then a huge turntable appeared in front of Muyu. Muyu took a casual look and saw all kinds of abilities from the heavens and the worlds on it. It turns out that it's not just the ninjutsu of the Hokage, but also the skills of other worlds for localization. Muyu found that he was a little wrong, because those ninjutsu proficiency scrolls and mastery scrolls cannot upgrade skills such as nature change. Muyu preconceived that the ninjutsu extraction scrolls are all the ninjutsu of the Hokage. Muyu clicked on the center of the turntable, which spun dizzily and then slowly stopped. The skill pointed at gradually enlarged on the turntable screen, and the information of this skill also appeared in Muyu's mind. Ninjutsu extraction scroll A has been consumed, and the skill obtained is Orochi Nagi. Mastery level. Orochi Nagi is the ultimate move of the Kusanagi-ryu ancient martial arts. Muyu doesn't know how it is in the King of Fighters world, but after localization, it is indeed a very powerful fire escape, and it is very suitable for people who practice the breath of fire to learn. Muyu then used the taijutsu extraction scroll middle.s. Taijutsu extraction scroll middle.s has been consumed, and the skill obtained is Legend of Milong middle.knife cutting sword middle.golden skyline, mastery level. Seeing this reward, Muyu was a little surprised. He quickly sorted out the memories in his mind and found that this was indeed the extremely lethal taijutsu he remembered. The golden skyline is a bit similar to the hell stab of the third Raikage, both of which use fingers to attack, but it is only a bit, because the golden skyline is not stronger with fewer fingers, and there is no change in nature. The localized golden skyline is an extremely pure physical technique. When it is practiced to a certain level, it can exert great power without chakra. Muyu thought this was quite reasonable, because the golden skyline was developed by an ordinary person without ability in the world where it was located. It is a physical technique that drains the body to the extreme. Muyu was very satisfied with this reward. This physical technique is not only powerful, but also extremely suitable for Might Guy. As for other disciples, Muyu felt that it would be difficult for them to learn it. Finally, Muyu set his sights on the blood limit extraction scroll. This scroll has no level and really requires luck. The Samsara and the Samsara are both blood limits, and there is a possibility of drawing them, but the ordinary Byakugan and Sharingan are also, and there are also blood limits such as explosion release and lava release. Muyu did not hesitate and clicked to draw directly. The random blood limit extraction scroll has been consumed, and the reward is obtained ice release. Muyu sighed slightly in his heart. It seems that his luck is not particularly good. Then Muyu thought about it again. He couldn't use the Samsara or the Samsara now because he didn't have enough chakra. Although these two eyes can greatly improve his strength, he can't bear it without chakra. For Muyu, it was good that he didn't draw the Mangekyo Sharingan, because at this stage, the disadvantages of the Mangekyo Sharingan outweigh the advantages. The side effects of the ordinary Mangekyo are too great. If it weren't for the power of Kamui, it wouldn't be worth it. In comparison, ice release is very good, and it can also create some ice to cool down when it's hot. Muyu took a look at his current panel. Name, Hanyu Muyu. Chakra, 72,800. Skills, Golden Skyline. Mastery, Orochi Nagi. Mastery, Ice Release. Beginner. Muyu decided to wait until the special training was over, and when the Earth Attribute Property Change and Thunder Attribute Property Change were mastered to the mastery level, he would change the direction of obtaining rewards again and brush more chakra. He basically has several proficiency level ninjutsu for each chakra attribute, and even more below the proficiency level, and quite a few mastery level skills, which can already deal with quite a lot of situations. So Muyu wants to brush up his chakra to 100,000 and then decide what reward to brush based on the situation. If there is a clear tough battle with the enemy, he will either brush up chakra or brush up the corresponding restrained reward. Otherwise he will continue to brush up all and brush himself into a hexagonal warrior. At night, Muyu saw the letter sent by Danzo, and after reading the content, he smiled slightly, asking him to catch Obito's handle. Danzo's idea is quite good. Chapter 334 War. Why did you lose in the first round? And you, Yoshiro, became a Chunin, but Midori didn't. During the special training, Inuzuka Midori found the Chunin vest on Naruyoshiro. It's a little bit of all the reasons. Naruyoshiro thought for a while and said tactfully, he couldn't say that Inuzuka Midori, you are not outstanding in strength and you don't show combat wisdom. In fact, Naruyoshiro felt that he became a Chunin with a little luck. The difficulty of this Chunin exam is much greater than before. Obito and Kisame, who fell in the top 4, would have been killed in the Chunin exam at ordinary times. If Naruyoshiro met any of the top 4 players, Naruyoshiro felt that he might not be able to become a Chunin, because in front of them, Naruyoshiro's strength is too weak. With a huge gap in strength, it's useless to have strong combat wisdom. He was killed in seconds with a kick and a knife. After all, He couldn't set traps in advance for the Chunin exam. In a few months, Midori will definitely become a Chunin. Special training has made Midori stronger. Inuzuka Midori looked at another teammate, Aburame Naoya, hoping that Aburame Naoya would work hard with her to prepare for the next Chunin exam. The Chunin exam will be held twice a year. Of course, the next Chunin exam will not be held jointly by the two villages, and officials and wealthy businessmen will not be invited. Aburame Naoya's expression did not change, but he just nodded calmly. Inuzuka Midori smiled, and Aburame Naoya was not a person who was good at expressing emotions. Nodding meant that he agreed. Not only Naruto, but Asuma, who was wearing a Chunin vest, was also particularly conspicuous among a group of genin and ninja school students. Since the special training was only for genin and ninja school students, Naruto and Asuma became the only two Chunin. Since they were the only two Chunin, and Asuma's performance in the Chunin exam was not bad, some of the more powerful students would ask Asuma for advice. "Brother Asuma, you are really amazing. You can actually learn 2 types of ninjutsu. Among so many candidates, you are the only one except the first Hotake Kakashi," Gangzidi said with a longing look. Before, he only had Ebisu as a good brother, but now he decided to increase the number of good brothers. 2 attributes are useless, and still lost to Obito's fire style. Asuma's expression was a little depressed. It was indeed a bit uncomfortable for him that the combination ninjutsu lost to Obito's fire style. 2 ninjutsu could not beat Obito's single attribute ninjutsu. "Don't panic, Asuma. If you continue to improve and use 3 or 4 attribute combination ninjutsu in the future, can he still block it with 1 attribute?" Izumo Kamatsuki immediately analyzed. Asuma had to admit that what Izumo Kamatsuki said made sense, but how to practice so many attributes well was a problem, and it was not easy to practice multiple attribute changes at the same time. In fact, there is no need to do this. We have a ninjutsu that has defeated Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja. If you learn it, Asuma, you can't say that you will definitely win against Obito, but the probability of winning can be increased a lot. Izumo Kamatsuki came up with a good idea. "Oh, what type of ninjutsu has defeated Konoha's strongest taijutsu ninja?" Asuma immediately became interested. Apart from anything else, the title of defeating Konoha's strongest taijutsu is still very intimidating. "Yes." Kamatsuki Izumo was about to say something, but found that it was time for a break and he had to start training. "Everyone, continue training." Miyu's voice was heard by all the students. "We'll talk to you in detail tomorrow, big brother Asuma." Kamatsuki Izumo stood up and said. This was the last training time in the afternoon, and it was time to go home for dinner. "Big brother Asuma, this ninjutsu will definitely surprise you." Gangzidi smiled confidently, and then walked back to the training place of Group C with Kamatsuki Izumo. "Then I'm looking forward to it," Asuma replied with a smile. In fact, he didn't expect Gangzidi and the others to really know any particularly strong ninjutsu. It's not that he looked down on them, but it's really difficult to learn a truly powerful ninjutsu. There are certain conditions for the learners. Gangzidi and Kamatsuki Izumo are still too young. For example, when Asuma was in the 2nd grade, even if Saratobi Hiruzen wanted to teach him Fire Dragon Flame Bomb and Cyclone, Asuma couldn't learn it. He didn't have enough chakra and his level of nature change was not enough. But after all, he was a little fanboy, and he spoke nicely, so Asuma was happy to cooperate with them. Then Asuma began to practice the change of wind attribute chakra nature. At present, he still focused on wind attribute. Only when the wind attribute encountered difficulties would he put it aside and practice fire attribute. After practicing for a while, seeing that Yui Kurenai was still practicing with hot sweat, Asuma walked to Yui Kurenai and said, "Cure, why don't you take a break for a while? If you are too tired, it may affect your practice efficiency." Asuma saw Yui Kurenai practicing when he was resting just now, and she has not stopped yet. Hearing Asuma's words, Yui Kurenai stopped, stood there and took a deep breath to rest. If it affected the efficiency of practice, it would be a headache. "Have you encountered any problems recently?" "I feel that you are practicing too hard now," Asuma asked with a concerned look. It is a good thing to practice more diligently, but Asuma feels that Yui Kurenai is now too diligent. so he is a little worried. Because I don't want to be left too far behind by you. Yui Kurenai looked into Asuma's eyes and said seriously, last year, during the special training, she was suppressed by Shisui, a first-year student. However, Shisui was indeed an exception among exceptions, and Kurenai could accept it. The performance of Obito and others in the Chunin exam gave Kurenai too much of a shock. Both Obito and Might Guy were familiar to Kurenai, and they were all friends who had a good relationship. Although Obito's strength had surpassed them in the last special training, the gap was not big. This time was different. In this Chunin exam, Obito and others showed overwhelming strength. Kurenai felt that she could not survive a single move against them. They were so strong that Kurenai wondered how they could become so strong in just 1 year. Not only Obito and others, but even Asuma's progress made Kurenai feel a little strange. Unknowingly, Asuma's wind escape surpassed fire escape, and he could also use wind and fire combination ninjutsu. When Kurenai said this, Asuma instantly empathized with her. In Kurenai's eyes, Obito and others were so strong that it was confusing, and Asuma was about the same. Kuro, I understand you. Let's work hard together. Asuma nodded and said, of course, you should also pay attention to moderation. Asuma reminded him, Asuma has become a Chunin and is working so hard. The students around him are infected by it, and the whole training ground reveals the spirit of struggle. In addition to adding some teaching projects, Muyu basically follows the model of the previous special training, taking exams every 2 weeks to test the students' learning results, and then scoring and ranking. There is no doubt that Asuma is now the strongest ninja in the special training. Naruto, who is also a Chunin, is not his opponent in a one-on-one fight, so Asuma won the first place in Group in the first exam. As for Group B, Moonlight Gale is becoming more and more prominent with the progress of special training, but Moonlight Gale's first place is not very stable. It depends on the state. In Muyu's opinion, the gap between Moonlight Gale and the second place in Group B is very small. As for Group C, Hongdu did a good job this time. Although she didn't get the first place, she got the second place. As a second-year student, she is already very strong and defeated a group of fourth-year students. The performance of Izumo Kamatsuki and Tetsukoko was pretty good for second-year students, but it was just average for the overall students, much weaker than Hongdu. The overall performance of the students in Muyu's class surpassed those of the third-year students. In the evening, Muyu returned to her home in the main city of Konoha. Not long after, Minato Namikaze knocked on the door and walked into Muyu's home. Sorry, I'll have to trouble you to take care of Kushina again, Minato Namikaze said to Muyu a little embarrassedly. For Minato Namikaze, even if the relationship is good, he will feel embarrassed to trouble others. Well, if I'm in Konoha, I can't do without Kushina's food. Muyu didn't ask the reason clearly but agreed directly. Listening to Muyu's words, Minato Namikaze showed a warm smile and took the initiative to explain. The Hidden Cloud has sent more ninjas to attack the border in the land of hot springs, so I need to lead some ninjas to support them. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. This is not a very confidential matter, so it is okay to tell Muyu that he is openly supporting the front line, not carrying out some secret mission. I see. Will Obito and the others follow you to the battlefield? Muyu thought about it and asked. This is not a small matter. If they go to the war in the land of hot springs, Muyu, who is far away in Konoha, has no way of knowing what Obito and the others will encounter. The accident that happened in the Chunin exam gave Muyu a hunch that maybe Uchiha Madara would take action in advance, because Obito's growth rate is much faster than in the original. Namikaze Minato shook his head and replied, this time I received an S-level war mission, which is too dangerous for Obito and the others. It just so happens that they can now accept missions on their own, so I don't plan to take them with them. If it was an A-level mission, Namikaze Minato might still consider taking Obito and the others, but S-level is too dangerous, not to mention that this is a war mission. I'm sorry to trouble you with the training of Obito and the others. I'm not a very qualified teacher, Namikaze Minato said with a wry smile. He felt that he could do too little for Obito and the others, and now he had to leave Obito and the others behind to carry out the mission. Don't say that. Even they have recognized you. Why do you have to deny yourself? There is nothing you can do about the village's mission. Miyu smiled gently and comforted. Minato adjusted his mood and thanked Miyu again, then took the food to find Kushina. When leaving Konoha, the one he was most worried about was Kushina. Just when Miyu felt that the war was getting more and more intense, a few days later he received a message from Tsunade that Jiraiya had returned to the battlefield of the Grass Country. Perhaps because of the news of the massive attack by Kumagakure, Iwagakure also tried to increase its troops to continue to put pressure on Konoha. The situation on the mainland is now very chaotic. There is a war between Iwagakure, Konoha and Kumagakure, and between Kumagakure and Sand Village, and between Konoha and Iwagakure. The four major countries on the mainland are caught in a melee, and only the water country on the sea has not yet participated. Although the war was fought by the big ninja villages, they did not fight on their homeland. They basically fought in the nearby small countries. Even the wind country drove Kumagakure to the river country after easing up, which forced the small countries to be involved and participate in the war. Will Kirigakure attack Konoha in advance, or will it remain unchanged? Miyu thought of the only big country that did not participate in the war. Due to the butterfly effect, the plot has changed, and he is not sure whether Kirigakure will continue the original action. Although Konoha did not ask Kirigakure to pay too much compensation for the accident of the Chunin exam this time, and it looked like peace makes money, Miyu did not think Kirigakure would not start a war with Konoha because of this. It is inevitable that Kirigakure will start a war with Konoha, because Konoha has won too many times before and has always maintained the strongest posture. The strongest will be feared by everyone. Now there is a chance to weaken it, so naturally it will not let it go. Although Kirigakure is unwilling to be the first challenger, it must have the courage to join in the fun when the two countries have already gone to war. The Chunin exam allowed Kirigakure to see the strength of the younger generation of Konoha. Miyu believes that Kirigakure may have a sense of crisis and attack Konoha in advance. Uchiha Madara is also a key point for Miyu to consider. Since Uchiha Madara can control the Kirigakure Jonin, he may also control other Kirigakure and fuel Kirigakure's participation in the war. The more chaotic the ninja world is, the more beneficial it is to the elderly Uchiha Madara, and it will be convenient for him to act. If Uchiha Madara wants to take action against Obito in advance, then he will definitely push Kirigakure and Konoha to go to war. This is one of the reasons why Miyu has been so low-key before. He doesn't want the plot to change too much because of him, which will increase the difficulty of protecting his disciples. For example, he knows that Obito will die in the Battle of Kanabi Bridge. If the plot does not change, then he only needs to go with him to easily save Obito. If the plot changes, then Uchiha Madara may not necessarily choose the task of Kanabi Bridge. Even though Miyu has been very careful, the change still happened. The accident in the Forest of Death is definitely the work of Uchiha Madara. Although Kirigakure has not taken any action at the moment, Miyu will prepare for the worst. But even if Miyu reselected him, he would still maintain similar actions, because he would not stop helping Obito improve his strength just because the plot would change. This would be a complete loss of appetite. The enemy is in the dark and we are in the light. What Miyu can do now is to improve his own and his disciples' strength as much as possible. It stands to reason that after experiencing the arduous and extremely special training in the middle of the Chunin exam, he should have rested for a while, but for the safety of his disciples, Miyu prepared a new hellish training for them. Good morning, Shisui. How did you know I became a Chunin? On the way to the South Forest for training, Obito met Shisui and greeted him happily. Shisui, hey, Miyu teacher. Good morning. After arriving at the South Forest, Obito smiled and greeted Miyu. Although he failed to get the first place, becoming a Chunin made Obito feel very good. Well, good morning, Miyu responded with a gentle smile. I don't know why, although Miyu smiled warmly, Obito suddenly felt something was wrong and felt that something bad would happen. After a few days of hard work, I finally finished the outline of the next plot. I will update more in the next few days. Chapter 335 5 Self-Created Ninjutsu. P.S. Readers who read the previous chapter yesterday or in the morning can download it again and read it again. I found some problems at noon, so I changed it. Today we start the final training of Qingzong, and maintain the breathing method all day long, Muyu said. The most important point of Qingzong is to be able to maintain the breathing method for 24 hours. Now Obito and Kakashi's breathing method has reached the upper limit, but in fact, they have not really completed the Qingzong training. Is it full concentration or ordinary breathing? Obito scratched his head and asked. If it is full concentration, even if he does nothing, he can't last for an hour, let alone a day. Ordinary breathing is enough, and you don't need to do too much training, Muyu replied with a smile. The concentrated breathing of Qingzong is relatively concentrated, which is different from the extremely concentrated breathing during combat. Obito and others have not yet practiced breathing all day, and they have to do it in a cyclical and progressive manner. Hearing this, Kakashi nodded. In this way, although he has not fully recovered, he can also participate in the training. This sounds quite simple, Obito said with a smile, thinking that this is a relaxation training after the Chunin exam. Of course, in order to urge you, if you can't keep breathing, you need to do a question every time you stop breathing. If you don't continue within 10 minutes, you need to do another question. Muyu said the rules of training, although his disciples are diligent, in order to make them feel more urgent, the punishment rules are also necessary. It's hard to say about others, but Obito and Might Guy are very fond of this. After listening to Muyu's words, Obito's smile disappeared instantly and gradually became solemn. His premonition seemed to be right. It was the evil question-solving training again. Although Muyu's questions helped him successfully achieve good results in the Chunin exam, this couldn't make Obito like doing questions. When he thought of the black and white test paper, his head began to dizzy. The training is very difficult. Might Guy showed an expression as if he was facing a great enemy. As diligent as he was, he had never been able to maintain the breathing method for a whole day. If Might Guy had to do the questions, he would rather go and fight with the Kumage Kyojonin for another hour. Under Muyu's arrangement, all the disciples except Nohara Rin began the final Qingzong training. Nohara Rin has only been in contact with the breathing technique for a short time. She has not even reached the entry level of water breathing yet. It is too early for her to practice the breathing technique. Moreover, Nohara Rin's training focus is on medical ninjutsu. Her role in the team is more of a treatment. With the power of Nohara Rin's ninjutsu now, it is better to save her chakra for healing than to use it against the enemy. But unfortunately, on the day when the Chunin exam ended, he took Nohara Rin to Tsunade's house but failed to successfully hand Nohara Rin over to Tsunade for custody. Otherwise, with Nohara Rin's talent in medical ninjutsu, she could learn a lot from Tsunade. It's not that Tsunade looks down on Nohara Rin, but Tsunade has something to do recently and has to go to the capital of the Land of Fire, so she can't teach for the time being. Although he didn't want to do the questions in his heart, Might Guy didn't change his training plan. After all, the power he cultivated is his own. However, it is difficult to complete the first practice perfectly. After 2 hours, the first person who couldn't maintain the breathing technique appeared. Kakashi once. The shadow clone who was responsible for watching Kakashi recorded it. Kakashi, can you do it? It's only been a short while and you've already stopped. Obito laughed at him the first time he heard it. It's just one question. Do you think I'm you? Even if I have 10 questions, I won't be in trouble. Kakashi took a breath and said calmly. He kept trying to enter the transparent world. Every time he tried, he had to concentrate his breathing to the extreme. Even if he didn't do much training, the consumption was extremely large. Even if he rested from time to time, it would not help. Kakashi could feel that he was not far from the real transparent world, so he focused on the transparent world and practiced hard, even temporarily putting down his armed color domineering. If Muyu knew what Kakashi was thinking, he would tell Kakashi that you were right. According to Muyu's assessment, Kakashi's proficiency in the transparent world had reached 90 points at this time, and he only needed the last 10 points to truly master the transparent world. Just hold on, you will be uncomfortable alone when you do the questions. Obito curled his lips and thought that Kakashi was just being stubborn. Kakashi didn't argue too much with Obito. He rested for a few minutes and entered the breathing method again. When he is well again, he will challenge Shisui. Because there has been no internal war between disciples for a while, he does not know how strong Shisui is now. In order to defeat Shisui, Kakashi will try to strengthen himself as much as possible during this period. After all, it is always right to improve his own strength. Soon, after 2.5 hours, the second person who could not maintain the breathing method appeared. It was Obito, who laughed at Kakashi not long ago. Kakashi did not speak, but just glanced at Obito and laughed. The chakra mode of the flame breathing consumes a lot of energy, Obito explained loudly with a slightly red face. There was no problem originally, but he just practiced the ninjutsu of the flame collision, which consumed too much energy, so he stopped for a while. Everyone was busy practicing, and no one responded. Obito took a few minutes to relax and entered the breathing method again. After practicing for 5 hours, there were more cases of being unable to maintain the breathing method. Everyone had to concentrate on breathing to barely hold on. Even at the lunch break, Miyu still asked everyone to maintain the breathing method. Due to the consumption in the morning, the situation in the afternoon was even more tragic, and there were more cases of being unable to maintain the breathing method. After a day of training, Miyu announced everyone's training results. Kakashi has 34 questions. Obito has 32 questions, Kai has 31 questions, and Shisui has 28 questions. Everyone has worked hard today. You can go back and rest early. Tomorrow will be the same training content, Miyu reminded. Now Kakashi and the others can still rest well. When they have to maintain the breathing method when they sleep, it will be difficult for them to sleep well. Come again tomorrow. Obito stumbled and almost fell to the ground when he heard it. Since graduation, Miyu rarely conducts continuous question-solving training, usually once a week or so. In a trance, Obito seemed to see a mountain of questions and a sea of questions coming towards him, and a miserable life was about to come. Although the training is a bit hard, I believe you can complete the training quickly. I will make a big meal for you to celebrate, Miyu encouraged with a smile. Obito swallowed back what he wanted to say. Miyu trusted them so much. How could he give up easily? Miyu can't be blamed for the many questions. It's his own breathing method that he didn't practice well enough. It's his problem. If he practiced the breathing method well enough and could maintain it, then he wouldn't have to do the questions. Because the summer special training was still going on, Miyu only sent his shadow clone to teach Obito the next day, and the main body to teach the students in the summer special training. At this time, the summer special training was almost halfway through. On this day, Miyu gathered Group B and Group A and announced the new course. Group B and Group A will temporarily take classes together, and then learn ninjutsu. Miyu announced. Group C also wants to learn, but because they are a little behind in the course, it will be their turn in a few days. I can actually learn ninjutsu. Some students showed joy on their faces. They thought that teaching the nature change was good enough, but they didn't expect that this special training without registration fee would also teach ninjutsu. Group B and Group A are almost all genin, with only a few very outstanding ninja school students. But for genin, it is a rare opportunity to learn ninjutsu from Miyu. After all, this is a ruthless person who can fight with the tailed beasts, and his teaching ability is also very strong. What ninjutsu will it be? Shiranui Genmo was looking forward to it. He still remembered Miyu's performance on the first day of the special training. If it was those 5 ninjutsu, it would be a great success. This course is not compulsory. If any of you feel that these ninjutsu are not very helpful to you, you can choose not to learn them, because the ninjutsu I will teach next are some low-level ninjutsu I created myself, Miyu explained. When Miyu decided to teach property change, he developed 5 ninjutsu for teaching. After all, optical property change is not helpful in combat without learning specific ninjutsu. Although he has mastered many low-level ninjutsu, for most students, even C-level Fengxi and Fire and How Fireball are not easy to learn and use. Considering this, Miyu used his extensive knowledge of ninjutsu to further reduce the power of ninjutsu and developed 5D level ninjutsu. Teacher Miyu developed it himself. Asuma was excited. This was developed by Teacher Miyu. Even if it was of a lower level, Asuma felt that it had more potential than ordinary ninjutsu. Because Muyu is a ninjutsu genius, Asuma still remembers that when he met Muyu, Muyu only knew fire escape and water escape, but now he can use the 5 major attributes of ninjutsu at will. Fire escape small fireball jutsu. Muyu asked the students to spread out a little, then formed a seal and spit out a half-man-high fireball, leaving a charred mark on the ground. Fire escape is Muyu's strongest ninjutsu now. Not only has the level of nature change reached the perfect level, but there are also a large number of people who are proficient in fire escape ninjutsu, so this D-level fire escape Muyu developed the fastest. Muyu also developed an advanced version, C-level large fireball jutsu and B-level fireball C-jutsu. Wind escape wind slash. Muyu formed a seal again and a sharp strong wind burst out of his palm, leaving scratches on the big tree next to him. This is the most difficult one among the 5 low-level ninjutsu developed by Muyu, because if the wind escape wants to have attack power, the level of nature change cannot be too bad. Water escape water impact. Lightning escape lightning beam. Earth escape rock thrust. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus underscore. Muyu quickly demonstrated the remaining 3 ninjutsu. Water shock was to spit out a column of water, while electric beam was to spray out an electric current, and rock protrusion was to control the ground to protrude a rock column to attack. He basically had ideas for the subsequent development of these ninjutsu, such as water shock could increase the shape change to become thinner and increase penetration, and electric beam could also move in the direction of pseudo-darkness. The reward of S-level evaluation made Muyu very satisfied, so he would continue to hold special training. If these ninjas who participated continued to participate, they could learn advanced ninjutsu. It would be great if last year's special training was also like this. A student couldn't help but sigh after reading it. He has graduated for several months, but the instructor has not started to teach them ninjutsu, but only led them to do some training. If he can master this ninjutsu when he is in school, he will really be far ahead. Being able to master a technique like the Great Fireball and the Phoenix Fire at the Genin stage can be called excellent. Genin like him who just graduated usually rely on physical skills and ninja tools to output. Many civilian Genin empathized with him. The road to becoming a ninja for civilians was indeed too difficult. It would be fine if you met a teacher who could tell your chakra attributes, but if your natural attribute was water, and you met someone who specialized in fire escape, it would be really uncomfortable. After the demonstration, Muyu split into 5 shadow clones to teach ninjutsu of corresponding attributes. Almost all the students who could learn went to learn. After all, Muyu taught so well, and more skills are better. Of course, it also depends on the situation. No one in Naruto Shui's team learned it, because they all relied on the family secrets, and learning these would not help them much. They have already started learning ninjutsu. Gang Ziti was very envious when he saw the movements of Group B and Group A. Then Gang Ziti couldn't help but ask Muyu's shadow clone in Group C, "Teacher Muyu, when will our Group C learn ninjutsu?" Gang Ziti looked at Muyu nervously, and was very afraid that Muyu would say that she didn't want to learn. "According to your current progress, it will be about 4 days later." Shadow clone Muyu thought for a while and replied, "It's not that he is biased, but the progress of Group C is indeed slower, so it will be later." Great. Gang Ziti was very excited. He could finally learn other ninjutsu. He was tired of practicing the 3-body technique, maybe because they could only learn the 3-body technique in school. The students of the ninja school were very enthusiastic about learning ninjutsu. After knowing that it was due to the progress, the students in Group C were extremely diligent in learning the nature change, and they all wanted to learn ninjutsu as soon as possible. This momentum made them meet the requirements 1 day ahead of schedule, and 3 days later they also learned ninjutsu with the shadow clone. After learning ninjutsu for 2 weeks, it happened to be a new practical test. Many students had a better understanding of ninjutsu in battle. Being able to use ninjutsu and using ninjutsu in battle are 2 different things. After 2 practical tests, it also means that the special training has come to an end, because the special training is only 5 weeks in total. In the last week, at the strong request of many students, Miyu changed the special training time to 6 weeks. I feel like there are still many aspects of ninjutsu that I don't understand. Anyway, I have nothing to do during the holidays. Teacher Miyu, can you teach me for a little longer? Teacher Miyu, if it doesn't work, then don't give me the weekend off. If school starts, I won't be able to learn this in school. Many students begged Miyu to extend the training time or make up for the holidays, although if they had one more week of classes, they would only have a few days of rest during the summer vacation. The students didn't think it was a big deal. There would always be holidays, and it was a rare opportunity to learn ninjutsu. Compared to themselves, the students were more worried about Miyu. After all, Miyu was much more tired teaching so many people than they were. Facing such eager students, Miyu had no reason to refuse. You get what you sow. It's tiring to take more classes, but there are also more rewards. However, this was an unplanned change after all. Miyu reported this to Sarutobi Hiruzen when she went to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house to learn ninjutsu. Now Miyu usually does two things at the same time when he goes to Sarutobi Hiruzen's house. One is to ask Sarutobi Hiruzen for advice on ninjutsu, show his progress in learning ninjutsu, consolidate his genius personality, and then report the progress of the special training. Since there are so many students this time, Sarutobi Hiruzen also attaches great importance to this special training. If the students are willing, it's okay to add one more week of classes, but it's hard for you, Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said, stroking his goatee. Miyu considered the issue of student holidays when setting up special training. Even if the special training is over, the students will have more than a week of vacation, so one more week will not affect the normal opening of the ninja school. As for those genin, they will be more free to move. As long as the students can learn something, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired, Miyu said seriously. He said this sincerely, because the more students learn, the more rewards he will give. If every teacher is as outstanding as Miyu, then the strength of the students in the ninja school will definitely improve a lot. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but praise. Hearing Miyu's sincere words, Sarutobi Hiruzen was touched. Originally, it was impossible for a ninja with Miyu's strength to teach in a ninja school, because with such strong strength, he could get a lot of money and resources by doing tasks, and doing more difficult tasks could also improve his reputation and accumulate qualifications for a high position. Such an excellent ninja should be given more rewards. Sarutobi Hiruzen was ready to give Miyu more rewards to compensate. After extending the teaching time, Miyu reported the progress of the students in this exam to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Your self-created ninjutsu? Sarutobi Hiruzen showed an interested expression. Miyu simply demonstrated it to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although they are all very simple ninjutsu, I can see your ninjutsu skills. You are thoughtful. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded in approval. If school starts, those teachers will be shocked by the students and learn new ninjutsu, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile. The special training organized by Miyu always brings him surprises. It can be said that Miyu alone has done what the teachers of the entire ninja school cannot do together. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought about it and decided to create a new position in the ninja school specifically for Miyu. The monitor of the teaching class cannot be removed and replaced at will, and Miyu has basically reached the limit of positions in the ninja school. If Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to promote Miyu again, he must either give her another position or create a new position. Sarutobi Hiruzen will go to inspect during the last exam, and if there are no problems, he will let Miyu be the vice principal of the ninja school. There has been no position of vice principal since the establishment of the ninja school, because the identity of the principal is too special. He is a Hokage, and you have no identity to be the vice principal. Sarutobi Hiruzen now feels that Miyu is capable enough to become the vice principal. 5K. And there will be another chapter of 3K later. Chapter 336 Predicting Each Other. After a week of training, Obito often has three questions in his mind. Where do I come from? Who am I? Where am I going? It's not that Obito is going to give up being a ninja and follow philosophy, but thinking about these three questions is easier than doing the test papers given by Miyu. Obito's current limit is to do 10 questions a day. If there are more, he can only write them randomly, although his breathing method is constantly improving. Even if he performed the best yesterday, he still got 15 questions. This means that even if he works very hard every day, he can't solve the debt of the day, and those extra questions will continue to accumulate. So this is the life that Chunin has to face. Is there a genin exam? I want to pass it again as a genin. Obito feels that genin is also pretty good. There is no such exam. Obito, what are you thinking about? Nohara-rin was amused by Obito's words and couldn't help saying, exams have always been used for promotion, so there is no such thing as a demotion exam. Obito looked at Nohara-rin with a melancholy face. Nohara-rin was the only disciple of Muyu who didn't have to do question training. It was because it was Nohara-rin. If it was anyone else, Obito would definitely drag them down. Anyway, Teacher Muyu didn't limit the time you have to finish the questions, so you can take your time. Nohara-rin comforted softly. Lin, you won't understand this kind of pain. Obito sighed. Although there is no time limit, Obito felt a headache when he thought about the debt of nearly 100 questions on his shoulders. Obito didn't even care about comparing himself with Kakashi. He had only one goal in his heart, which was to master the Qingzong and then completely end this painful special training of doing questions. Not only Obito, but Might Guy was also tortured. He and Obito were really brothers in theory. This kind of training was a double beating for them physically and mentally. The body was tired because of the constant breathing method, and the mental pressure of having to do questions when returning home. The double torture brought about extremely focused training. At this moment, they were too eager to make progress, and they had to get out of the sea of suffering as soon as possible. Another week passed, and Obito successfully became the first person to maintain the breathing method throughout the training, and the other disciples soon reached the standard. Is this painful time finally coming to an end? Obito clenched his fists, his face full of excitement, even happier than when he became a Chunin. Successfully completing such a hard training, youth will be even more high-spirited. Might Guy gave himself a thumbs up. Still a little short. Kakashi exhaled lightly. He felt that there was only a piece of paper between him and that transparent world, but this piece of paper was a bit hard and not easy to pierce. Can't relax yet, need more time to practice. Since the Chunin exam, Shisui has been full of urgency. Muyu raised his glasses with his hand and showed an extremely gentle smile and said, "And, no. The second stage of training has just begun." Since he was going to give the disciples a hellish training, it would naturally not end so easily. This time he wanted the disciples to reach the proficient level of breathing method and improve their self-protection ability. Each level of breathing method is a qualitative improvement. Once they reach the proficient level and master it, Obito and his friends will have an extra permanent strengthening buff, and it can also enhance the efficiency of training. The goal of the second stage is to maintain the breathing method while sleeping. After hearing Muyu's words, Obito was stunned and thought he had heard it wrong, but when he saw that the others were also confused, Obito knew that he had heard it right. "I am unconscious when I sleep. How can I maintain the breathing method?" Obito asked doubtfully. In Obito's mind, the breathing method is actually a ninjutsu, but it is a very special ninjutsu. How can you use ninjutsu while sleeping? Can you breathe when you sleep? Muyu did not answer Obito's question directly, but asked back, "Of course you can. If you don't breathe, you will die." Obito answered immediately. Although his knowledge level is not high, he still knows this common sense. "Since you can breathe, why can't you use the breathing method?" Muyu said leisurely. Following this line of thought, Obito found that there was nothing wrong. You can use the shadow clone to supervise yourself. Once you only sleep without the breathing method, the shadow clone will immediately hit the original body to wake it up. In case you can't do it, you can exchange shadow clones and let the other shadow clone supervise yourself and wake up 4 questions at once. Muyu said the specific rules. After Muyu finished speaking, Obito's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Although Muyu's smile was gentle and the weather was warm, Obito still felt the cold. He seemed to have already met the hard days ahead. Although the training and exercises in the previous stage were very tiring, he still felt very comfortable when he lay on the bed. The second stage was different. He had to practice even when he was sleeping. Otherwise he couldn't sleep well. "Is it because Teacher Muyu is too disappointed with the progress of our breathing method?" The harshness of the training made Kakashi self-examine. Several disciples could feel that the intensity of this training was full, but no one raised any objections, and soon the shadow clone distribution was completed according to Muyu's requirements. Kakashi and Obito exchanged shadow clones to supervise. Might Guy didn't know how to use shadow clones, so Shisui's shadow clone went to supervise Might Guy, and Muyu's shadow clone went to supervise Shisui. On the first night of the second stage, Obito lay down on the bed comfortably and was about to go to bed when he noticed Kakashi's shadow clone sitting in the room, and immediately remembered the breathing method. We must not give Kakashi a chance, this guy might be ruthless. Obito immediately became alert and kept giving himself hints in his mind to maintain the breathing method. But the first time is always unavoidable. Even though Obito made enough psychological hints before going to bed, he forgot about maintaining breathing because of excitement when he dreamed of dating Nohara Rin in the Sea of Flowers. In the dream, looking at the shy Nohara Rin, Obito's eyes were extremely bright. Just when Obito was about to hold Nohara Rin's weak little hand, a sharp hand knife hit Obito's chest, and the Sea of Flowers disappeared instantly. What Obito saw was the dark bedroom, and the shy Nohara Rin was nowhere to be seen. Only Kakashi, who was expressionless and wearing a mask, maintained a striking posture. Damn it, it was almost there. Obito looked at Kakashi in anger, wishing he could use the Flame Iron Mountain to knock Kakashi to death. 4 questions. Shadow Clone Kakashi said lightly. Hearing the word in the title, Obito instantly calmed down and sobered up. He was practicing. Breathing method, breathing method, breathing method can't stop, Obito kept repeating in his heart. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Before falling asleep again, Obito encouraged his shadow clone in his heart. Come on, another me, don't let Kakashi have an easy time. Although his own suffering was uncomfortable, his brother's success was even more uncomfortable. The biggest bad news for Obito now might be that Kakashi's training went smoothly and he was not awakened. However, Obito obviously overestimated Kakashi. Even Kakashi could not have completed this kind of full-intensity training perfectly for the first time, otherwise the punishment set by Muyu would be meaningless. The ninja school has completely abolished the theoretical examination. This theory is harmful to people. The adult version of Obito, wearing a divine robe and a bamboo hat, expressed his proposal for the reform of the ninja school in the conference room. The adult version of Kakashi, who was sitting next to him, sighed and secretly sighed that the job of assisting the Hokage was really tiring. Not only did he have to deal with various major events, but he also had to find ways to stop the Hokage from doing various stupid things. Bang! When the shadow clone Obito saw that Kakashi's breathing rhythm was gradually becoming chaotic, his eyes immediately lit up and he punched Kakashi directly. Original body, thank me, I helped you get revenge. The shadow clone Obito showed a proud smile. Although he had no way of knowing what happened to the original Obito, he didn't know himself, and the original body would definitely be beaten by Kakashi's shadow clone. Kakashi, is it okay? Otherwise, I will give you some water later so that you can rest for a while, Obito's shadow clone said with a smile. No need. Kakashi let out a long breath and then replied. Although the training was hard, it was not meaningless. He could gain the power to protect his companions through this training. And Kakashi also knew that Obito would not really let him go, so he just mocked him verbally. If he really agreed to Obito, there would be further mockery. Kakashi quickly adjusted his breathing and fell asleep. But before he fell asleep again, he couldn't help but think of the strange dream just now. If that guy becomes Hokage, maybe it will be like this. Thinking of Obito's silly look in the dream, Kakashi's mouth corners slightly raised. Kakashi is no exception when Obito does that kind of thing. After all, this is Uchiha Obito who can get single-digit scores in theory and can do questions until he is dizzy and babbling. Kakashi immediately shook his head in his heart. It is impossible for Obito to become Hokage in his current state. Now Konoha generally believes that the 4th generation Hokage will be born from the 3 ninjas. Whether it is Orochimaru, Jiraiya or Tsunade, there are many supporters. The 4th generation is impossible, and the 5th generation is even more impossible. Kakashi thinks that the 5th generation should be Minato or Muayu, even if it is the 6th generation. Kakashi does not think Obito can become Hokage. Compared with Obito, Shisui is more suitable to become Hokage. Although Obito is capable, becoming Hokage is not only about strength, but also about not having shortcomings in other aspects. In fact, Kakashi felt that if he worked hard, he would be able to be higher than Obito, but he had no idea about the position of Hokage. While thinking about the possibility of Obito becoming Hokage, Kakashi maintained his breathing method and fell asleep again. That night, none of Muyu's 4 disciples could have a complete dream. P.S. 8K today. A small request for a monthly ticket. Chapter 337 Kakashi, Shisui, have you ever been defeated? Fire style, small fireball technique. Hongdu completed the seal with a very standard seal action, then concentrated the chakra at the throat to change its nature, and finally spit out a fireball the size of her head. Looking at the flames leaving a trace of burnt color on the ground, Hongdu smiled proudly. Hee, it has to be me again. Next time, I will definitely take the first place in Group C. Hongdu smiled with her hands on her hips. Gang Ziti, who was just spitting out some small arcs, stopped practicing silently. Izumo, do you think it is easier to learn fire style? It seems that those who learn fire style are quite fast. Gang Ziti said to Shinnu Izumo, who was practicing water attack next to him. Shinnu Izumo nodded and analyzed seriously. I think so too. Maybe Teacher Miyu is best at fire style, so he teaches better than others. Hongdu was unhappy and complained, is it difficult to admit that I am too good? No matter how much you slander my strength, it is true, it's difficult. Gang Ziti answered honestly. If he wanted to sincerely praise Hongdu for her excellence, he would rather go against his cousin. In my mind, there is only one genius in the class, and that is Shisui. Since you have also learned the fire escape technique, why don't you find a chance to challenge Shisui? If you win, I promise that the whole school will praise you as a genius. Shinryu Izumo urged. Shinryu Izumo admitted that Hongdu was a little bit strong, but compared with Shisui, this year's Hongdu might not be able to win against last year's Shisui. Although Shisui did not come to participate in the special training this year, Shinryu Izumo felt that Shisui should receive more rigorous training in the family, learn family ninjutsu and so on, and his strength must be still increasing. Why don't you go? If you can win, I will even call you brother. Hongdu was not fooled. To be honest, the fact that the whole school praised her as a genius was indeed very attractive to Hongdu, but Hongdu was not stupid. She had seen Shisui fight. Shisui's fire escape a year ago was much stronger than hers now. It was impossible for him to win and he could only be beaten. Shinryu Izumo showed a regretful expression, feeling that Hongdu had been fooled so many times that he had developed antibodies and could not be fooled by ordinary words. Everyone gathered together. At this time, Muyu's voice sounded. After hearing what Muyu said, the students in the 3 groups quickly stopped practicing and moved closer to Muyu's body. Although it was almost time for the end of get out of class, the students did not rest and were practicing after school. The 3rd Hokage heard that everyone was studying hard, so he planned to come over to watch and guide during the last exam. Muyu did not keep the secret and explained the matter directly. This was not a new thing, because Sarutobi Hiruzen also came last year, but he was the 3rd Hokage after all, and he was very popular among the students. This could be used to further enhance the students' motivation for practice. It's still Teacher Muyu who has face. The Hokage didn't come during the 2nd special training last year. Maybe we have to thank the teacher of that special training. If it weren't for their poor performance, maybe Teacher Muyu wouldn't have been the special training teacher again. After hearing this, the students first showed a surprised expression, and then complained about the 2nd special training of the previous school year. At that time, Muyu was in charge of the internship program, and Sarutobi Hiruzen thought that he could also tap other educational talents, so he selected a few teachers who performed well in class to be in charge of the special training. There is no harm without comparison. After the 2nd special training, the students have a deeper understanding of Muyu's powerful teaching ability, and there are also gaps between teachers. Izumo, It seems that our chance is coming again. Gangziti looked at Shinyu Izumo with a serious face and said, "Yes, it has been a year. Maybe the Hokage has forgotten us. We have to leave a deeper impression." Shinyu Izumo nodded with a solemn expression. In his opinion, this is a very important opportunity. If he and Gangziti can successfully impress the Hokage, they may be reused as soon as they graduate. But we don't seem to have any other ninjutsu worth mentioning except the confuse enemy technique. But the confuse enemy technique has been used last time. What should we do? Gangziti's face showed a trace of worry. He also felt that this was a rare opportunity, but Gangziti couldn't think of how to show himself. Indeed, although the confuse enemy technique is very good, it may not be effective the second time. Shinyu Izumo showed a thoughtful look. "Izumo, you have a lot of ideas. Think about what to do." Gangziti placed his hope on Izumo Kamatsuki, who often had good plans. "I can't think of any good ideas for the time being." Kamatsuki Izumo shook his head and said, "But he still came up with an idea that was not an idea. We can brainstorm and ask for help from Brother Ebisu. If Brother Ebisu can't do anything, we can go to Brother Asuma." Gangziti's eyes lit up, thinking that what Izumo Kamatsuki said made sense. Of course, they did not forget to invite their good brother Hondu. However, Hondu was busy practicing to seize the first place in Group C and was not interested in their plan. The two complained about Hondu together, and then went to find Ebisu without giving Hondu a chance to react. For some reason, seeing Gangziti and Izumo Kamatsuki looking at him expectantly, Ebisu suddenly felt something was wrong. "Brother Ebisu, we need your help." Gangziti and Izumo Kamatsuki said solemnly, "Please teach us how to impress the third Hokage." Hearing this, Ebisu's mouth twitched. He recalled the memory of this special training last school year. Rather than leaving an impression, Ebisu hoped that the third Hokage would forget the memories related to him. "Well, why don't you follow the Hokage after the exam and challenge him? Use your best tricks to challenge the Hokage, and let the Hokage see your determination as a ninja." Ebisu thought for a while and said, in order to avoid being tricked, Ebisu decided to strike first, so that he would not be involved. As expected of Brother Ebisu, Gangziti thought this was a good idea. Shinyu Izumo also nodded in agreement. Although it was a bit direct, sometimes a direct ball can have unexpected effects. After practicing for a week in the second stage, Obito finally understood what a really difficult training was like. He was exhausted from training during the day, had to do homework when he got home, and was woken up at night. In the morning, after removing the shadow clone, the fatigue of staying up late would return to his body. If Obito were to describe how tired he was now, it would be that he didn't even have the heart to talk to Nohara-rin during the break, and would use this time to close his eyes and rest for a while. Of course, it wasn't just Obito who was tired. The others were also exhausted physically and mentally, and they couldn't think about anything more except training and sleeping every day. The training intensity was high enough, but the effect was also very obvious if they persisted. They couldn't guarantee it during sleep for the time being, but now the four disciples were basically able to maintain the breathing method continuously when they were awake, which made their training efficiency improve and their bodies more durable. Perhaps because he was too tired, some kind of protection mechanism was triggered, and Obito completed the second stage of training unknowingly. On the Saturday of the second week, he successfully slept well, and the breathing method was not interrupted once. Kakashi also slept well on the same day, while Shisui completed the goal on Sunday, and Might Guy completed it in the third week. Might Guy's progress was slightly slower mainly because Might Guy's major in the 8 gates of the ninjutsu at a certain time made his breathing method proficiency fall behind a little. And although they all completed the second stage, not all the disciples' breathing methods have reached the proficiency level. Only Kakashi and Obito's breathing methods have reached the proficiency level, while Shisui and Might Guy's are still a little short. This is because Kakashi and Obito's breathing method has a high enough upper limit. One entered the transparent world in advance and the other half opened the stripes. Before the regular training began, they were just a little short of proficiency, so they immediately reached the proficiency level after completing the uninterrupted breathing. In fact, normally, You have to complete the special training of Stage 3 to reach the proficiency level. Stage 3 is an enhanced version of Stage 2. While maintaining breathing for 24 hours, you have to concentrate on breathing to increase the upper limit of breathing. After the end of Stage 2, Miyu did not start the training of Stage 3 immediately, but temporarily resumed the daily ordinary training. After all, it has been almost a month of high-intensity training, and the intensity during the Chunin exam was not low, so Obito and the others had to take a break. "Shisui, can you have a battle with me?" Kakashi challenged Shisui during the lunch break. He originally wanted to challenge Shisui after he recovered, but Miyu's regular training was too tiring, so Kakashi didn't want to move after training, and had no intention of fighting at all. After temporarily resuming normal training for 2 days, Kakashi felt that his energy and spirit had reached the peak, so he immediately challenged Shisui. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. Kakashi has never forgotten the 3 consecutive defeats, losing to Might Guy, Obito and Shisui. He had never lost to his peers, but he lost 3 games in a row. Those 3 defeats once made Kakashi doubt his life and felt that he was not a genius but just an ordinary ninja. Now that he has regained his confidence, he has defeated Obito and Might Guy in the Chunin exam. He only needs to defeat Shisui in the end, then he will still be the invincible genius Kakashi of the same age. "No problem." Shisui hesitated for a moment, then looked at Miyu and finally agreed. He knew in his heart that his chances of winning were slim, but Shisui didn't want to be considered a coward who was afraid of failure by Miyu. Miyu acted as a guest referee as usual, and the other disciples who were resting also came to watch the show. "Come on, Shisui, I'm rooting for you." Obito hoped that Shisui could beat Kakashi in front of Nohara-rin. "What a youthful day, dear friend, let's have a competition after the battle," Might Guy shouted with a look of excitement. "Yes, but only rock paper scissors," Kakashi replied expressionlessly. Might Guy's smile collapsed instantly. Although it was also a competition, how could rock paper scissors be compared with a fist-to-flesh fight? "The battle begins," Miyu announced after the 2 of them put on the opposing seal. Flame breathing, full concentration, thunder breathing, full concentration. The 2 of them concentrated their breathing one after another, allowing the breathing method to provide stronger power. Shisui knew that Kakashi was very strong now through the battle of the Chunin exam, so he was very cautious. Although Kakashi didn't know how Shisui's strength had increased, Shisui's performance as a super genius made Kakashi dare not be careless. Fire style, great fireball. Shisui quickly formed hand seals, concentrated chakra and spit out 2 great fireballs at Kakashi. Although the power of a single great fireball decreased, the area covered was wider, and the test effect was better. Earth style, earth flow wall. Kakashi did not use the high speed of thunder breathing to dodge, but used earth style to block both fireballs. In fact, dodging consumes less energy and is a more cost-effective choice. But Kakashi was worried that Shisui had a backup plan that he didn't know about, so he chose Earth Flow Wall Defense for safety. This battle was an information disadvantage for Kakashi. Shisui knew all of his methods after watching the Chunin exam, but Kakashi didn't know what new ninjutsu Shisui had mastered during this period. If the opponent was Obito, Kakashi would not consider it so carefully, but facing Shisui who had an intelligence advantage, Kakashi felt that it was better to be safe. Kakashi will definitely use Shadow Clone to deceive people again. Seeing the earth wall rising on the field blocking his view, Obito complained. He had been tricked by Kakashi's Shadow Clone countless times, and he had gained experience from being tricked. Not necessarily. Kakashi didn't use the Shadow Clone during the last Chunin exam, Nohara-rin said. That's because he knew I was too smart to fool me, so he didn't use it, Obito explained with a smug look. Nohara-rin covered her mouth and chuckled without saying anything. In the battle with Obito, Kakashi did not use the Shadow Clone to trick Obito, but Obito used the Dragon Flame Bullet to burn the ground because of a misjudgment, so in a sense he was also tricked. Unlike Obito and Nohara-rin who paid attention to Kakashi, Might Guy paid more attention to Shisui. He was curious about how this genius who had never lost a game had grown. In Might Guy's eyes, Shisui was also an absolute genius. He had the ability to defeat a genin in the first grade, and he practiced so hard but still couldn't win a victory against Shisui. "Mr. Muyu, who do you think will win?" Obito asked Muyu, who was sitting next to him. No one should know their strength better than Muyu. "Just watch, you will know the answer soon, but you can be more confident in your current strength." Muyu did not directly answer Obito's question, but gave a tactful hint. Shisui is of course a genius. The fact that he can remain the strongest disciple for a long time at the youngest age is the best proof of this. But Kakashi and the others' current strength is not just the result of hard work, but the strength they gained from fighting on the brink of life and death. The two life and death crises of the Hidden Cloud and Hidden Mist Jonin brought them a transformation. From Muyu's perspective, he can take action at any time to ensure the safety of his disciples. It's different for the disciples. Muyu was not with them on those two occasions. From their perspective, those were real life and death crises. 4K, still can't stay up late. I didn't fall asleep until after 3 o'clock yesterday. When I was typing today, my mind was full of confusion and I didn't know how to write. I'll do 4K today, go to bed early, get up early, and update early. Try to write more during the day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 338, Kakashi's Live Mission. Shadow Clone Technique. Seeing the earth wall rising, Shisui immediately used the shadow clone technique to create a clone, and then used the instant body technique to hide next to a tree. Since he didn't know what tactics Kakashi would use next, he hid himself and secretly observed the situation. Then Shisui opened his Sharingan to improve his insight. The next moment, Kakashi jumped onto the earth wall and looked down at Shisui's shadow clone. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Shisui's shadow clone quickly threw several shurikens at Kakashi to block Kakashi's position, and then instantly rushed towards Kakashi. Kakashi ran and jumped on the earth wall to dodge the incoming shurikens, and finally collided with Shisui, who was rushing over. The two quickly exchanged dozens of blows, and Shisui's shadow clone quickly fell into a disadvantage. The shadow clone wanted to retreat. Although the shadow clone was a physical clone, it would dissipate after being attacked. At this moment, another Kakashi suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the leg of Shisui's shadow clone. This sudden change made Shisui's shadow clone withstand Kakashi's heavy punch firmly, and it turned into smoke and dissipated. Fire Style, Phoenix Fire Technique. The moment Kakashi stretched out from the ground, the tree spit out dense fireballs and smashed towards Kakashi. Boom! Exclamation mark. A large number of small fireballs submerged Kakashi on the ground and dissipated with Shisui's shadow clone. Lightning Style, Pseudo-Darkness. Another Kakashi drilled out from the ground, made hand seals and spit out a powerful lightning spear. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Shisui on the tree made hand seals again and spit out a huge fireball and smashed it towards Kakashi. Boom! Exclamation mark. The extremely sharp lightning spear smashed the huge fireball like bursting a balloon, and then directly split the big tree where Shisui was, breaking it and falling to the ground. Kakashi didn't have a winning smile on his face, because at the last moment a figure flashed out, and he quickly dodged the incoming kunai. Swish! Just as Shisui was about to continue his attack, a yellow lightning bolt suddenly burst out from behind a tree, and an extremely sharp lightning strike was about to hit Shisui's body. Shisui, who was attacked by surprise, was not panicked, but smiled. Boom! Exclamation mark. Shisui, who was hit by the lightning strike, suddenly exploded, and the fierce flames engulfed both of them. Kakashi, this guy, uses his shadow clones to deceive people every day, and he was finally deceived, but he shouldn't be killed by the explosion. Obito complained about Kakashi while staring at the smoke, and he had the urge to open his Sharingan. How could a close friend fall to a ninja tool like the exploding talisman? Might Guy had enough confidence in Kakashi. The smoke soon faded and dissipated, and there was no figure in it, only the ground that had become charred due to the explosion of the exploding talisman. The two just now were shadow clones. Whoosh! Just when the audience was still surprised by the battle situation, Shisui suddenly rushed out, and Kakashi also locked onto Shisui instantly, and saw the blood-red Sharingan in his eyes. Illusionary body instant technique. The moment Shisui looked at Kakashi, his Sharingan activated, and at the same time, he formed seals with both hands to use ninjutsu. In an instant, more than 20 Shisui appeared on the field and surrounded Kakashi. Multiple shadow clones? The name of a ninjutsu immediately emerged in Kakashi's mind, and he immediately shook his head. Although this ninjutsu is not difficult to learn, Shisui cannot have the chakra to split more than 20 clones, unless it is a shadow clone without combat power, but that would be useless except wasting chakra. Whoosh! Kakashi immediately threw a shuriken at a Shisui, and something Kakashi could not have expected happened. The shuriken passed through Shisui's body, and the Shisui who was hit did not disappear or get injured. Clones without entities? Kakashi was a little confused. This was even more useless. Before Kakashi could think about it, several Shisui rushed forward and started fighting with Kakashi. At this time, Kakashi was surprised to find that these Shisui were all entities. Kakashi exerted his full strength of thunder breathing and burst out of the encirclement at a very fast speed. At this moment, he was extremely confused. Kakashi casually threw an ninjutsu at one of Shisui again, but it still hit the phantom and penetrated through. Kakashi had some guesses in his mind. He used thunder breathing to the extreme, and in Kakashi's perception, his body became transparent and visible. This was the result of Kakashi's 1-month hellish training. Although it was still not a real transparent world, he could turn it on and off by himself without having to gamble on the illusory luck. Kakashi was shocked when he found that his chakra was actually in chaos. He was inadvertently caught in Shisui's illusion. So that's it. No wonder it's so weird. Kakashi understood what was going on with these clones of Shisui. Those Shisui who could not be hit were neither shadow clones nor ordinary clones. In fact, they were not clones at all but the effect of illusion. As Kakashi calmed down his chakra, the number of Shisui in the field suddenly decreased, leaving only 3 Shisui. When Shisui noticed that Kakashi had gotten rid of the illusion, he thought it was not good. He had only demonstrated this technique in front of Muyu since he developed it. It should not be so easy to break. This was a technique he created by combining the Sharingan illusion, the instant body technique and the shadow clone technique. Shisui immediately stopped his charge and wanted to retreat. He didn't want to get close to Kakashi after his technique was broken, but how could Kakashi miss such a good opportunity? The 3 Shisui were not far away, and he could easily deal with them in one go. Thunder flash. Kakashi's eyes became extremely sharp, and dazzling yellow lightning burst out from his body. The yellow electric light flowed from his palm into the white fang short blade, extending a section of electric blade. As Kakashi's chakra exploded, his momentum rose rapidly and became more and more terrifying. When watching the battle, Shisui only felt that Kakashi was very fast. Without the Sharingan, he couldn't see his body clearly. When he really faced Kakashi, Shisui realized how strong Kakashi was now. Boom! A thunder and lightning bombardment sounded, and Kakashi turned into a lightning bolt and rushed towards Shisui. Bang! Unable to withstand this force, the shadow clone instantly dissipated, and Shisui also flew backwards at a high speed with the thunder and lightning. Kakashi wins. Muyu caught Shisui and treated him, then announced the result of the battle. Kakashi resumed his normal breathing and the lightning on his body dissipated. He exhaled a long breath and slowly put the white fang short blade back into the scabbard. Calm. Kakashi's mood at this moment was extremely calm. Defeating Shisui was easier than he thought. In his imagination, it should be as difficult as the final battle of the Chunin exam. The fact is that it was not, and it was even easier than defeating Obito in the semifinals. After all, he was also seriously injured after defeating Obito. Kakashi thought about it carefully. After all, Shisui had not graduated yet and had not experienced the potential of life and death. It would be really strange if he could keep the same progress speed as them. Although the victory was easier than expected, Kakashi did not think that Shisui was not talented enough. On the contrary, Shisui's performance made Kakashi feel that if Shisui was the same age as him, he would probably not be his opponent. Shisui had the same Sharingan and was taught by the same teacher. Shisui had developed such an excellent illusion before he graduated. On the other hand, Obito, who had 2 Magatama, could not do it at all. Although you are excellent, I am stronger now. Kakashi was in a good mood. There is no doubt that he is now the strongest disciple of Muyu, except for Nohara Rin. All other disciples were defeated by him. What a pity! If Kakashi was not so cunning, Shisui might have won. Obito still insisted on his strategic policy of stepping on Kakashi, to make Nohara Rin feel that Kakashi's victory was lucky and not glorious. It can also be said to be resourceful. Nohara Rin has a different view on this. Obito's fists hardened, and he wanted to fight Kakashi again, but he just thought about it, because Obito was not sure of defeating Kakashi now. Mr. Muyu, thank you so much. After Shisui recovered, he immediately thanked Muyu, with a look of confusion in his eyes. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book_bar released this novel for the first time. Although he had a premonition before the battle, he was the undefeated Uchiha Shisui after all. It was impossible to say that he had no confidence in the battle. Kakashi's hard power was indeed very strong, but he had the advantage of intelligence and had a good chance of winning. When Mr. Muyu announced that Kakashi had won, Shisui really felt that the world seemed to have faded. He was no longer Muyu's strongest disciple, and his undefeated record was broken. Is it because I didn't practice seriously enough? Didn't practice enough? Or didn't think too much during the battle? Why did I lose? Shisui asked himself in his heart. Shisui didn't know what Kakashi and the others had gone through. He only knew that Kakashi and the others were stronger than him, and not just a little bit. Shisui made up his mind. Since he didn't know how Kakashi and the others had practiced to gain such strength, he would just push his practice to the limit until he surpassed Kakashi and the others. Don't think too much. You've done well enough now. You are younger than them and haven't graduated yet. As if seeing through Shisui's inner thoughts, Muyu put her hand on Shisui's head and said softly, when someone who has never lost loses, no matter how good that person's mentality is, he will inevitably feel uncomfortable. Although Shisui didn't change much on the surface, Muyu knew that Shisui must be in a bad mood. Is losing good? Shisui looked up at Muyu's light blue eyes. It depends on the situation. In the current situation, Shisui is already good enough. Muyu smiled warmly and looked at Shisui. The sun was very bright at noon, and Muyu's blonde hair was particularly bright in the sun. Looking at the warm smile on Muyu's face and listening to Muyu's sincere comfort, Shisui's originally anxious heart returned to peace. Muyu said that he was good enough, so he was really good enough. As for why he lost, there must be other reasons. Don't think too much, just practice at the current pace. Muyu patted Shisui's body to shake off the dust stuck on his clothes and said, yeah. Shisui nodded, with a faint smile on his face. Obito didn't want to be offended by the victorious Kakashi, so he walked aside to prepare for practice. When he passed by, he noticed Shisui's eyes and said in surprise, Shisui, your Sharingan has also become 2 Magatama. Shisui then realized that he had unconsciously opened his Sharingan. He pulled out the short blade and used the short blade as a mirror to observe his Sharingan, and found that there was indeed an extra Magatama. The haze of failure was completely swept away, and a trace of excitement flashed in Shisui's eyes. If this is the case, if he practices for a little longer, maybe he can win back. With the episode of Kakashi and Shisui fighting, Muyu's disciples' motivation for training was replenished. The training intensity was too high some time ago, and it was inevitable that they would slack off after relaxing. Disciple Hitei Kakashi completed the training mission and received rewards: Chakra plus 2500, Rakiri, Mastery, Earth Style, Earth Spear, Proficiency. When Kakashi defeated Shisui, Kakashi's training mission also entered the settlement. Muyu nodded secretly after seeing this. The skills were all good, and the 2500 points of chakra were too good. It directly increased Muyu's chakra to 76,000, and took a small step towards the small goal of 100,000. Disciple Hitei Kakashi gets an optional life mission. Life mission. True power lies in protection. Main goal. Protect your companions and everything you care about. Mission progress. 0. Remaining trigger times. 5. Mission reward. Depends on the completion of the mission and the growth of strength during the mission, and a settlement is made every 50% progress. Note 1. The mission automatically fails if any companion determined by Hidetake Kakashi dies. Note 2. Live missions are extremely difficult. Once confirmed, you can only proceed to the next life mission after completing it. Please choose carefully. Note 3. The greater the difficulty, the higher the reward. The life mission appeared as Miyu expected. After all, Kakashi has also reached the 4th level of trust. It was because he was occupied by the training mission before that he could not refresh it. However, the specific content of the mission surprised Miyu. Other people's life missions are rewarded once every 10%, but Kakashi's is only issued after 50% progress. However, looking at the progress of the mission, there is still a remaining trigger number. Miyu guessed that it should be the progress of Kakashi's mission that increased faster. Miyu clicked on the life missions of other disciples. Currently, the one who has made the fastest progress is Obito, whose mission progress has reached 9.8%, and he is only 0.2 away from getting the first reward. This is actually because of his status. Because he is Minato's disciple, Obito is a natural Hokage. In addition, he performed well in the Chunin exam, so his mission progress has increased a lot. Might Guy's has also increased, and is currently 5.1%, which also increased after the 3rd round of the Chunin exam. There is no change in Shisui for the time being. As a student of the ninja school, he obviously cannot affect such a major event as the survival of the Uchiha. If the mission resume is better, it should be able to improve a little bit, Miyu thought as he looked at the progress of Obito's life mission. The mission is equal to the contribution of the ninja to the village, and this aspect is also indispensable if you want to become a Hokage. Miyu is very curious about what rewards can be brushed out of the life mission. It can only be unlocked at the 4th trust level, and each one is more difficult than the other. There is another chapter later. Chapter 339 Principal Miyu. On Friday, the students arrived at the training ground early. Even the last one arrived 20 minutes before the start, because everyone knew that this was the last day of the special training. After today, most of them would hardly see Miyu again. The students of the ninja school were fine. Although Miyu did not attend other classes, they could still meet her occasionally in school. Those students who became ninjas would hardly meet Miyu again, so everyone attached great importance to this last day and wanted to leave a good impression on Miyu. 10 minutes before the start, Miyu, Sarutobi Hiruzen and some other teachers of the ninja school appeared in front of the students. Teacher Miyu, Mr. Sandame. Many students took the initiative to greet Miyu and Sarutobi Hiruzen. Miyu responded with a gentle smile, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded with a smile. There are so many students. There must be 600 of them. Some teachers were shocked to see so many students. The number was almost catching up with the total number of students in 2 grades of the ninja school. They also noticed that half of the students were wearing forehead protectors, which meant that there were about 300 ninjas here. Some teachers even saw students wearing Chunin vests. Ikutani Young was completely stunned. There were even Chunins in this special training. You know, the teachers in the ninja school are basically Chunins. The grouping is still the same as before, divided into 3 groups, A, B, C, for teaching. But in order to improve the quality of teaching, each group will be taught separately according to different chakra attributes. Miyu briefly introduced the general content of this special training. In this case, how did you teach all by yourself? Miyu teacher. Oshima Hiroaki couldn't help asking. His teaching level was pretty good, so he was selected by Sarutobi Hiruzen as a special training teacher in the last special training, but the results were not very ideal. Looking at so many students, Oshima Hiroaki really couldn't imagine how Miyu taught. If he taught together, it would be fine, but Miyu even taught each group according to their attributes. He really couldn't imagine how Miyu usually taught. Thank you, Nidame-sama. It's really hard for one person to teach so many students, but as long as we create more shadow clones, there will be no problem, Miyu replied with a smile. but the fatigue after the shadow clone is removed. Oshima Hiroaki was even more puzzled. Shadow clones are indeed convenient, but the fatigue is not less. Are you sure you won't be exhausted by this workload? As long as the students can learn well, it doesn't matter if I'm a little tired. Miyu continued to answer. Oshima Hiroaki suddenly remembered that Miyu was different from him. Miyu was not a chunin, but a powerful jonin who could play a role in the battle against the tailed beasts. But even if she is a jonin, it would be difficult to bear this kind of fatigue. Oshima Hiroaki sighed in his heart. He really didn't envy Miyu's current status. This is too hard. Why do we divide them according to chakra attributes? Iketani asked puzzledly. Because we need to teach them nature changes, Miyu answered simply. The teachers showed shocked and puzzled expressions. They remembered that the special training was to teach the 3 body techniques and chakra control. They didn't expect that this time they would even teach nature changes. Although Miyu's words were brief, the amount of information contained in them was extremely astonishing. It's getting more and more amazing. Shimano Hisanobu sighed in his heart. Some young teachers may not know that the Ministry of Education actually held a meeting to improve the quality of students in the ninja school, and the nature change, as a practice throughout the life of a ninja, was naturally not ignored. At that time, Shimano Hisanobu was not the monitor of the teacher class, but only the deputy monitor. The Ministry of Education held a meeting for a long time and finally found that there were too many problems to be encountered in teaching nature change in the ninja school, so they finally chose to maintain the status quo. Shimano Hisanobu, who participated in the meeting, knew the difficulty, and Miyu actually solved the problem that the entire Ministry of Education could not solve by himself. How could Shimano Hisanobu not admire him? Not only the teaching ability, Miyu can teach 5 nature changes by himself, which means that he can perform 5 attribute ninjutsu like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Shimano Hisanobu estimated that he would be able to retire in a few years and make way for Miyu. Then Miyu split his shadow clone and began to preside over the final exam, and the real body explained next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Since there were many people in Group C and Group B, Miyu divided 4 shadow clones into 2 groups to fight multiple battles at the same time. It would take too much time for so many people to fight one by one. There were fewer people in Group A, so they continued as usual. Sarutobi Hiruzen started from Group C as he did last time, because he felt that the level of this group was the best to see the results of the special training, because Group C was the slowest group. If even Group C could show strength that surprised him, then Group B and Group A would be even better. Mitarashi Yanko vs. Kaiuchi Yaoi. Shadow Clone Miyu read out the names of the students according to the list. The students whose names were read quickly walked to the empty battlefield to fight. Fire Style, Small Fireball Jutsu. Anko used Fire Style seals as soon as she came on the field. Her opponent Kaiuchi Yaoi also had Fire attribute and learned a ninjutsu from Anko, and she also started to make seals as soon as she came on the field. Kaiuchi Yaoi made seals a little slower than Anko, but the speed of the fireball was not very fast, so it didn't matter if she was a little slower, and she soon spit out a fireball. Although they both used the same ninjutsu, everyone could see that Red Ben was stronger because her fireball was obviously one size larger. There was no trick to fight against the same nature-changing ninjutsu. The strong was strong and the weak was weak. Yaoi Kaiuchi's fireball was directly swallowed by Red Ben, forcing Yaoi Kaiuchi to dodge and be defeated by Red Ben. Miyu, there is no problem for you to graduate directly. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his beard and said with a smile. Miyu's class performance was too amazing, and the top few were extremely outstanding, so Sarutobi Hiruzen remembered a few names, and Mitarashi Red Ben was one of them. Yes, some genin who graduated half a year ago may not be able to use her fire escape. A teacher next to him said, his opponent is not bad either, and he can use fire escape ninjutsu. There were also teachers who praised Yaoi Kaiuchi. Yaoi Kaiuchi's head teacher nodded. After all, Yaoi Kaiuchi was usually considered to be a very ordinary student in the class, and it was very good to be able to learn the nature-changing ninjutsu in such a short time. It's just that I'm more outstanding in practical combat. There's still a lot to learn in other aspects. Miyu thought for a while and replied, unless you have the level of Shisui, Muyu doesn't recommend graduating early. After graduation, anything can happen. At first, the teachers were still praising some students for being able to use ninjutsu. After watching a few battles, they found that everyone could use it, but some people used it better and some people used it worse. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel, Muyu. These 5 ninjutsu you developed are really interesting and very suitable for middle and lower ninjas. Watching Muyu use it and watching students use it is a different experience. Sarutobi Hiruzen found a few clever points. He thinks that Muyu's 5 ninjutsu can be promoted so that more middle and lower ninjas can learn it. Sarutobi Hiruzen just said it casually, which shocked the teachers again. The ninjutsu he taught was actually developed by himself, Muyu said modestly and continued to explain. Although they were very close, the teachers felt as if they were in 2 different worlds from Muyu. Then they went to Group B. As Sarutobi Hiruzen thought, the average level of ninjutsu in Group B was much higher than that in Group C. However, considering that Group B was basically composed of ninjas, it seemed that Group C was not as impressive. When they arrived at Group A, the exam was almost halfway over, and the remaining students were all relatively capable ninjas. Sarutobi Asuma vs. Shire Anui Genma. Sarutobi Hiruzen and his friends happened to encounter Asuma's battle when they came. The teachers subconsciously glanced at Sarutobi Hiruzen and then looked at the battlefield in great silence. Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any special expression, and looked at the battle as usual, just like in other places. It seems that this exam is over here, but Asuma, don't be careless. It's not that easy to beat me. Shire Anui Genma said with a smile. Asuma has won the first place in actual combat twice in a row. He thought he was not his opponent, but he would not let Asuma win too comfortably. His teacher was Mr. Chen, who was known as the best in Konoha's physical skills, and he could not lose face for him. Then I want to see how it's not easy. Asuma laughed heartily. Although they have a good relationship in private, Asuma has no intention of letting him win. After a physical confrontation, he found that Shire Anui Genma's physical skills are indeed commendable. He immediately used Wind Escape to speed up his body and suppressed Shire Anui Genma. Shire Anui Genma's chakra attribute is lightning, which happens to be restrained by Wind Escape, and Shire Anui Genma's lightning escape is also average. After Asuma used ninjutsu, the situation changed instantly and Shire Anui Genma was quickly defeated. I remember that Asuma's wind escape was not very proficient during the Chunin exam. I didn't expect that he has improved again after such a short period of time. The teachers praised Asuma's strength. It was not entirely because of Sarutobi Hiruzen's presence. Asuma's performance just now was indeed very strong. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled faintly and said, he is just bullying a junior who is 1 year younger than him. If the opponent is Kakashi or Obito, he is still no match. No teacher dared to continue. It is okay for Sarutobi Hiruzen to slander his own son, but if you slander him, you have no emotional intelligence. Sarutobi Hiruzen was in a good mood. He called Shire Anui Genma and explained some of his mistakes in the battle, and also mentioned some tips on ninjutsu. Thank you, Sandame-sama. Shire Anui Genma, who lost the battle, was instantly happy. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled and put the pipe into his mouth and exhaled white smoke. Watching it live was more realistic than reading the information. When he returned, he could prepare for Muyu to become the vice principal. Chapter 340 Special Training Improvement Reward Settlement. After all the battles were over, Muyu gathered the students together and started the meeting to summarize. However, since Sarutobi Hiruzen was present, he would definitely speak first. Although he did not prepare a script in advance, Sarutobi Hiruzen had been the Hokage for so long and had experienced too many such scenes. First, he praised the students for their hard work and their good performance in the practical exams. Then he praised Muyu and affirmed Muyu's teaching results. After taking both the teacher and the students into consideration, he began to talk about the future and ideals, and finally talked about the sublimation of the will of fire. It must be said that Sarutobi Hiruzen's set was very effective for the Konoha ninjas, and many students began to applaud consciously. Next was Muyu. Muyu did not do those fancy things, but simply talked about the difference between the group test results and the final results, pointed out everyone's efforts and progress, and finally sent a blessing and reminder. The third period of the holiday special training has ended here. Thank you for your cooperation over the past month. I hope everyone can walk on the path they want to walk. Finally, don't forget that even if there is no special training, you must continue to train and improve your strength, Muyu said with a gentle smile throughout the whole process. After Muyu finished speaking, there was no applause like Sarutobi Hiruzen. Maybe someone was clapping, but it was covered by the voices because too many people were talking. I will definitely not forget to practice, and I will definitely not let down your teaching, Teacher Muyu. We should thank you for making us so much stronger, Teacher Muyu. When will the next special training start? Will you still be in charge? The students were talking about all kinds of things. Some were thanking Muyu for his hard work in teaching these days, and some were concerned about whether they could continue to participate in Muyu's special training. Although Muyu was a powerful ninja, he couldn't communicate with more than 600 people at the same time. It was difficult to hear clearly because of the mixed voices. However, he still heard a few words, so he pressed his palm downwards to signal everyone to be quiet. The students quickly quieted down, and Muyu simply replied, "If nothing unexpected happens, the special training will be held again in late December, but who will be in charge will be notified at that time." Late December is the end of the second semester of the ninja school. Now the ninja school has basically normalized the holiday special training, which is stable twice a school year. As for who will be in charge, Muyu is not sure. Shisui wants to participate in the internship in the second year, and the special training starts at the same time as the internship. If Muyu wants to take Shisui to the internship, she will not be able to take care of the special training. The students were a little disappointed to hear Muyu's answer. If there is no Muyu, there is no need for this special training. However, no matter how reluctant they are, it is time to say goodbye. The students ran to Muyu and said goodbye to Muyu. Although Konoha is called a village, its scope is not an ordinary village. After graduation, students have little chance to meet Muyu. Seeing this scene, Sarutobi Hiruzen also sighed in his heart that Muyu has a very high popularity among students. Even he, the Hokage, is not as good as Muyu in the eyes of students. Thinking of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen felt that it was a very wise idea to accept Muyu as a disciple after retirement. According to Muyu's teachings, in the past 7 or 8 years, there must be a large number of ninjas in Konoha who support Muyu to become Hokage. Teacher Muyu, this is a gift from everyone. Keep it well. Hongdu handed Muyu a thick book. Last year, they pooled their money to buy a big cake for Muyu to thank her, but this year there were too many people, and it was really difficult to light candles for nearly 700 people. So, under the suggestion of Narayashiro, they bought a thick book, and each person wrote his or her name and what he or she wanted to say to Muyu. If you want, you can also paste your photo on it. In this way, you can express your feelings and help Muyu remember their names and appearances better. In this way, Teacher Muyu won't forget us, right? I will keep it well. Besides, I don't need this and I won't forget you. Teacher, I have a very good memory. You are Sankan Isakawa, and you are Goichi Nakamori. After Muyu put away the gift, he said the names of the students around him one by one. He was able to do this not because he was an intelligence and had the ability to identify, but because Muyu really remembered the names and appearances of all the students. Maybe it was because of the memory of the shadow clone, or it might be the influence. After crossing, Muyu remembered every student he had taught. Many students stared at Muyu with surprise. They didn't expect Muyu to be able to do this. You know, this is not 7 or 8 students, but nearly 700 students. Some students who had average grades in school and were not very prominent in special training were really moved when they heard Muyu read out their names. They were less cared for, so they cherished it more. Under your guidance, the students who participated in the holiday special training have made progress in ninjutsu and taijutsu and their overall strength has improved. Rewards: Chakra plus 1800, Chakra Nature Change Experience Scroll times 2, Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll B, Proficient Level, times 2, Chakra Nature Change Experience Scroll, Increase any mastered nature change experience. The rewards are quite rich. The more people there are, the more rewards there are. Last time, only 800 chakra points were given, and this time 1000 more points were given, and there are also props to increase nature change experience. In fact, the rewards for regular classes alone meet Muyu's expectations, because he has upgraded the Earth attribute nature change and Thunder attribute nature change, which are at the proficient level, to the mastery level by taking classes. Mastery level nature change is too difficult to get. The rewards for mastery level are few, and the probability of getting nature change is too high. However, Muyu naturally doesn't like too much reward, whether it is chakra or skills, the more the better for him. Since Sarutobi Hiruzen was still present, Muyu did not draw ninjutsu or use experience scrolls. After communicating with the students, he quickly walked to Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was listening to other teachers' reports. When Muyu arrived, the teachers had just finished talking. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked at Muyu, who was walking over, and said with a smile, "Muyu, everyone recognizes your special training results. I underestimated your teaching ability before. I didn't expect you to teach more than 600 students so well by yourself, and let them learn your ninjutsu. It would be a shame for your contribution if you don't give you a promotion." Shimano Hisanobu immediately felt a shudder in his heart. He thought that Muyu would replace him as the monitor of the teacher class. After all, Muyu was hard-working and excellent, but Shimano Hisanobu didn't expect it to come so soon. Muyu has only been in the ninja school for a little over a year. Normally, no matter how outstanding one is, one has to wait for several years. As for why Shimano Hisanobu must have let Muyu replace him, because Muyu's position in the ninja school has reached the top, it is impossible for her to replace Sarutobi Hiruzen as the principal. "What do you think of Muyu as the vice principal?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with a smile, looking around at the teachers. The teachers he brought were not ordinary teachers. They were either excellent teachers or middle and upper level teachers in the school. Shimano Hisanobu breathed a sigh of relief. He was not the monitor of the teacher class, but just the vice principal. "Wait, vice principal?" Shimano Hisanobu recalled Sarutobi Hiruzen's words again in his mind, and his expression gradually became surprised. Where did the vice principal position come from in the ninja school? There has always been only the principal, and the principal is always a Hokage. Teacher Muyu has outstanding teaching ability. The holiday special training and internship program have created unprecedented precedents and made great contributions to the ninja school. It is more appropriate for teacher Muyu to be the vice principal. Shimano Hisanobu thought for a while and said, although there was no vice principal in the ninja school before, if Sarutobi Hiruzen said there was one, then there could be one. However, Hisanobu Shimano was still very surprised. Sarutobi Hiruzen had made a position specifically for Muyu, which showed how much he valued it. Even Hisanobu Shimano, who had seen a lot of storms, was shocked, not to mention the other teachers, who couldn't control the shock on their faces. "We are the same people, why is there such a big gap?" Ikutani Young, who was in the same office with Muyu, couldn't even feel envious because of the huge gap. He didn't dare to dream about what happened to Muyu, because he would think it was too fake and impossible to happen. After they reacted, the teachers also recognized it. This was a position that the class leaders of previous teachers had never sat in. Muyu also showed a surprised expression when she heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, and then modestly said that she was still young and might not be able to take on this important task. Of course, it wasn't that Muyu really didn't want to be one. His position in the ninja school was higher and it was more convenient for him to implement various reforms in the ninja school, but the process should still be followed. After all, the character setting had been established before. The next part was that the teachers talked about their achievements and then Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke again, and finally Muyu took over the position of vice principal. The matter ended here, and both the students and teachers went back to their own homes. Izumo, today is the day to make a name for yourself. Gangzati looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's departing back and said to Shinnu Izumo excitedly. Shinnu Izumo nodded, with an equally excited expression on his face. With outstanding strength and being reused by the Hokage, Maybe we can leave our own marks in history in the future. It's a pity for Brother Ebisu. Maybe this idea was left by him, but he reluctantly gave it to us because we have such a deep relationship. Gang Ziti showed an expression of great regret. Shinu Izumo felt that what Gang Ziti said made sense. Although it was good to stand out, they could not forget the elder brother who had provided them with countless help. Then let's do this. Split out an avatar that looks like Brother Ebisu to challenge the Hokage together. Shinu Izumo thought of a good idea. It has to be you, Izumo. Even if the second generation is alive, he can't think of a better way. Brother Ebisu will definitely be grateful to us if he knows. Gang Ziti lightly hit Shinu Izumo's chest with his fist and showed a jubilant smile. He seemed to be able to foresee what it would be like when he succeeded, as if he saw Ebisu's grateful smile. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. The two of them did it as soon as they said it, jogging in the direction where Sarutobi Hiruzen left. After finishing, Miyu returned to the house in the main city to rest. Although the rewards for these 6 weeks of classes are good, it is really tiring. After all, although his body is strong, it is not made of iron, and he still feels tired. Pouring himself a cup of hot tea, Miyu opened the system panel to draw ninjutsu. Although the level is slightly lower, the lottery screen is basically the same. Ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.b has been consumed. Skill obtained, freezing ray, adept level. Miyu recognized the source instantly after seeing the name of the skill, but this was not the first time that a Pokemon skill appeared, so he was not too surprised. After sorting out his memory, Miyu found that this was a very good ice release ninjutsu, clean and neat without any fancy tricks, and with very good power. Is it because of the ice release that I can extract ice-type skills, or can I reward the corresponding skill's property change as before? This time the reward caused some doubts in Miyu. At the beginning, Miyu only mastered the fire attribute property change, but when he obtained other attribute ninjutsu in class, he would be rewarded with the corresponding attribute property change. So Miyu was wondering if he would be given a wood release property change if he drew a grass-type skill or some plant magic system. With doubts in his mind, Miyu continued to extract ninjutsu. Ninjutsu extraction scroll B has been consumed, and the skill is obtained. Violent Pheasant Mouth, proficient level. When Miyu saw this name at first, she didn't know what it was. When the skill training memory appeared in her mind, Miyu remembered that this was a move of Okiji in One Piece. The specific effect is to create an ice bird to attack and freeze people. Another ice escape was drawn. Miyu felt that there was no way to get those blood limit for free. She had to either practice it herself or use the gold coins of her disciples. After all, the blood limit is a fusion of dual attribute nature changes, and fire escape is a single attribute. It is normal that the rules are different. Then Miyu clicked on the chakra nature change experience scroll, and the system instantly popped up many options. Choices: fire attribute nature change, perfect level; water attribute nature change, mastery level; lightning attribute nature change, mastery level; ice escape, entry level. Miyu was a little surprised when she saw the ice escape, but it was indeed a nature change, and there was nothing wrong with it. Since all the other 7 properties were mastered or above, Miyu tried to use an experience scroll for ice escape. Instantly, a large number of memories of the changes in the nature of ice escape poured into Miyu's mind, and in a trance, Miyu had an illusion that he was not a novice in ice escape, but an ice escape ninja who had practiced ice escape for several years. When Miyu looked at the proficiency of ice escape again, ice escape had already gone from entry level to proficient level. Skill: ice escape, proficiency 1003 thousandths. The effect is very good. Not only has it reached the proficient level, but it also has a high proficiency. Miyu decided to save the remaining scroll, and if he obtains other blood limit later, he can use it. Since Kakashi and Obito's breathing method has broken through the proficient level, and they haven't done any missions for a while, and they are all chunin and can freely accept missions below A level, Miyu let them do the mission, while Shisui and Might Guy, whose breathing method has not broken through the proficient level, continue to train. I'm so nervous. Without Miyu teacher and Minato teacher, What should I do if I meet the alternate Raikage? Obito asked on the way to the Hokage building. Although Obito felt a sense of being recognized for being able to accept missions independently, he analyzed his mission experience and felt that it was a bit dangerous without a teacher. Under normal circumstances, we would not encounter the candidate Raikage. Kakashi replied speechlessly. Kakashi did doubt their luck before, but since he and Minato met the candidate Raikage, things have improved. The difficulty of the missions is in line with the mission level, and there have been no accidents. But even the Chunin exams had accidents, so what else is impossible? Obito said unconvinced. Kakashi had no way to refute it. Accidents in such a major event in the village as the Chunin exams were indeed a bad sign. Okay, since you are worried about problems, let's take a domestic sea-level mission. There shouldn't be any problems. Nohara Rin stepped forward to smooth things over. How can this be possible? It's not easy to get the qualifications to accept higher-level missions at will. Of course, we have to accept missions above sea level. If we retreat because of the possibility of danger, we will not be able to become Hokage. Obito rejected Nohara Rin's proposal and said that we should face difficulties head-on. Kakashi looked at Obito with a little surprise. He didn't expect such words to come from Obito's mouth. Obito actually had such awareness. Nohara Rin looked at Kakashi, who nodded slightly and said, "Then take the B-level mission. Just stay away from the country that is at war." With their current strength, it is easy to do B-level missions, because the enemies that can be encountered in B-level missions are generally genuine, and Chunin will not appear. It was the first time for Obito to take a mission as a Chunin, and the mission could be chosen by them. Excited, Obito walked into the Hokage building with a step that did not recognize any relatives, attracting a lot of attention. "Uncle Sawada, it's your turn on duty again. Good morning." Obito laughed and waved to Sawada Kazuya, deliberately puffing out his chest to make his Chunin vest look more obvious. "Good morning. Congratulations on becoming a Chunin." Sawada Kazuya responded with a smile. If Obito could not mention the request that would get him dismissed, he actually liked this smiling, enthusiastic and cheerful Akaya boy. Obito, whose vanity was satisfied, laughed. "Uncle Sawada, is there any mission to rescue the princess?" "It doesn't have to be from the land of fire. Other countries are fine," Obito asked without giving up. He still wanted to be a heroic ninja who rescued the princess. Sawada Kazuya was about to say no, but then he remembered the new commission that arrived last night, so he said, "There is no mission to rescue the princess, but there is indeed a mission related to the princess. 5K, there will be a plot of leaving the village next. Some people should be able to guess where they will go." Chapter 341 Yearning for a Hero. "What is it?" Obito looked at Kazuya Sawada with anticipation and asked. "It's to be the princess's guard, a mission issued by the Snow Country." Kazuya Sawada recalled and answered concisely. "Guard, isn't that similar to rescuing the princess?" "We'll take this mission." Obito immediately wanted to take the mission. In Obito's cognition, since it's a guard, then there must be enemies. And after encountering the enemy, wouldn't it be like rescuing the princess? Unfortunately, it's not possible. After flipping through the scroll, Kazuya Sawada shook his head with a regretful expression. "Why not, Uncle Sawada? You're kidding me. You told us and then you said it's not possible." Obito was anxious. This was the closest he had ever been to the experience of being the protagonist of a ninja novel. "Because the mission level is above B level?" Kakashi analyzed and asked. Since Kazuya Sawada said it, there must be such a mission, and since it is not accepted, it can only be a problem on their side. Sawada Kazuya nodded and explained, "I just confirmed the mission level. It's an A-level mission. If you want to do an A-level mission, you need Minato joining to lead the team." Obito's face fell instantly, because Minato had just gone to the battlefield to perform a mission not long ago. "Uncle Sawada, please make some concessions. You know the strength of our team." Obito didn't want to give up this opportunity. "I can't make concessions. If you really take it, you won't see me here again next time." Sawada Kazuya said that he wanted to work for a few more years. Obito sighed. He is no longer a newbie in missions, so he knows a little about Sawada Kazuya's difficulties. "Obito, why don't we change the mission? Minato teacher probably won't be able to come back in a short time." Nohara Rin suggested. "I know this, But Obito's expression was very tangled. Not only is there a mission like protecting the princess, but it's also a country he has never been to. This mission is really tempting to Obito. Does it have to be Minato, teacher? It should be enough as long as there is a Jonin to lead the team, right? Kakashi thought for a while and asked. He saw that Obito really wanted to go. In addition, according to Kakashi's impression, the Snow Country is an island country in the far north. The war between the great ninja villages will not affect it, which means that it is unlikely that an accident will happen. Sawada Kazuya nodded and replied, other Jonins are fine. A-level missions require at least a special Jonin to lead the team. Hearing Sawada Kazuya's words, Obito's eyes, which had originally dimmed, lit up again. Minato was on a mission and couldn't come, but Miyu was in Konoha, and just finished the special training at the ninja school and was resting. Let's go find Miyu, teacher. Obito turned around and walked out of the Hokage building and walked towards Miyu's house. Looking at Obito's hurried steps, Kakashi shook his head and quickly followed him. In fact, Kakashi wanted to ask other Jonin he knew. Obito didn't think too much, but Kakashi knew that the ninja school would start in a few days. Seeing that the two had left, Nohara Rin also followed them out of the Hokage building. Because he was worried that the mission would be taken by someone else, Obito ran forward, wanting to get to Miyu's house as quickly as possible. On the way, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen and Obito didn't have time to say hello. Why do I feel that there is a little blood on the nose of the third Hokage? Am I seeing it wrong? Obito was a little confused. Who is so powerful that he can beat the Hokage to a nosebleed in Konoha? Obito didn't think too much. What he wanted most now was to take the mission quickly. With the blessing of the breathing method, Obito ran very fast and arrived at Miyu's house soon. Teacher Miyu, are you there? Obito shouted loudly outside the door. Obito was lucky. Miyu was studying the sealing technique at home at this time. Miyu put down the scroll in his hand and opened the door and asked, Obito, do you have anything to do? Teacher Miyu, can you take us to do a mission? There is a mission to protect the princess that I really want to do, but that mission is A-level and must be led by a senior ninja. Obito told all his purpose and reasons. Miyu showed a thoughtful look. Because the special training had added a week of classes, although the holiday special training had just ended, it was now very close to the day when the ninja school would start. Which country's princess is it? Miyu did not agree immediately, but asked about the specific content of the mission. Generally, the mission of protecting princesses or national dignitaries is S-level, and even requires well-known strong men in Konoha to take the mission. A-level missions are relatively rare, because a special Jonin can take an A-level mission with a few mid-level ninjas, and the lower limit of the team strength is relatively low. Miyu thought of three possibilities. The first is that this country has already arranged protection forces and then sent a commission to Konoha to seek peace of mind. The second is that this princess is not taken seriously. The third is that the mission itself is not dangerous, and issuing the commission is for more stability. From the Snow Country, Obito told Miyu everything he knew. Hearing this name, Miyu's mind instantly had many memories. He has a good memory now, so he can recall even the content he had seen a long time ago. Miyu instantly ruled out the second possibility. According to the memory, the princess named Fengwa Xiaoxu seemed to be the only heir to the Snow Country, and it was impossible for her not to be taken seriously. Could it be that Kakashi is the one who went to the Snow Country for this mission? Miyu thought of the story of the Snow Country. Kakashi had been to the Snow Country twice. The first time he was a teenager, and the second time he was on a mission with Team 7. He was already a reliable adult ninja. The first time Kakashi was on a mission in the Snow Country, he fought with the Snow Ninja and rescued Fukakoki. The second time he led Team 7 to help Fukakoki take back the Snow Country. Then Miyu shook her head. According to the content of Kakashi's communication with the Snow Ninja, when Kakashi first went to the Snow Country, he was already a copy ninja who could copy ninjutsu. This means that Obito had already turned evil at that time, and now Obito is only 9 years old, so the time is obviously not right. Then the coup will happen at least a few years later. Miyu analyzed the known information and felt that the third possibility was the most reliable, followed by the first, and the second was completely impossible. Teacher Miyu, Why don't I ask other jonin? After all, you still have work at the ninja school." Seeing Miyu showing a thoughtful look, Kakashi spoke. "Oh, right, it's already September." After Kakashi's reminder, Obito also thought of the start of the ninja school. "Sorry, Mr. Miyu, I forgot about this." Obito smiled embarrassedly. He really didn't think about this. He was only thinking about the mission. "I have a way for the ninja school. You wait here for a while, I'll go pack up my things." Miyu finally agreed to Obito's request. According to the plot, the coup in the Snow Country will not happen now, but Miyu will not blindly believe the plot, because the facts have proved that the plot has changed. The strength of the Snow Ninjas is not bad. If it is an ordinary Jonin plus Obito and the three of them, if an accident happens, they may really fall there. "Great." Obito's face instantly showed an excited smile. With Miyu around him, he didn't worry about accidents at all. After hearing this, Kakashi's expression became more relaxed. It was indeed safe to do the mission with Miyu. "Mr. Miyu, thank you for your trouble." No, Harlan felt that Miyu was really gentle. After sealing some necessary items into the scroll, Miyu took Obito and the others back to the Hokage building. Obito was very worried that someone would get ahead of him in the mission, so he asked Sawada Kazuya as soon as he arrived at the Hokage building. He was relieved when he learned that the mission was still there. "We've accepted this mission." Miyu accepted the escort mission in Obito's expectant eyes. Sawada Kazuya immediately completed the registration for Miyu and handed the information to Miyu. He could see that Obito really wanted to do this mission. "Great." Obito cheered immediately. He seemed to have seen the beautiful princess and the powerful enemy, and their team would defeat the powerful enemy and rescue the princess and eventually become the hero of the country. Although he hadn't set off yet, Obito had already imagined himself writing an autobiography in the future when he became famous. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar released this novel for the first time. When Obito was still the last one, he liked to read those ninja novels very much, and he was very yearning for the various experiences of the protagonists in the novels. So for Obito, who the princess was not important. But it was important to save the princess because it would make him a hero. Then Miyu found Asama Santeifu, who came to Konoha to issue the commission based on the information provided by Sawada Kazuya. "I'm Hani Umatsuki, a Konoha Jonin who has taken on the task of protecting the princess of the Snow Country." Matsuki briefly introduced herself. Asama Santeifu looked at Matsuki for a few times and nodded, but when he saw Obito and others behind Matsuki, he frowned and said, "They are not even 10 years old. The Snow Country is very cold." Although Asama Santeifu felt that the princess would not be in danger, he felt that it was a bit inappropriate to let 3 foreign children go to the cold Snow Country. The environment of the Snow Country and the Fire Country is too different. Asama Santeifu felt that the weather in the Fire Country is like heaven, too suitable for human habitation. Before Matsuki explained, Obito was not convinced and said, "Don't look at our young age. We are the elites of Konoha. We have been promoted to Chunin. The weather can't affect us." "Are they all Chunin?" Asama Santeifu was a little surprised. He was not completely ignorant of ninjas. He still knew something about the ninja level system. Although they are indeed a little young, they are all qualified Konoha ninjas. Matsuki also said. Asama Santeifu is also a person who knows the rules. After confirming that there is no problem, he asked his men to pack up and prepare to set off. Since the Snow Country is an island country, Miyu and his friends can only go to the port on the east coast of the Fire Country to take a boat. However, these Asama Santeifu have been prepared for a long time. Miyu and his friends only need to walk to the port to board the ship. Although Obito was a little unhappy about being looked down upon, through the communication on the road, Obito found that Asama Santeifu was not the kind of person who looked down on children. He was just worried. So the communication on the road was also pleasant. "Brother Santeifu, is the princess of your Snow Country pretty?" Obito asked curiously when he was about to board the ship. He has not seen a real princess yet, and the image of the princess in his mind is all from novels. Haha, of course she is pretty. She is the cutest princess. Asama Santeifu laughed and replied, "Definitely not as cute as Zealand," Obito retorted in his heart. Of course, He only dared to say this in his heart. In reality, he would not dare to be so direct. It's really endless. Nohara-rin looked at the endless sea, with her hands behind her back and smiled. It was her first time to come to the beach. At this time, a breeze suddenly came, gently brushing Nohara-rin's hair, and lifting Nohara-rin's pink skirt. Obito stood on the left side of Nohara-rin. In the near distance was Nohara-rin's cute profile and slightly raised hair and skirt. In the distance was a large ship and the endless blue ocean. Obito was stunned for a moment. When Obito reacted, he took out the camera and took a picture of Nohara-rin. At this moment, he was glad that he brought the camera with him. "What's wrong?" Nohara-rin turned sideways and looked at Obito and asked. "Nothing. I just feel that the beach is very beautiful. I have to take a few more photos?" Obito waved his hand and replied with a slightly red face. Nohara-rin nodded in agreement and said, "Indeed, it's not easy to come here once. You can take more photos as a souvenir." After taking a simple photo, Miyu and others boarded the ship to the snow country. Since it was his first time to ride a ship on the sea, Obito was very excited at first, but he soon calmed down because there was nothing special on the ship. Although it was not special, Obito was very happy to have Nohara-rin by his side, and he kept chatting with Nohara-rin. Miyu talked to Asama-san Taifu about the specific details of this mission. The most important festival in our country will be held in October. After the festival, your escort mission will be over, Asama-san Taifu explained. The Snow God Festival is an important festival that has been passed down for a long time in the Snow Country. On this day, the people of the Snow Country will pray to the Snow God to reduce the snow so that they can catch more fat fish. Asama-san Taifu, who is familiar with the history of the Snow Country, even knows that hundreds of years ago, the daimyo had to worship in person, but this is not popular now. Miyu nodded and understood the specific content of the mission. In fact, there is no difference from the usual escort mission, except for the different characters and locations. Miyu was a little curious. Since the Snow Country has a snow ninja village, why do they have to go all the way to Konoha to issue commissions, and the daimyo should have some power around him? Miyu thought about it and felt that this question was not important, because the money for issuing an A-level mission was really a drop in the bucket for a daimyo, even if it was a daimyo of a small country, so this didn't really need a reason. P.S. I've read the details of the research on Yukihime's ninja scrolls several times recently, so the updates are a little less. I'll try to write more in the next few days. Because the theatrical version is original content of the animation, the settings and various aspects will be a bit exaggerated. For example, the technology of the Snow Country is almost the same as that of Boruto, so I will make some small changes to make the overall harmony more harmonious. Chapter 342, The Land of Ice and Snow. Zealand, look, what a big piece of ice. Obito, who was bored on the boat, looked around and suddenly found a huge piece of floating ice in the distance. Nohara-rin looked in the direction pointed by Obito, and a huge floating ice reflecting the light under the sun came into view. Nohara-rin's eyes flashed. This is indeed a view that cannot be seen in the land of fire. What's this? When you arrive in the land of snow, you will know how common things like ice and snow are, Asama-san Taifu said with a smile. The land of snow doesn't have much else, but it is not short of ice and snow. The country is covered with ice and snow all year round. It should have snowed a lot this month. Isn't it only September now? Will there be snow at this time? Obito looked at Asama-san Taifu in confusion. Yes, otherwise why is it called the land of snow? Asama-san Taifu's words were filled with a hint of helplessness. Although a silvery white world is beautiful, it would not be a good thing if it often snowed like this. Normally, praying to the rain god is for rain, and praying to the wealth god is for wealth, but the Snow Country worships the snow god to make him snow less. As the distance gets closer, Miyu's Byakugan can already see the country covered with ice and snow. Miyu used his Byakugan to observe a lot along the way. He felt that he needed to be more cautious in the special environment of the sea. After all, once the ship was destroyed, the sea itself became dangerous. Of course, for a ninja of Miyu's level, it was actually okay. He brought enough food in the scroll. Even if he didn't have a ship, he could run back to the shore by running on the water. He could even use Ice Escape to make an ice block to rest when he was tired. After entering the vicinity of the snow country, it was indeed snowing as Asama Santeifu said. And it was heavy snow. Obito on the boat flashed and caught the snow with his palm. Noharin exhaled hot air and looked up at the snow, and Kakashi focused his eyes to observe the surrounding environment. Muyu also stretched out his palm to feel the hint of winter brought by the falling and melting of snowflakes. In fact, Muyu likes snow and playing with snow. The joy of playing snowballs with his friends in childhood is one of the best in his childhood. Although he likes snow, Muyu hates cold, so he was extremely conflicted for a while, wanting snow but not wanting winter to come. Traveling to the world of Naruto helped Muyu solve this trouble, because with Muyu's current physical strength, he would not feel cold even if he did not wear clothes in winter. Welcome to the Kingdom of Snow. After arriving on the shore, Asama Santeifu said to Muyu and others with a sense of ceremony. Really? Such thick snow? Obito pinched a handful of snow from the ground with a curious look on his face. Although it is called the Kingdom of Snow, Obito really didn't expect that there would be a country covered with ice and snow before he came. After all, the Kingdom of Fire is not all volcanoes. Kakashi, look. Seeing Kakashi's back to him, Obito decisively kneaded the snow in his hand into a ball and threw it at Kakashi. Although Obito attacked by surprise, the sharp Kakashi still spotted the incoming snowballs and dodged them immediately by turning sideways. However, what he didn't expect was that Obito had anticipated this. After throwing the first snowball, he immediately grabbed 2 more handfuls of snow and used the 2 snowballs to predict Kakashi's 2 dodging positions. Kakashi thought it was difficult to dodge and simply stopped dodging. He grabbed a few handfuls of snow on the spot and threw them out using the technique of throwing ninja tools. One of the snowballs hit Obito's face accurately. Puff. Noharin laughed out loud when she saw Obito's face covered with snow. Damn Kakashi, Obito roared in his heart and entered a state of full concentration breathing to throw more snowballs faster. Kakashi also used the lightning breath to dodge at high speed and then counterattack. The 2 people's snowball fight made Asama Santeifu blush, because he found that he couldn't even catch the figure of a 9-year-old child playing snowballs. This is a ninja. Asama Santeifu sighed in his heart. He had also practiced a little bit of samurai training, but he couldn't even beat a ninja child. Bang! Pa! 2 transparent energy hit Kakashi and Obito's foreheads accurately. If you want to play in the snow, you can play as much as you want after completing the mission. Do the mission first. Muyu retracted her palm and said. After that, Muyu apologized to Asama Santeifu with an apologetic expression. This is nothing. The princess is still in Fenghua City. In fact, she doesn't need much protection. Asama Santeifu said with a smile. Fenghua City is the palace of the snow country. In Asama Santeifu's heart, it is the safest place in the snow country. After all, it is a guard mission. We must first know who we are protecting. Muyu suggested that Asama Santeifu take them to see the princess first. Asama Santeifu thought what Muyu said made sense, so he took Muyu and the others to Fenghua City. What would a living princess look like? Obito recalled the description of the princess in the novel and began to look forward to it. The snow scene of the snow country surprised Obito, but after arriving at Fenghua City, Obito felt that the snow country had become ordinary. He had seen many such palace buildings. Asama, are they the Konoha ninjas who took on the mission? A man in black with a serious expression stopped Asama and asked. Yes, Lord Nutao. Asama immediately bowed and replied after seeing that it was Fuka Nutao. Fuka Nutao is not only the younger brother of the daimyo of the snow country, but also a high-ranking official of the snow country. He can be said to be the second in command of the snow country. Don't look at their young age, but they are all strong chunin, and Muyu is a reliable Konoha jonin. Asama added, worried that Fuka Nutao would look down on Muyu's team because of the age of Obito and others. Yeah, Fuka Nutao nodded calmly and left, seemingly not very interested in Muyu and others. Muyu glanced at the departing Fuka Nutao and gave this theatrical boss an appraisal. Name, Fukarito. Chakra, 10,500. Skills, Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 215,000. Water Style, Black Dragon Snowstorm. Mastery, as the future boss, Fukarito's faceplate is quite ordinary. not much better than an ordinary jonin. It is worth mentioning that in the system's recognition, Fukurito's ninjutsu are all water style, not ice style. Miyu was not too surprised by this. If the ninjutsu of the Snow Country can be copied by Kakashi's Sharingan, it must not be a blood limit. At best it is a snow secret technique that can only be used in the Snow Country. Miyu believes that the reason why their ninjutsu can achieve the effect of ice style visually should be related to the environment here in the Snow Country, and then it is the research of the people of the Snow Country on the change of water properties. Lord Ruto is the younger brother of the daimyo, and he is also an important person who maintains the operation of the country. Asama Santeifu briefly introduced Fukurito to Miyu and others. Speaking of which, Lord Nutao is also half a ninja. When he was a child, he went to the Snow Ninja village to learn ninjutsu in order to strengthen his body. I heard that he seemed to have learned it well. If he hadn't been dealing with state affairs, he might have been a powerful ninja. Miyu showed a thoughtful expression, thinking that this might be related to the coup of Fengon and Utao. With the force of ninjas and the status of the royal family, it is normal for ambitions to expand. Obito was not interested in the story of Fengon and Utao of Asama Santeifu. He just wanted to see the princess as soon as possible, and then fast forward to saving the princess and becoming a hero. In the end, Miyu and others were taken to a hall with transparent lighting to wait. Tata. When Obito heard a sound of footsteps, he instantly showed an excited look, but the one who came into his eyes was not the beautiful girl he thought, or even a woman. The first person who entered Obito's sight was a middle-aged man with glasses who looked very kind. The second thing Obito saw was a little girl in a purple kimono. She was very small and looked like she was only 5 or 6 years old. Then there were the guards. Obito looked around and couldn't find anyone who looked like a princess. Kakashi, princesses are usually girls, right? Obito asked Kakashi in confusion. Kakashi, he didn't believe that this was a question that a human could ask. What else could a princess be but a girl? Samahayuki. Asama Santeifu half knelt on the ground and saluted respectfully to Fukuhayuki. Miyu and others stood quietly and watched all this. Ninjas have their own rules and there is no need to pay great respects to these nobles. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Hurry up. It's not a formal occasion anyway, Fukuhayuki said with a kind smile. Fukuziaksu held her father's hand and looked at Miyu and other strangers with curiosity. Hello, Samahayuki. I am Haniu Miyu. Miyu greeted and introduced herself briefly. Fengwa Zeoksu smiled and nodded, then said to Fengwa Zeoksu, Zeoksu, say hello to your brothers and sisters. They will always play with you before the Snow God Festival. Hello, brother Haniu. Fengwa Zeoksu greeted Miyu very obediently, her two big eyes shining. Although it was the first time they met, Fengwa Zeoksu felt that Miyu was a good person. She is a princess? No way. Obito looked at Fengwa Zeoksu's chubby face and said in disbelief, this is not the same as the princess he imagined. She is just a little brat that can be seen everywhere. Kakashi covered his face speechlessly, and he offended the target of protection when he came up. Miyu rubbed Obito's head. Kenji is still difficult to teach. After hearing what Obito said, Fengwa Zeoksu puffed up her cheeks, making her already round face look even rounder. Ha ha ha, I said Zeoksu, you should learn more etiquette in your daily life. You see, others think you are not a princess. Fengwa Zeoksu laughed loudly at her daughter. Oh, father. Fengwa Zeoksu didn't expect her father not to speak up for her but to laugh at her. She immediately let go of her hand and turned her face away to show that she was angry. I was wrong. Zeoksu is the cutest princess in the world. Fengwa Zeoksu immediately coaxed. Hearing her father praising her for being cute, Fengwa Zeoksu's mood improved again and she held Fengwa Zeoksu's hand. However, Fengwa Zeoksu was a daimyo after all, and she couldn't be idle during the day. She soon left because of business. Only the Miyu team, the princess, and Asama Santeifu and other guards were left in the palace. You rude guy. Remember this, I am Fengwa Zeoksu, the princess of the Snow Country, and the only princess. Fengwa Zeoksu said to Obito with a serious face. Obito nodded reluctantly, thinking that he had been fooled. It would be better to take this task 10 years later. I'm not that guy either. I'm Uchiha Obito, the only Uchiha Obito in the world. Obito said, imitating the format of Fengwa Xiaoxu's speech. HMPH. That's not necessarily true. The name Obito doesn't sound special. Fukakoki denied Obito's uniqueness. Hello, cute Princess Koki. I'm Nohara Rin. Nohara Rin smiled softly and greeted the princess. Nohara Rin knew how to deal with this kind of child, and she could easily control it by praising her. Hello, Sister Rin. You're cute too. The praised Fukakoki immediately smiled. Take Kakashi. I'll be responsible for your safety from now on, Kakashi said lightly. For him, it doesn't matter whether the princess is old or young, and it's better if she's young, because if she's young, she won't be released, and if she stays in Fuka Castle, the guards will have much less pressure. Yeah, Kakashi brother looks very reliable. Fukakoki thought Kakashi's hair was pretty. It's just that a little brat calls me brother. It's no big deal. Seeing Kakashi enjoying the treatment that he didn't have, Obito felt a little uncomfortable. Fukakoki is not a princess, she's just a little brat. Obito could only hypnotize himself crazily in his mind, so that he would feel better. Hani Umatsuki defeated the Iwagakure explosion ninja hunter in the war between Konoha and Iwagakure, and played a role in the battle against the Jinchuriki. Fengwa Nutao put down the information about Matsuki and frowned deeply. Fengwa Zaoki's sudden hiring of Konoha ninjas made Fengwa Nutao very uneasy, because he was planning a coup, so as soon as he knew the information about Matsuki and others, he immediately sent people out to collect information. This investigation instantly shocked Fengwa Nutao. Ordinary people may not know what this record represents, but Fengwa Nutao, who is familiar with ninjas, knows it very well, especially the one about fighting with Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki is the ultimate weapon of the 5 major ninja villages. It is beyond doubt that they can play a role in that level of battle. Fengwa Nutao even thinks that if the Snow Ninja village has 2 Jinchuriki, it can also become one of the 5 major ninja villages. It's so hidden. How did they find out? Is there something wrong with the Snow Ninja village? Fengwa Nutao wondered where he had revealed his flaws. He was sure that Fengwa Zaoki had discovered something, otherwise there would be no reason for him not to support his own ninja village, and the ninjas invited were too strong. Fengwa Xiaoxu didn't need such strong ninjas to protect her. It was just a festival. We must investigate it thoroughly. Fengwa Nutao decided to find the traitor first. Although Muyu was very strong according to the information, Fengwa Nutao didn't think he lost, because no matter how strong Muyu was, he was just one person, and he had the entire Snow Ninja village. Even if there was traitor in the Snow Ninja village, Fengwa Nutao thought it was an individual Snow Ninja, because Fengwa Zaoki had cut the funding for the Snow Ninja village, and he, Fengwa Nutao, clearly stated that he would vigorously develop the military after taking office. Any Snow Ninja with a normal mind would know who to support. P.S. I was dizzy from typing today, and I only wrote 4K. In order to urge myself, I have to set a self-discipline. If I don't write 10,000 words tomorrow, I will send a 50-word red envelope to the reader group. I'll fight. Chapter 343 The plans of both parties. Alas, novels are really made up. Protecting the princess is so boring. Obito, who was squatting on the ground and poking at the snow pile with his fingers, sighed. The greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The more expected Obito was when he came, the more disappointed he was now. Obito imagined the mission of protecting the princess, a kind and beautiful princess and a powerful and evil enemy. The ending is to defeat the enemy with difficulty to save the princess and become a hero. The reality of the mission of protecting the princess is a little kid. She can't see the shadow of the enemy at all, and she can't see the possibility of becoming a hero. You can think positively. If someone dares to assassinate the princess, he must be a very strong enemy. It will be very hard. Nohara Rin comforted. But how can you become a hero if you don't defeat a very strong enemy? Obito was very depressed. If you are really bored, come and build a snowman with me. It feels a pity not to build a few snowmen with such good snow. Nohara Rin invited Obito while rolling a snowball. Then let's compare whose snowman is better looking. Obito's eyes lit up and he immediately agreed. Although the mission disappointed him, building a snowman with Nohara Rin was indeed a happy thing. Kakashi, you should come too. I think you can make a very delicate snowman. Nohara invited Kakashi to join. Obito's smile was not as bright. After all, the atmosphere was different with Kakashi. Being good at sculpture does not mean that you are good at making snowmen. After all, there is no snow-style ninjutsu to assist the sculpture. Obito hinted that Kakashi's sculpture was exquisite because of ninjutsu. Really? I think it should be better than your snowman, Obito. Kakashi, who didn't want to participate, decided to let Obito know the real skills. Then wait and see. Obito quickly chose a place to start making snowmen after scanning his eyes. Fukakuki saw that the three were so happy and wanted to participate in this snowman competition. Children can't hide their emotions. The guard next to them saw what Fukakuki was thinking and reminded him, "Zeus-sama, it's too cold now. It's easy to get sick if you play in the snow." "I know that. I didn't say I was going to play in the snow," Fukakuki said with puffed cheeks. Although she knew that the guards were worried about her health, Fengwa felt uncomfortable just watching others happy. But a good princess cannot scold others. Fengwa remembered her father's teachings, so she just used her expression to vent her dissatisfaction. "Can you trouble Princess Zyaksu to be their referee? There must be a referee in the game, otherwise it is difficult to determine the winner." At this time, Miyu asked with a smile. As an ordinary child, Fengwa might get cold and sick if she plays in the snow at this age. So Miyu thought of an idea that she could participate even if she didn't play in the snow, so that Fengwa would feel a little involved. "Is it okay?" Fengwa looked at Miyu excitedly, and then felt that this was not in line with her status as a princess, so she changed her statement. I mean that although I am a princess, I am a kind and generous princess. Since you have asked me like this, I will reluctantly agree. "Then I will trouble you, Princess Zyaksu," Miyu said with a smile. Although she could only sit in the house and watch Obito and the others play, Fengwa had more expectations in her heart because she could be a judge. For example, she thought about how to find fault with the impolite Obito, and what to praise if Nohara's snowman was ugly. "Brother Miyu, does your country also have such snow?" Fengwa was curious about other countries. "It also snows, but it is usually not so heavy and not so much. And it will be a little later. It will not snow until winter," Miyu explained. "Is that so? I was wondering why there are 4 seasons before. They are obviously the same." Fengwa showed a look of understanding. "Because the location of the snow country is relatively special. In fact, each season has its own characteristics. For example, although the weather in spring is not hot, it is much warmer than winter, so many flowers bloom in spring, and summer is the hottest season of the 4 seasons. Miyu gave examples to explain the differences between the 4 seasons. Because Fengwa is very young, Miyu tried to describe it in more detail so that Fengwa could understand. Listening to Miyu's description of the scene of spring flowers blooming, Fengwa's eyes flashed with longing. This was a scene she had never seen in the snow country. If this was said by Obito, Fengwa would even doubt the authenticity of the content. After all, this content was a bit dreamy for her. "Zealand, is my snowman okay?" After making the snowman, Obito immediately called Nohara's name. Obito was very confident in his snowman, and he even used the Sharingan to make the proportions more accurate. At this time, Nohara's snowman was almost finished, so she looked in the direction of Obito's voice and saw a snowman that looked similar to Obito. "It looks alike, right?" Obito asked proudly, and in order to restore it, he even took off his goggles and put them on the snowman. In order to no longer look at Kakashi when giving gifts, Obito practiced various skills, and now it can be said that it has played a role. "It's really good. I didn't expect that you are so good at making snowmen, Obito," Nohara praised softly and showed her snowman generously. Nohara didn't build her own snowman like Obito did. She built 2 small snowmen. Both of them looked unhappy, as if they were arguing. One of them had a black cloth on his face, while the other had a branch goggles on his forehead. Although it was a bit abstract, Obito could still tell that this was his and Kakashi's daily life. "You quarrel too easily." It feels like different quarrel scenes can be seen in random memories. Nohara wanted to persuade the two to be more harmonious in a tactful way. It's not that I want to quarrel, it's that Kakashi is too irritating. Obito threw the pot on Kakashi. I should say this. Kakashi didn't let Obito slander him. Only then did Nohara-rin notice that Kakashi's snowman was actually in the shape of Fengwa-zyaksu, and it was more delicate than Obito's. It seems that you are good at everything, Kakashi. Nohara-rin sighed as she looked at the snowman with a puffed face as if he was sulking. Hearing what Nohara-rin said, Obito quickly looked at Kakashi's snowman. Looking at the lifelike snowman, Obito couldn't believe it. A snowman could be made like this. It was made of snow. And it took so little time. Are you all done? The referee will give the score. Fengwa-zyaksu, who was in the house, stood up and shouted after hearing the conversation between the three people, "You will be the referee." Obito looked at Fengwa-zyaksu, who came out and questioned Fengwa-zyaksu's aesthetic ability. Humphrey, if it wasn't for Brother Muyu inviting me, I wouldn't bother to look at your snowman. Fengwa-zyaksu pouted. Hearing that it was Muyu's arrangement, Obito had nothing to say. Then Fengwa-zyaksu carefully looked at the snowman of the three people in turn and gave comments. The comment for Obito was, the snowman actually put a real goggles on it, which ruined the feeling and didn't look good. The comment for Nohara-rin was, although I don't quite understand it, I feel that Sister Lin's snowman is beautiful. Damn Snow Country kid. Fengwa-zyaksu's undisguised double standards made Obito blush a little. Although Obito also admitted that Nohara-rin's snowman was indeed good, how could his snowman not look good? When she finally walked in front of Kakashi's snowman, Fukakuki was very surprised. Although the puffed-up face made her a little embarrassed, it did look like her. Why do you make such a strange expression? Fukakuki couldn't help asking. Because I wanted to. I did it. Kakashi replied indifferently. His purpose of making a snowman like Fukakuki was very simple, just to give Fukakuki in the house a sense of participation. As for the expression, Kakashi thought it would be more interesting. Something's wrong. The snowman is not right like this. The more Obito looked at Kakashi's snowman, the more he felt that there was something wrong. He couldn't help but poke the snowman's arm with his hand, and then found that the snowman was actually sandwiched, and there were even stones inside. Why are you poking my arm? Fukakuki looked at Obito with dissatisfaction. Kakashi, you actually cheated. Obito ignored Fukakuki and pointed out Kakashi's immoral behavior. Did you first use the earth escape technique to make a statue and then make a snowman on the statue? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Yes. Is there a rule that prohibits making snowmen like this? Kakashi admitted, but he didn't think it was cheating. Obito was speechless for a moment. Where did the rules for making snowmen come from? Anyway, I don't approve of snowmen like yours. They are not pure. Obito said that this kind of snowman is a heresy in the snowman world. But the snowman made is fast and beautiful, isn't it? Kakashi thought there was no problem. I think you are just jealous of Kakashi's good snowman making. The referee Fengwa-zyaksu chose to support Kakashi. Muyu saw this scene but didn't stop it. Sometimes it's better to say a few more words than not to communicate. I don't know how the main body is progressing. Muyu looked up and looked into the distance. Although it was a mission, Muyu was not so idle that his main body spent time telling stories to children. Wouldn't it be better to study the sealing technique or breathing method at that time? Except for the first day when he arrived in the snow country, Muyu's shadow clone was always beside Fengwa-zyaksu. Muyu's plan was that as long as no one came to disturb him, he would continue to study the sealing technique until the mission was over. But someone just wanted to disrupt his plan. The next day, Muyu found that there were ninjas monitoring them. If this was someone from the snow country daimyo, Muyu would not care, because he was protecting his daughter. But the daimyo did not send anyone to monitor secretly because there was no need. Several guards had been following Fengwa-zyaksu, and their attitude was very obvious. Muyu's main body investigated and found that they were Fengwa-nutao's people, and according to the panels of those ninjas, it can be judged that they were ninjas from the snow village. Muyu, who was familiar with the plot, instantly guessed that Fengwa-nutao might have been preparing to usurp the throne. After all, usurping the throne is not something that can be done by patting your head, and it is normal to have been prepared in advance. Muyu did not act rashly. He first observed the character of Fengwa Zheoxu, the current daimyo of the Snow Country, and after confirming that he was a daimyo who could be called a benevolent monarch, Muyu decided to strangle the coup in the cradle. Muyu is not a good person, but many times he is willing to do some good things within his ability. If the coup of a hawkish leader like Fengwa Nutao succeeds, Muyu believes that the people of the Snow Country will suffer a lot. According to the performance of the Snow Ninjas in the original book, Muyu is sure that the affairs of the Snow Country are within his ability, so Muyu began to act. However, this is a real world after all, and there are not many Snow Ninjas in the original book. For the sake of caution, Muyu chose to investigate all the forces of Fengwa Nutao first, which is not difficult for him with the identification technique. Have you found out about the internal ghost? Fengwa Nutao held a hot tea without drinking it, and asked the question he was most concerned about first. He would not feel at ease until the traitor was found. For his own safety, Fengwa Nutao now asked his subordinates to disguise themselves to attend the court meeting with transformation techniques, and sent ninjas to keep an eye on those Konoha ninjas. The main focus was safety first. I sent ninjas to conduct a thorough investigation, but did not find the traitor you mentioned. Nutao, are you a little sensitive? Maybe those Konoha ninjas really just accepted the mission of protecting the princess. Hanu Bingfeng drank the hot tea and shook his head. After all, it was a major event of usurping the throne. After receiving the news of Fengwa Nutao, Hanu Bingfeng immediately conducted a thorough investigation of the Snow Ninjas, but found no problems. Now our plans are still in the planning stage. How can it be so easy to be exposed? And now all the people who know are the village leaders. How could they do such a treacherous thing for a naive daimyo like Fengwa Zheoki? Everything we do is to strengthen the Snow Country. No Snow Ninja will betray his country. Hanu Bingfeng put down the teacup and said, Fengwa Nutao is also a member of the royal family of the Snow Country, so Hanu Bingfeng does not think that he is betraying the country by helping him to ascend to the throne. On the contrary, he thinks that Fengwa Nutao's ideas are more suitable for becoming the daimyo of the Snow Country. After all, he is a ninja with a good reputation like Yuzuru Muiu. If it is really Fengwa Zheoxu who invites him to deal with us, it will be a very troublesome existence. After listening to Hanu Bingfeng's analysis, Fengwa Nutao relaxed a little and expressed his concerns. So what, Nutao, don't you believe in my strength? I'm just a young man under 20 years old. Hanu Bingfeng showed sufficient confidence in his words. If it was the three ninjas who came, he would still have some concerns. After all, they are indeed famous in the ninja world. But for Yuzuru Muiu, he felt that as the leader of the Snow Ninja, he would have no problem. Bingfeng, I naturally believe in your strength. Fengwa Nutao smiled. He said so much just to make Hanu Bingfeng say this. By the way, how is the chakra armor of the village? Fengwa Nutao was completely relieved and asked. With the initial results, the power of ninjutsu can be enhanced, but it is difficult to continue the development due to the tight budget. Hanu Bingfeng frowned and replied, funding will be available soon, after the plan is successful. Fengwa Nutao assured. Hanu Bingfeng smiled and nodded. This was exactly why he supported Fengwa Nutao. But what the two did not know was that there was a person staring at them in the darkness not far away. Is there a chakra armor that can enhance ninjutsu? It's interesting. I wonder if it can be used as an external power bank. Muyu, who had his Byakugan on, showed an interested expression. The Byakugan allows him to conduct reconnaissance at a long distance. In addition, as a member of the Root, he also mastered the skill of lip reading, so even though the distance was far, Muyu also knew the content of the conversation between the two. After giving the Snow Ninja leader an identification technique, Muyu wanted to know where his courage came from. There will be another chapter later, but I am not sure if I can write 5.8k. I hope the gold coins will not explode. I don't want such things. Chapter 344 Overturning the Table. Name, Cold Tiger Ice. Chakra, 45,000. Skills, Water Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 3,415,000. Wind Chakra Nature Change. Mastery, 315,000. Water Style, Black Dragon Blizzard. Mastery, Water Style. White Whale. Mastery, Water Style. Wolf Fang Avalanche. Mastery, water style, swallow snow, experienced. After reading the Cold Tiger Ice's panel, Muyu could only say that courage is a good thing. Chakra quantity is Muyu's weakness, but even this weakness of Muyu can easily beat Cold Tiger Ice, because now Muyu's chakra is close to 80,000, almost twice that of Cold Tiger Ice. As for skills, needless to say, not only can they beat him in quantity, but they can also crush him in quality. Although the enemy can be beaten at will, Muyu still thinks that this exploration is very valuable. Although Cold Tiger Ice can't beat him, he is an enemy that Kakashi and Obito can't deal with at present. To be on the safe side, Muyu decided to send 2 shadow clones to protect the disciples in the future, 1 shadow clone to protect in the open, and the other shadow clone to act in the dark according to the situation. Since Fenghua Zioxu may have discovered it, the plan must be changed. I will prepare for the test work in the next few days. Once it is confirmed, we will immediately launch a coup, Fenghua Nutao said after taking a sip of hot tea. If the Snow Ninja can't find the traitor, he will directly test Fenghua Zioxu to test Muyu. As long as he finds something wrong, he will immediately launch a coup. Originally, Fenghua Nutao wanted to slowly pull all the officials to his side before launching a coup, so as to minimize the losses of the Snow Country, but it seems that there is no time for this. Well, I will arrange a few reliable Snow Ninja village jonin to follow you. Hanu Bingfeng nodded and said, the most core figure in this coup is Fenghua Nutao, because he is the younger brother of the daimyo and has enough status. Muyu has been watching Fenghua Nutao leave the office with his Byakugan, and then he opened his Byakugan to scout the Snow Ninja village to find the so-called chakra armor. It must be said that the Byakugan is indeed a very convenient ability. It can see through and observe far away. It is too easy to search for special places. He soon found the laboratory in the basement. However, the defense force of this place is less than Muyu imagined. It may be because the Snow Country is too remote and rarely experiences wars between ninjas. However, the defense force is meaningless to Muyu. He can break in if there are many people, and he can go directly in if there are few people. The result is not much different. Muyu only found a set of chakra armor for research in the laboratory. He guessed that the completed chakra armor has been in the hands of the high-level Snow Ninja. Muyu did not take the chakra armor in the laboratory, but took out a camera to record the research data of the Snow Ninja one by one. Since the Snow Ninja can make chakra armor, the materials must be in the Snow Country. As long as the technology is in hand, there is no need to worry about the lack of chakra armor. After recording, Muyu left quietly. He sincerely hoped that the Snow Ninja could make another breakthrough in a short time, so that Muyu could get it for free again. Father, why are the 4 seasons in our country the same? There are no flowers in spring and it's not hot in summer. Fenghua Zioxu asked with a puzzled look after dinner. When Muyu explained the 4 seasons to her, she once said that the Snow Country has a special location, but she didn't understand the meaning. Because our country is located at the northernmost end of the ninja realm, the climate is too cold. Fenghua Zioxu rubbed Fenghua Zioxu's head and said with a smile, although Fenghua Zioxu is a daimyo, he is more interested in all kinds of knowledge, especially modern science and technology, than any imperial mind. Before becoming a daimyo, Fenghua Zioxu had been to the Fire Country, and he has not forgotten the beautiful scenery of the Fire Country in spring. But although the Fire Country is beautiful, it is not his own country after all. The Fenghua family is the royal family of the Snow Country, and the costs of traveling is nothing. There are many people in the Snow Country who do not have the financial resources to travel to other countries and have no way to see the beautiful scenery of flowers blooming in spring. So before becoming a daimyo, Fenghua Zioxu was determined to change the environment of the Snow Country through technology so that all the citizens of the Snow Country can see the beautiful scenery of flowers blooming in spring. Therefore, Fukaha Hyuki cut the funding of the Snow Ninja village and reduced military spending to increase the development of civilian technology. He has also been to some small countries that exist well without ninja villages, so Fukaha Hyuki believes that the Snow Country does not need snow ninjas very much. Can't we go a little further south? Fukaha Hyuki still doesn't understand. Ha, our country is not a small piece of stone. Fukaha Hyuki was amused by her silly daughter. Then won't our country ever be able to welcome spring? Fukaha Yuki's voice was full of disappointment. It's okay not to know that the 4 seasons are different from other seasons, but after knowing that, Fukaha Yuki is really unhappy to find that there is only winter in her country. A rude guy like Obito can live in spring, while she, the obedient and cute Fukaha Yuki, can only spend her whole life in the cold winter. Of course not, as long as you firmly imagine that spring will come in your heart. The snow country will soon welcome its spring, Fukaha Yuki answered seriously. The funds he cut were not in vain. There is a precious mineral in the snow country. Fengwa Zioxu found that this mineral has magical energy. Just add a little bit of this mineral to the heating equipment to improve the efficiency of the heating equipment. The snow ninjas call it chakra ore, but Fengwa Zioxu prefers to call it spring ore. It is the hope of the snow country to welcome spring. Fengwa Zioxu plans to build a huge heating device covering the snow country and the snow country to fight against the severe cold. Really? Fengwa Zioxu looked at Fengwa Zioxu with expectation. Of course it's true. How could I lie to the lovely Princess Zioxu? Fengwa Zioxu pinched Fengwa Zioxu's round cheeks and smiled. With beautiful fantasies, Fengwa Zioxu went back to her room to sleep. In her sleep, she dreamed of the spring flower sea described by Miyu. She saw that the cold winter of the snow country ended and spring came. When Fengwa Zioxu wanted to pick a flower to take a closer look, a voice woke Fengwa Zioxu from her sleep. Lord Zioxu, it's time to get up and eat. After waking up, Fengwa Zioxu judged from the voice that this was the maid who took care of her life. Fengwa Zioxu was a little angry, because she was just about to take a closer look at those beautiful flowers, but the beauty disappeared in an instant. However, as a kind and righteous princess, Fengwa Zioxu would definitely not scold the maid, but just puffed up her cheeks to express her dissatisfaction. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. Lord Zioxu, I'm sorry to disturb your sweet dream. The maid who knew Fengwa Zioxu apologized immediately when she saw this familiar expression. Fengwa Zioxu completely calmed down and finished breakfast happily. Brother Miyu, can you continue to tell me the story of the Land of Fire today? I still want to listen. After dinner, Fengwa Zioxu found Miyu and said cutely, I also have stories about the Land of Fire here. Do you want to listen? Obito suddenly thought of a very interesting idea. You? Fengwa Zioxu grabbed the corner of Miyu's clothes with her hand, and looked at Obito with a questioning look. Don't underestimate me. In Konoha, I am known as the storyteller of the Land of Fire. Obito lied to children without blushing or beating his heart. Miyu looked at Obito quietly to see what he was up to. Really? Tell me. Fengwa Zioxu still didn't believe Obito. Ahem. Then you have to listen carefully. Obito coughed twice and began his performance. During the Warring States period, there were 2 powerful ninja clans. One was the Uchiha clan and the other was the Senju clan. The 2 clans were originally mortal enemies who fought each other, but the heirs of the 2 clans formed a deep friendship when they were young, so things took a turn for the better. Obito told the history he heard from Miyu in the same way as Miyu. Although Obito was not very good at learning, the history was indeed torturous and legendary enough to make Fengwa Zioxu extremely engaged for a while. Please predict whether the 2 clans can successfully unite based on the above materials and explain it, and analyze the impact of the times on the union. Obito asked a series of questions when the story was about to reach its climax. Fengwa Zioxu, who had been listening to Obito's speech carefully, subconsciously thought about the questions Obito said and felt that her brain was not enough. Her eyes began to be confused. She knew every word, but when they were put together, she didn't know what he was saying. Obito's actions made no Harlan a little difficult to comment. Kakashi was a little overwhelmed. The child asked you to tell a story, but you turned it into a history question halfway through. What a grudge. This is not a story at all. After Fengwa Zioxu cleared her mind, she immediately accused Obito of his shameful behavior. Fengwa Zioxu made Obito her #1 enemy. She had never seen such a cunning person. What stories are you listening to as a princess? You are going to inherit the throne and become a queen. You should learn more, otherwise, how can you govern the country in the future? Obito criticized Fengwa Xiaoxu with a serious face. Every time he said he wanted to become a Hokage, he would always be ridiculed by Kakashi. Those words finally came to him to say to others. Fengwa Xiaoxu didn't know how to refute what was said. She felt that what Obito said seemed to make sense. Fengwa Xiaoxu's face turned red with anxiety. She felt that Obito did not have good intentions, so she wanted to fight back, but the problem was that she really didn't know how to fight back. Xiaoxu, can you take me to see your father? Miyu asked Fengwa Xiaoxu after tapping Obito's head with 2 fingers together. No problem. It's not my father's working hours yet. No, it seems that my father doesn't have to work today. Fengwa Xiaoxu was in a good mood as she looked at Obito, who was covering his forehead. Then please take me there. I have something very important to discuss with your father. Miyu touched Fengwa Xiaoxu's head and said, Fengwa Nutao still wants to test. He just overturned the table, wrote 7.2k, failed to make 10,000 a day, and exploded with gold coins. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 345, Rapidly Changing Situation. Under the guidance of Fengwa Xiaoxu, Miyu went to Fengwa Xiaoxu's study. Fengwa Xiaoxu's study looked more like a research room to Miyu, where many mechanical equipment were placed. Xiaoxu, Dad has something to do now, so he can't play with you. Fengwa Xiaoxu put down the book in his hand and said with a little guilt. Fengwa Xiaoxu thought Fengwa Xiaoxu came to play with him because he didn't have a court meeting today. It's not that I want to find my father, it's that brother Miyu has something to do. Fengwa Xiaoxu said that he was not a playful child. At this time, Miyu nodded and affirmed Fengwa Xiaoxu's words. Xiaoxu, you have worked hard. This is your reward. Take it and eat it, but you have to eat it outside, otherwise it will leave a smell in the room. Miyu took out a few beautifully packaged candies and handed them to Fengwa Xiaoxu like a magic trick. Fengwa Nutao is Fengwa Xiaoxu's uncle after all, and it would be bad to leave a bad memory for the child. Yeah, thank you brother Miyu. Fengwa Xiaoxu, who was praised and rewarded, smiled happily and walked out of the room. Seeing Fengwa Xiaoxu happy, Fengwa Xiaoxu also smiled. It seems that you are very good at getting along with children. Xiaoxu likes you very much. Fengwa Xiaoxu used her right hand to adjust her glasses and smiled. Although Fengwa Xiaoxu is a relatively sensible child, she grew up as a princess after all. She has grown up in the love of thousands since she was a child, and it is not easy to get good impressions. Maybe it's because I often teach students of similar age to her, so I have more experience. Miyu replied with a faint smile. Lord Xiaoxu, I came to you this time because I accidentally discovered that someone in the Snow Country wanted to rebel. After a brief exchange, Miyu directly said the matter straight to the point. Miyu didn't want to spend more effort in places where he could crush the past with strength. Instead of waiting for the other party to make trouble, he might as well take the initiative. Because Fengwa Nutao's identity is relatively special, Miyu chose to confess everything to Fengwa Xiaoxu first, otherwise it would be a bit sensitive for him, a Konoha ninja, to interfere in the affairs of other countries. Rebellion, how could it be? Fengwa Xiaoxu's first reaction to Miyu's words was to question. After all, Miyu was just a ninja he hired to protect Fengwa Xiaoxu, and according to common sense, he should not be exposed to these things. And the leader is none other than your own brother Fengwa Nutao, Lord Xiaoxu. Miyu took out a scroll and continued to expose the information. Impossible. Nutao is devoted to the country. How could he do such a treasonous thing? Fengwa Xiaoxu frowned and didn't believe Miyu's words even more. At this time, the good impression that Miyu had previously established in Fengwa Xiaoxu disappeared completely, and Fengwa Xiaoxu was even ready to terminate the mission and let Miyu go back. In his opinion, these words were really sinister. Just when Fengwa Xiaoxu was about to drive Miyu out of the study, the things that Miyu took out next made Fengwa Xiaoxu fall into deep thought. These are all deals that Fengwa Nutao made with the Snow Ninja Village by taking advantage of his power. As a daimyo, Do you know that he has such a close relationship with the Snow Ninja? Miyu said lightly after taking out the information. The leader of the Snow Ninja village is not stupid. If Feng Wanutao only promised to give money if he succeeded in usurping the throne, how could the Snow Ninja village fully support him? Feng Wanutao has been using his power to help the Snow Ninja village develop. Of course, money will not appear or disappear out of thin air. The money Feng Wanutao gave to the Snow Ninja village was all taken from other places. Feng Wanzheoksu found it difficult to accept the information at once. How could his good brother suddenly become a conspirator who used his power for personal gain and harbored evil intentions? The mission was obviously just to protect Zioxu. Why did he get these materials? Feng Wanzheoksu asked after calming down. Maybe he mistakenly thought that I was invited to investigate him. After I found someone was monitoring me, I conducted an investigation. I didn't expect to dig out such a big surprise. Miyu answered calmly. Strictly speaking, most of what Miyu said was true. Feng Wanutao did send people to monitor him, which made Miyu think of taking action. Originally, he just wanted to study the sealing technique with peace of mind. There is no need to participate in things other than this mission. But I think this country that has been in severe cold for a long time should not bear more tossing. So I came to you. Miyu, you are right. This country should not bear more. On behalf of the Snow Country, I thank you for your efforts, but this matter is too serious. I will send someone to check it first. If it is true, I will definitely give you a big reward. In addition, please keep Zioxu safe. Feng Huazheoksu thought for a while and said, in fact, Feng Huazheoksu didn't believe the information when he first saw it. He even thought that Feng Wanutao had studied in the Snow Ninja village after all, so it was reasonable to be nice to them. But after reading this extremely detailed information, Feng Huazheoksu could no longer find excuses for Feng Wanutao. His projects that were for the benefit of the people were all changed in Feng Wanutao's hands, just to fatten up the Snow Ninja village. In fact, after reading it, Feng Huazheoksu had already confirmed the authenticity of the information in his heart, because Miyu, who had just come to the Snow Country not long ago, couldn't know so many secrets of the Snow Country, and it was naturally impossible to forge it. But this matter involves too much, and it would be too reckless to act without investigation. Please do it as soon as possible. Miyu nodded, not disappointed. Feng Wanutao is still Feng Wanzheoki's younger brother, and an important figure in the Snow Country. In addition, it involves the Snow Ninja village, so it is normal for Feng Wanzheoki to be cautious. Of course, Miyu thinks that the ideal situation is that Feng Wanzheoki directly nods to him, and then Miyu first captures Feng Wanutao and then captures Hanu Bingfeng, and the matter will be perfectly solved. Looking at Miyu's leaving back, Feng Wanzheoki sighed. He didn't expect that such a thing as brothers killing each other would happen to him. Nutao, why is it so? When Miyu walked out of the study, Feng Wanzheoksu outside the door was still happily eating the candy she earned from her own labor. Let's go. Zioxu, what kind of story do you want to hear today? Miyu asked with a smile. I want to hear the story of Senju and Akaya during the Warring States period. Feng Wanzheoksu was still thinking about the history that Obito had not finished telling. You can't interrupt in the middle and ask those difficult questions, Feng Wanzheoksu added when she remembered something. Obito's inhumane behavior really left a little psychological shadow on Feng Wanzheoksu. Of course not. Miyu touched Feng Wanzheoksu's little head and said, but the story will be told a little later. I have to arrange some things first. Obito and the others didn't know that Feng Wanutao was going to usurp the throne, and they thought it was a simple escort mission. Feng Wanzheoksu nodded obediently and waited in the house. Then Miyu told Kakashi and others what was going to happen next in simple words. The situation has changed. Feng Wanutao is going to usurp the throne. Be prepared for battle. So it's usurpation. I thought someone sent a letter saying they wanted to kidnap the princess. Wait, usurpation? Obito was a little disappointed at first, and his expression gradually became surprised when he thought of the meaning of this word. Is it the usurpation of the throne by the daimyo? Obito's expression was a little excited. This is a big event. Generally, this kind of plot only appears when the ninja novel develops to the late stage and is about to end. After that, only saving the ninja world is left. Feng Wanutao, the younger brother of the daimyo? Kakashi recalled the serious face of Feng Han and Utao. They happened to meet Feng Han and Utao when they first entered Feng Han Castle. Teacher Mu, what should we do? Should we send Jiaozu to a safe place first? Nohara Rin asked a little worriedly. Because the mission was to protect Feng Hana and Jiaozu, Nohara Rin first considered the safety of Feng Hana and Jiaozu, rather than suppressing the rebellion. Not for the time being. Mu shook his head. With his current strength, there is no safer place in the entire snow country than around him. You don't need to take any other actions now, just protect Jiaozu as before, but be more vigilant. Although I have found evidence that Feng Han and Utao wants to usurp the throne, the daimyo still needs to verify it, so don't act trashly at the moment. Mu explained, it's so troublesome. Anyway, we all know that the other party is a bad guy, so why not just arrest him directly? Obito scratched his head and was very puzzled. Who do you think that is? Kakashi looked at Obito with an idiotic look. There was no problem saying that Fuken Utao was the second in command of the Snow Country. I really don't remember who Fuken Utao was. It sounds like a relative of Zyaksu. Obito answered honestly. When Asama Santeafu was talking about Fuken Utao, Obito was thinking about the princess and didn't listen at all. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. It doesn't matter who the other party is, you will have no problem protecting Zyaksu. Of course, you have to protect yourself, Mu said to Core. This time, it is very likely that they will face a ninja village. Even a small ninja village is not something Obito and his team can face now, so the main force of this mission is Mu. And Obito and his team will just have to fight against the miscellaneous soldiers. As a daimyo, Fukusuke's may be a little naive, but it is not stupid. Before the results of the investigation came out, Fengwa Zaoki sent out ninja forces that only obeyed him to secretly block Fengwa Nutao's mansion, so that if Fengwa Nutao made any unusual movements, he could be arrested immediately. Because Fengwa Zaoki knew that Fengwa Nutao was the core of the usurpation of the throne, and without Fengwa Nutao, the ninjas dared not move. However, Fengwa Zaoki still underestimated his ambitious brother. When you want to test the hardness of a piece of glass, the broken end of that piece of glass is already doomed. When doubts arise, people will use all means to prove their doubts until they really happen. When Fengwa Nutao suspected that his plan to usurp the throne was exposed and suspected that Fengwa Zaoki hired Konoha ninjas to investigate him, Fengwa Nutao was already fully investigating the relevant events and preparing for exposure. So when Fengwa Zaoki really started to investigate Fengwa Nutao instantly discovered Fengwa Zaoki's investigation. From Fengwa Nutao's perspective, this was undoubtedly his premonition coming true. So Fengwa Nutao immediately activated his arrangement. On the one hand, he secretly contacted the Snow Ninja village to forcefully usurp the throne, and on the other hand, he slipped out of the blockade under the cover of his substitute. Fengwa Zaoki didn't know that his brother could actually do this to usurp the throne. When 1/3 of the evidence was checked, Fengwa Zaoki mobilized his power to control all the people in Fengwa Nutao's mansion, because this was enough to make a national official a death row prisoner. Nutao, why do you want to do this? Didn't you say that you want to make the Snow Country rich and strong together? Fengwa Zaoki said to Fengwa Nutao with a heartbroken face. It's just your wishful thinking, Fengwa Nutao's substitute said with a mocking look. Fengwa Zaoki frowned slightly, feeling something was wrong. This reply was not the style of his brother. You are not Nutao, who are you? Fengwa Zaoki questioned. It's really strange that an ordinary person can see through my exquisite transformation technique. You know, this is the result of my imitating Lord Nutao every day. Seeing that he was discovered, the substitute stopped pretending. The ninjas on Fengwa Zaoki's side suddenly changed their faces, because this meant that Fengwa Nutao had slipped away from under their noses. I'm sorry, Lord Zaoki, we failed to complete the mission. The leading ninja half knelt on the ground and admitted his mistake. I will immediately send people to conduct a large-scale search and try to find the sinner Fengwa Nutao as soon as possible. Then the leading ninja proposed remedial measures. Ha, it's too late. You don't need to go to Lord Nutao. Lord Nutao will come to you soon. Only Lord Nutao can bring strength to the Snow Country. The stand-in laughed and said. Seeing that the stand-in was so arrogant, The ninja who grabbed him hit him hard in the abdomen and signaled him to be quiet. As if in response to the stand-in's words, Fenghua Nutao led a group of snow ninjas to launch a surprise attack on Fenghua City in the afternoon. Although Fenghua Zaoki strengthened the power of Fenghua City because of Muyu's reminder, the ninja power he controlled was quite a distance away from the snow ninja village. He cut the budget not only of the ninja village, but also of the military budget of the entire country. As for those ordinary troops or samurai, they are even more useless. Snow ninja can make them lose their combat capability by using some large-scale snow ninjutsu. Because he was afraid of Muyu and felt that Fenghua Zhu's identity might be a threat, Fenghua Nutao led the snow ninjas to attack Fenghua Zhu's position. Fenghua Nutao knew his naive elder brother too well, and he would not run away. So the main battlefield gradually shifted to the direction of Fenghua Zhu, and the noise became louder and louder, attracting the attention of Obito and Fenghua Zhu. It's so noisy. What happened? Fenghua Zhu stood on tiptoes and looked into the distance. At this time, Fenghua Zhu came here with a bunch of guards, and said to Muyu with an apologetic face, "I'm sorry, I wasted the information you obtained, Muyu, and failed to solve the problem in the first time. Please take Zhu away from Fenghua City and the Snow Country. This is my request as a father." The development of things exceeded Fenghua Zhu's expectations. He didn't expect Fenghua Nutao to be so fast. If he didn't arrest him in advance, he might not have checked all the evidence yet. The power supporting Fenghua Nutao was beyond Fenghua Zhu's expectation. The guards of Fenghua City were no match for them. Although Muyu might be an excellent ninja, there were hundreds of snow ninjas on Fenghua Nutao's side, so Fenghua Zhu decided to let Muyu break through with her daughter, while he stayed to live and die with Fenghua City. Why do you want to leave the Snow Country? I don't want to be separated from my father, Fenghua Zhu asked in confusion. Although she yearned for the Fire Country, she felt something was wrong. Because my father made a big mistake, he will be punished. If I stay with my father, I will also be punished. Fenghua Zhu smiled and touched Fenghua Zhu's head and said, "Then I will be punished with my father." Fenghua Zhu grabbed Fenghua Zhu's arm with both hands. Fenghua Zhu showed a helpless expression and picked up Fenghua Zhu, trying to let Muyu forcibly hold Fenghua Zhu and leave. But Muyu did not take the Fenghua Zhu that Fenghua Zhu handed over. Muyu raised his black-framed glasses with his right hand and smiled. Although the mission is to protect the princess, it is not a big problem to upgrade it to quell the rebellion, but the commission fee will be supplemented later. Fenghua Zhu's operation can be regarded as a pig teammate, but for Muyu who has absolute crushing strength, whether it is the best case or the worst case, it doesn't make much difference. After all, it is just a small ninja village in a remote area. Maybe the worst case is more beneficial to Muyu. After all, this can train Obito and others and make the mission more rewarding. Muyu, I need to remind you that there are hundreds of ninjas in Nutao, Fenghua Zhu reminded. Muyu must be an excellent ninja with her intelligence ability, but no matter how strong Muyu is, can he fight hundreds of ninjas alone? Daimyo, I need to remind you that teacher Muyu is super strong. Obito stood up and said, I'm just asking for a monthly ticket. I'll try to reach 10,000 words a day tomorrow. If I fail, I'll tell the group 50 people. I don't believe that I can't reach 10,000 words a day. I failed last time with only 2,000 words. I'm sure there will be no problem this time. Chapter 346. One Man vs. One Ninja Village. Don't worry, Master Hayate, you will be fine with Muyu-sensei here, Kakashi said calmly. Since they hadn't fought officially yet, Kakashi didn't know what the level of the hundreds of ninjas on the other side was, but Muyu was not someone who would attack without a purpose. On the contrary, Muyu had always been very humble. She was obviously stronger than the candidate Raikage, but she didn't say that she would definitely win. So when Muyu said that she could quell the rebellion, Kakashi felt that she would definitely be able to do it, and there would be no accidents. But Hayate still found it hard to believe. After all, in his world, even if he could beat hundreds of ordinary people, it was shocking enough, and the opponent had hundreds of ninjas, some of whom were quite powerful. Although Hayate was not a ninja, He knew that the opponent was stronger when he saw that the ninjas on his side were defeated so quickly. "Father, I don't want to leave." Xiaxu Fenghua grabbed Hiate's arm tightly with both hands. Looking at his daughter Hiate with tears in her eyes, he sighed. How could he bear to be separated from his lovely child? "Muiyu, please, if you can't, please try to take Xiaxu away." Fenghua Xiaoxu put Fenghua Xiaoxu down and bowed deeply to Muiyu. As a ninja who only accepted the task of protecting Fenghua Xiaoxu, Muiyu has done her best. Not only did she help him find out Fenghua Nutao's crimes, but she was also willing to stand up and help him at this time. Muiyu nodded slightly to calm Fenghua Xiaoxu's mind, and said to the three disciples, "You don't have to take the initiative to attack, just protect Xiaxu and the daimyo. Neither Fenghua Xiaoxu nor Fenghua Xiaoxu can die. If Fenghua Xiaoxu dies, it will have a major impact on the Snow Country, and Fenghua Xiaoxu is the core of the escort mission." It was not the first time for several disciples to carry out the mission, and they nodded to show their understanding. After speaking, Muiyu walked towards the approaching snow ninjas. Ice release, swallow blowing snow. The cold tiger iced condensed chakra in his mouth and spit out a large number of snow darts to shoot around. Swish! Exclamation mark! Blood flowers bloomed in the air, and many guards were injured by snow darts. Ice style, one-horned white whale. Ice style, dragon-breaking tiger. Taking this opportunity, many snow ninjas formed seals and released ninjutsu to try to destroy the guards in one fell swoop. A large number of snow secret beasts rushed towards the guards. There were ninjas among the guards, but their strength was not as good as that of the snow ninjas, not to mention that they were injured at the moment and could not resist so many ninjutsu. Fire style, Phoenix fire technique. Just when the guards thought the battle was about to end, a large number of dense fireballs rushed out from behind them, passed over their heads, drew a beautiful arc and hit the ice whales and snow tigers. Boom! Exclamation mark! Fierce flames broke out, huge explosions sounded, and all the ice and snow beasts created by the snow ninjas were destroyed by the fireballs and turned into white smoke and dissipated. This is the powerful ninja Muiyu, hired by Master Xiaozu. Don't give up, we still have hope of victory. Asama Santeifu turned around and saw Muiyu coming and shouted excitedly. Although he knew very little about Muiyu, Asama Santeifu could only choose to believe in Muiyu at this moment, because the facts had proved that they could not beat the snow ninjas brought by Fenghua Nutao. Maybe he can really do it. Fenghua Xiaoqi had a glimmer of hope in her heart. Obito and the others' confidence in Muiyu, Muiyu's confidence in herself, and the powerful fire escape technique made Fenghua Xiaoqi feel that Muiyu could create a miracle. Bingfeng, he is Hanyu Muiyu, are you sure? Seeing that Muiyu's fire escape technique was so powerful, Fenghua Nutao turned his head and looked at Hanyu Bingfeng and asked. Besides Fenghua Xiaoqi, the person that Fenghua Nutao wanted to get rid of the most at the moment was Hanyu Muiyu. Since Muiyu came to the Snow Country, he has not had a good day. A ninja who can fight against Jinchuriki is indeed very powerful, but if it's just this level, I can defeat him even without the chakra armor. Hanyu Bingfeng answered confidently. He could use his most proficient ninjutsu, Black Dragon Storm Kill, to achieve the same effect caused by Muiyu's attack just now, or even better. If I practice for a few more years, I might not be his opponent. If this kid doesn't die, he might become the next Sannin. Although he said that he would be fine, Hanyu Bingfeng didn't underestimate Muiyu in his heart. You have to know that he started practicing at the age of 6, and it took him more than 30 years to reach his current strength, while Muiyu was only less than 20 years old. Well, I'll leave this to you. I'll find a chance to take people in and catch Fenghua Xiaoxu. Fenghua Nutao was relieved when he saw Hanyu Bingfeng so confident. Hanyu Bingfeng nodded and affirmed Fenghua Nutao's plan. If Fenghua Xiaoxu ran away, it would be a big trouble. You should retreat a little, otherwise it will be bad if you get hurt by mistake, Muiyu said to the guards. The other side had hundreds of ninjas, and Muiyu would definitely use a large-scale ninjutsu, and there were no reliable ninjas on his side. In order not to hurt friendly forces, Muiyu chose to let them retreat and fight the entire snow ninja village alone. Asama Santeifu looked at Muiyu with a confused face, and once doubted whether he had suffered a serious blow to his ears in the battle just now, causing hearing loss. Lord Muiyu, Are you going to fight the enemy alone? A guard ninja couldn't help asking. Although Muyu's performance just now was indeed very strong, this operation was really confusing. Lord Muyu, there are still many of us who are capable of fighting, Asama Santeifu said, holding the long sword in his hand tightly. Muyu shook his head and said, "You retreating is the best help to me. The range of the ninjutsu I will use later will be very large. The guard's ideas are good, but the facts are cruel. For Muyu, they are a burden that can't help." Although Muyu has a strong ability to control chakra, it is indeed very exhausting to face hundreds of ninjas at the same time and pay attention to not hurting friendly forces, because some guards are ordinary people, and they can't dodge the attacks that ninjas can dodge. Some guards wanted to say something, but several snow ninjas had already rushed up. Whoosh! Muyu flashed, and at a speed that ordinary people could not see clearly, he flashed in front of the snow ninjas and punched at a high speed. Bang! 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 Exclamation mark! Several snow ninjas who rushed up instantly flew backwards at a faster speed, hitting the ground or other snow ninjas hard. In the perspective of Asama Santeifu, Muyu's body blurred for a moment, and the snow ninja was beaten away. When he reacted, Muyu had returned to the original place. Is this the power of a truly strong man? Asama Santeifu was absent-minded for a while. Everyone retreat. Don't hinder Lord Muyu from fighting. Asama Santeifu finally shouted. He chose to believe in Muyu, believing that Muyu was not arrogant but truly powerful. Some ninjas among the guards saw how powerful Muyu was and nodded and retreated. As ninjas, they knew how powerful Muyu was. The snow ninjas also saw that Muyu was very strong, but they had an absolute advantage in numbers after all, so they were not afraid, and they used ninja tools and ninjutsu to attack Muyu. Fire style, great fireball technique. Muyu switched to the breath of flame and spit out a huge fireball to engulf all the attacks coming towards him. With Muyu's current level of fire style, even the great fireball has considerable power. What a powerful fire style ninjutsu! The snow ninjas sweated coldly as they looked at the huge fireball as big as a two-story building. Ice style, one-horned white whale. Han Hu Bingfeng immediately rushed forward and condensed a large amount of chakra to create an ice whale that was even larger than the fireball to smash the fireball, and the high temperature of the great fireball also completely melted the ice whale in the end. The snow ninjas' momentum rose again when they saw this scene. Muyu was strong, but their leader was also strong. At this moment, suddenly pieces of silver-white fragments fell from the sky. This was a daily routine in the snow country, but on the battlefield today, it made the guards look uncomfortable and excited the snow ninjas. Oh no! The snow ninjas' ninjutsu will become stronger when it snows. The ninjas in the garrison looked at Muyu with a worried look. There was already a huge gap in numbers, and they were all given a buff. How could they win? Little brat, it seems that God wants you dead. Han Hu Bingfeng laughed. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The sudden heavy snow undoubtedly added another 10% to their already big victory. Really? Actually, the great fireball just now is just one of the less powerful ninjutsu I mastered, Muyu said with a faint smile, and her mind did not change because of the environment. The environment can indeed affect the power of a ninjutsu, but if the gap is too big, no environment will be of any use. Humphrey, bluffing. Han Hu Bingfeng thought Muyu was exaggerating his strength. For that level of fire escape ninjutsu, even he had to perform ninjutsu seriously to block it, and it had nothing to do with being less powerful. Flame breathing, full concentration. Muyu concentrated his breathing again and again, and his physical ability and the ability to change the nature of fire attribute chakra were improved. Then he formed a seal to condense a large amount of chakra at his throat. Fire escape, great fire extinguishment. Whoosh! Exclamation mark! A huge amount of flames was spit out from Muyu's mouth in one breath. This extremely hot flame quickly melted the ice and snow on the ground and burned everything around it. Even the snowflakes that had not yet fallen melted directly under the influence of this high temperature. A wide orange red sea of fire quickly formed around Muyu. The high temperature generated by this scorching flame made some defenders sweat in the snow. Looking at this terrifying sea of fire, The defenders who kept a distance from Miyu finally understood why Miyu asked them to retreat. If they didn't stay away, they would probably be burned to charcoal by this terrifying flame. At this moment, Asama Santeafu was extremely glad that it was Miyu who took on the task. He felt that even in a well-known ninja village like Konoha in the ninja world, there must not be many ninjas as powerful as Miyu. I said that teacher Miyu is extremely powerful. There will be no problem with him. Obito stood on a high place and looked at the dazzling red sea of fire with a proud smile. Obito felt that he had to take 1/3 of the credit for defeating the enemy with the great fire extinguishing technique, because it was he who gave Miyu the great fire extinguishing technique. Obito had performed very well in the Uchiha gathering before, and the final reward was the great fire extinguishing technique. After getting the ninjutsu, Obito decisively gave it to Miyu, because Miyu could teach him after learning it, and maybe she could study it faster than he could by himself. I'm afraid issuing that mission was the only correct decision I made during this period. Fengwa Zheoxu sighed as she looked at the raging fire. As Miyu attacked, the light of hope in Fengwa Zheoxu's heart gradually grew. While marveling at the power of Miyu's fire escape, Kakashi was also carefully observing the surroundings to prevent any enemy from breaking through the defense line and attacking. After all, those guards looked really unreliable, and it was normal for Miyu to miss a few of them when he was outnumbered by hundreds. "Come on, perform defensive ninjutsu with me," Hanu Bingfeng shouted immediately when he noticed that Miyu's aura was gradually becoming terrifying. Although it was a bit unbelievable, Miyu seemed to be telling the truth, and he really had a much stronger ninjutsu. Hanu Bingfeng, who was standing at the front, could feel the horror of the high-temperature sea of fire the most. He looked at Miyu in disbelief. He didn't expect that the little devil in his eyes could use such a powerful fire escape ninjutsu. At this moment, Hanu Bingfeng cursed Feng Huan Tao in his heart. He didn't send people to investigate Miyu specifically because he read the information collected by Feng Huan Tao, but now Miyu's strength made Feng Huan Tao feel that he had read fake information. However, Hanu Bingfeng didn't have time to think about what went wrong at this moment. He had to use ninjutsu to block this fire escape. Ice escape middle. Snow wall. Dozens of snow ninjas including Hanu Bingfeng performed defensive ninjutsu at the same time, creating 3 extremely thick ice and snow walls. The defensive ninjutsu of a single snow ninja really couldn't stop Miyu's fire escape, but it would be different if dozens of snow ninjas performed ninjutsu together. The thick ice and snow wall that gathered a lot of chakra even blocked Miyu's high-temperature flames. Under the gaze of the snow ninja and the defenders, the first ice wall was quickly melted, and the scope of the sea of fire was reduced. The second ice wall became smaller after it melted, and when the last ice wall melted, the wide sea of fire disappeared. Hanu Bingfeng breathed a sigh of relief, which proved that although Miyu was very strong, he was not so strong that he could not be defeated. There was still a chance for hundreds of people to beat him. Damn it, if our ninjas could also. Asama Santeafu was very unwilling to see the sea of fire being blocked, because there were hundreds of ninjas on the side of Bingfeng Hanu who could help him. But they could not help Miyu. Very good, you took another fire escape, so can you continue to block the next one? Miyu said with a faint smile. Although the fire escape just now was fierce, it was not his full strength. There were not many such fighting opportunities. Miyu was just testing the power of the skill. As Miyu spoke, he silently opened the pattern and entered the flame-breathing chakra mode. Miyu's breathing rhythm suddenly changed, and a large amount of chakra in her body burst out and burned with the breathing method to enhance the power of Miyu's fire attribute chakra, and her momentum rose rapidly. Is this guy a monster? Feeling Miyu's powerful and hot breath, Hanu Bingfeng's face changed rapidly. This is not a genius ninja. This is clearly a grown-up strong man. There is another chapter later. Chapter 347 Desperate Suppression. Feng Tao, you were fooled by your subordinates with false information, right? Hanu Bingfeng couldn't help but curse. He really couldn't help it. He thought he was just going to fight a more outstanding Jonin, but Miyu's performance was completely that of a strong man who was famous in the ninja world. Of course, Hanu Bingfeng would not doubt that Feng Tao deliberately used false information to fool him, because they had long been grasshoppers on the same rope. If he couldn't beat Feng Tao, he would not be able to succeed in usurping the throne. Han Bingfeng just thought Feng Wenutao was stupid and got false information. Impossible. Didn't you say you would definitely win? Feng Wenutao retorted. Han Bingfeng thought his information was problematic, and Feng Wenutao also thought Han Bingfeng was weak. A ninja village leader was actually afraid of a young man from a big ninja village. He was clearly full of confidence before the battle, and said that it would be no problem to beat Mu Yu, a young boy. Han Bingfeng wanted to punch Feng Huanutao into the ground. He was so confident because Feng Huanutao's intelligence was so wrong. If he knew Mu Yu was so strong, he would not cooperate with Feng Huanutao and would directly abandon the dark and join the light. But after spraying each other, both of them quickly calmed down. One of them was the leader of the ninja village and the other was the second in command of the Snow Country. They knew that it was useless to discuss who was right and who was wrong now. The most important thing was to win the battle and complete the usurpation of the throne. Feng Huanutao led several snow ninjas and left the center of the battlefield towards the edge, trying to bypass Mu Yu and capture Feng Huazaozu directly. He was the core of the snow ninjas, and Feng Huazaozu was the core of Mu Yu's side. If he could catch Feng Huazaozu, it would be of great help to the battle situation. Feng Huanutao's little move naturally could not be hidden from Mu Yu. After all, Feng Huanutao was also a strong man on the snow ninja side. However, Mu Yu ignored Feng Huanutao and let him touch Feng Huazaozu. He was leading Kakashi and the others to complete the mission, not Mu Yu. If Kakashi and the others finished without fighting, then the final reward for this mission would not be high. After all, this is a teacher system, not a system of the strongest ninja. What matters is whether the students have grown. Of course, Mu Yu would not let anyone go randomly. For example, Mu Yu would definitely not let a ninja of the level of Han Bingfeng go, because even if Obito and the others exploded, they would not be able to beat them. Unless Nohara Rin was killed and Obito opened the Mange Kyo Sharingan. Mu Yu condensed a large amount of chakra in his mouth and completed the property change at a very fast speed to convert all the chakra into fire attribute chakra, fire style, great fire extinguishment. Mu Yu put his hands together and jumped suddenly, spewing out more flames than the great fire extinguishment just now, like spewing out a meteorite composed of pure high-temperature flames. The flames that were like a huge flaming meteorite instantly turned into an extremely fierce sea of fire after touching the ground, turning everything around into black ash. The fierceness of the fire far exceeded the great fire extinguishment that Mu Yu had just released. At this time, Han Bingfeng was sweating because of the sudden increase in temperature around him. The back of his clothes was completely wet with sweat. He had never seen such an exaggerated fire escape ninjutsu. At this moment, Han Bingfeng did not need to issue any orders. All the snow ninjas were doing their best to perform ninjutsu to fight against the sea of fire that seemed to engulf everything. Those who knew defensive ninjutsu created ice walls and snow walls, and those who did not know defensive ninjutsu gathered chakra and waited for the ice wall to break before using offensive ninjutsu to offset the sea of fire. Because they knew that if they could not stop this high-temperature sea of fire, only death would be waiting for them. Don't underestimate the ninjutsu I practiced in the cold winter. The snow ninjas fighting in the heavy snow will not lose. If this battle is over, retire and go back to your hometown to get married. Looking at the snow ninjas working together to encourage each other to fight against the sea of fire, Mu Yu suddenly had a sense of deja vu. Why did he seem to be the boss, while the snow ninjas seemed to be fighting the boss? In terms of strength, there was no difference between the snow ninjas fighting him and fighting the boss, or fighting the boss beyond their level. This time, the quality and quantity of Mu Yu's flames were both improved, and the overall power was greatly increased. The huge ice wall that blocked the great fire extinguishing arrow was melted by the terrifying flames of the great fire extinguishing arrow at a very fast speed, and disappeared in just a few seconds, as if it had never existed. Ice release, Black Dragon Storm Kill. Facing Mu Yu, whose strength was far beyond expectations, Han Bingfeng also used his real killer move. Han Bingfeng used the chakra armor he was wearing to the extreme, and then quickly formed a seal to burst a large amount of chakra. A giant dragon made of ice and snow quickly formed and rushed towards the sea of fire. Han Bingfeng's ninjutsu was indeed powerful. and it was even strengthened to a certain extent in the heavy snow, but it still seemed immature in the face of Miyu's great fire-extinguishing arrow, which was like a natural disaster. He couldn't even stop the sea of fire for a few tenths of a second, and the ice and snow dragon was soon engulfed by the sea of fire. Ice style, white whale. Ice style, dragon-breaking tiger. Ice style, ice pillar. After the ice wall was broken, all the snow ninjas who could use ninjutsu used their best ninjutsu to fight against the sea of fire. A large number of ice and snow beasts rushed into the sea of fire to try to stop the spread of the sea of fire. Even though the snow ninjas defended so hard, the sea of fire still did not go out, but the scope became smaller. Han Hu Bingfeng's body retreated rapidly to prevent being affected by the flames, and some snow ninjas who were a little slower were directly burned to death by the flames. The snow ninjas who successfully survived looked at Miyu with a trace of fear in their eyes. This great fire-extinguishing arrow only destroyed a small number of snow ninjas, but successfully hit the snow ninjas' momentum to the bottom. Because the snow ninjas were hundreds of people fighting one, but they couldn't stop Miyu's ninjutsu alone. Even the legendary three ninjas can't be stronger than this. Han Hu Bingfeng sighed, and at this time he had lost the high spirits at the beginning. Miyu's strength had exceeded his imagination. This was a head-on collision with hundreds of ninjas. This battle completely woke up Han Hu Bingfeng's dream of a great ninja village. The foundation of the 5 great ninja villages is too strong. Konoha not only has Miyu, but also the 3 ninjas, the 3rd generation of Hokage, and the 9 tails Jinchuriki. Even if the snow ninja really has a Jinchuriki, he can't compete with those great ninja villages. At this point, Han Hu Bingfeng didn't know how to win the battle. He could only try his best to fight a war of attrition. After all, the chakra of a ninja is limited. No matter how strong the ninjutsu is, it is useless without chakra. Fenghua Nutao, play a role. Han Hu Bingfeng's other hope is Fenghua Nutao. Even if he can't succeed in usurping the throne by holding Fenghua's Aoksu hostage, he can still retreat unscathed. The morale of the snow ninjas is low, while the opposite is true for Miyu. All the defenders are excited. Asama Santaefu looked at Miyu with eyes that were no longer looking at people. He just felt that Miyu was like the god of fire, and when he opened his mouth, he spit out flames like natural disasters. One person defeated so many ninjas. What a realm of fire escape. The ninjas on guard were incomprehensible but extremely excited. At this moment, in their hearts, Konoha, where Miyu was located, had become the most powerful ninja village without any dispute. Some people also thought of the legendary Hokage. The fire escape of Konoha's Jonin was so strong. How terrifying must the fire escape of the Hokage be? I knew that teacher Miyu had a stronger ninjutsu. This fire escape is really powerful. I don't know when I can learn it. Seeing Miyu showing off his power and beating up hundreds of ninjas alone, Obito showed a yearning look. Obito thought about it. Miyu was completely the protagonist of a ninja novel. When everyone thought it was impossible to win, one person came out to turn the tide of the battle. It was a pity that he was not strong enough. Otherwise Obito really wanted to perform this ninjutsu for Miyu. It was really cool to think about it. If you can get through it safely, you must give Miyu the title of Ice and Snow Hero. Fenghua Zaoki thought to himself. This title is the highest award for brave people in the Snow Country. There are only a handful of people who have won this title in the history of the Snow Country. Be careful. Just when everyone was surprised by Miyu's strength, Kakashi discovered something unusual. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Two kunai stabbed towards Fenghua Zaoki. Swish! Kakashi quickly pulled out the white fang short blade and cut off the attacking kunai with an extremely fast slash. At the moment when Kakashi cut off the kunai, 3 snow ninjas appeared and attacked Kakashi. Flame breathing, full concentration, Sharingan, open. With Kakashi's reminder, Obito instantly pulled his strength to the maximum. Fire style, great fireball technique. Obito aimed in front of Kakashi and spit out a huge fireball, forcing the 3 snow ninjas to retreat and dodge. The bad guys are coming. Zyaksu, get behind me quickly. No, Harlan asked Fenghua Zyaksu to hide behind her. As an ordinary child, Fenghua Zui was in the most danger at this time. Even if she was hit by a little aftermath, she would be injured. The obedient Feng Waziaksu hid behind no Harlan and only showed her head to observe the situation. Strange, how did these people get here? Obito jumped down from the house with a puzzled expression. Even if Muyu missed a few ninjas, there were still many guards behind Muyu. Are all those guards blind? Because Fenghua City is also my home. No one knows Fenghua City better than me. Fenghua Nutao, who walked out last, said. There was a reason why he personally led the team to catch Fenghua Zaoksu. If he couldn't get around those guards, he wouldn't be able to catch Fenghua Zaoksu. The guards couldn't beat the snow ninja troops, but they could still stop a few ninjas. Uncle, there are bad guys over there. Uncle, come here quickly, Fenghua Zaoksu shouted after seeing Fenghua Nutao. Fenghua Nutao was unmoved, condensing his chakra to perform ninjutsu. At this point, it's either you or I. There will be no other result. Nutao, since you also know that Fenghua City is also your home, why do you still want to destroy it like this? Fenghua Zaoksu asked with a tired face. For Fenghua Zaoki, these days were like years. Suddenly, his younger brother became a traitor who wanted to usurp the throne, and suddenly he brought the Snow Ninja village to attack. A good country suddenly became precarious. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time, because I want to build a better new home. After condensing the chakra, Fenghua Nutao immediately performed ninjutsu. Ice release, Black Dragon Blizzard. Fenghua Nutao didn't want to waste any time, because although he had bypassed it, the guards would soon come to support him after the movement, and he had to resolve the battle as soon as possible. Because of the blessing of the chakra armor, the power of Fenghua Nutao's ninjutsu was enhanced, and soon a frost and snow black dragon that looked extremely ferocious was formed. Fenghua Nutao controlled the black dragon without hesitation and rushed towards the position of Fenghua Zaoki and Fenghua Ziaksu. Uncle, Fenghua Ziaksu looked at Fenghua Nutao, who had a somewhat ferocious face, stupidly, not understanding what happened. The 3 guards of Funko-Hayate stood in front of Funko-Hayate, holding their samurai swords tightly, ready to block the attack for Funko-Hayate. The fire in Obito's heart was burning very hotly when he saw this scene, and his desire to beat Funko-Hayate was rising. Although she is a princess who doesn't look like a princess, and although she is an unpleasant guy, she has always called you uncle, you bastard. Along with the scolding, Obito's already highly concentrated breathing changed again. Flame breathing chakra mode. Obito could see that Funko-Hayate's strength was not simple, so he decisively entered his strongest state and used all his strength to fight Funko-Hayate. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. Obito concentrated a large amount of chakra in his throat, and completed the nature change at a very fast speed with the addition of flame breathing. Then, a large piece of high-temperature flames like a dancing Tyrannosaurus Rex spewed out of Obito's mouth and attacked the black dragon. Although Obito's fire escape range is far less than Muyu's, Muyu is fighting in other places after all, while Obito is by her side. Looking at Obito's fire escape, Fukasoki was very surprised. He didn't expect that a child like Obito who looked not very old could have such a strong power. Fukasoki rubbed her eyes, and couldn't believe that the rude and silly Obito was so powerful. However, Fukaruto not only has the chakra armor but also the heavy snow weather bonus. Even if Obito's fire escape has been exerted to the extreme, he still can't melt the black dragon. Instead, the black dragon gradually extinguished the flames. The 3 snow ninjas wanted to help Fukaruto defeat Obito and Kakashi, but the guards on the battlefield had noticed the situation here and many guards came to support. The 3 snow ninjas could only desperately use ninjutsu to stop the guards from approaching. It was precisely because of the strength of those guards that the 3 people brought by Fukaruto were all senior ninjas of the Snow Ninja village, and one of them was wearing a chakra armor, which can be said to be the elite of the Snow Ninjas. Of course, the power of the elite is limited. It's okay to delay for a while, but something will definitely happen if they can defeat so many guards. If they can defeat so many guards, they won't have to go around. Lightning release, pseudo-darkness. Seeing that Obito was no match for Kakashi, he quickly formed a seal and performed a ninjutsu to spit out an extremely sharp lightning spear and blasted the black dragon. With Kakashi's lightning, the situation changed instantly. The black dragon gradually collapsed in the power of fire and lightning. Feng Wanutao frowned. He didn't expect that in addition to Muyu being a big trouble, the little ghosts he brought were also not weak. Ice release, double dragon blizzard. Feng Wanutao squeezed the chakra in his body and used a huge amount of chakra to create two slightly smaller frost and snow dragons. Originally, even if he had a chakra armor, he couldn't use this move, but now it was snowing heavily, so he could use it with great difficulty. Although the power of a single dragon decreased because of their reluctance, after all, the number was greater, and the overall power was still increased. After using this move, Feng Wanutao's face turned much paler. Seeing Feng Wanutao like this, Feng Wazaoki sighed deeply and said, "Do you really want to become a daimyo?" Feng Wazaoki really felt that Feng Wanutao was so strange at this moment. Although Feng Wanutao always had a serious face in the past, he would be softer when facing Feng Waziaksu, but now he seemed to be an irreconcilable enemy with them. Of course you can say this with a relaxed face, because you were born to become a daimyo, and as a younger brother, I must work hard and risk my life to become a daimyo. Feng Wanutao replied coldly, "What daimyo or not, bastard, stop making excuses for yourself." The more Obito looked at Feng Wanutao, the more the fire in his heart burned. Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Obito spit out a large piece of hot flames again to fight against Feng Wanutao's Frost and Snow Black Dragon. The fire was more fierce than before, and even his and Kakashi's figures were covered. However, Obito's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb was very difficult to deal with a black dragon, let alone two at the same time. Soon the fire became smaller and Obito quickly fell into a disadvantage. But without the large flames, Fukanutao discovered a problem. A white-haired kid disappeared. Thunder Flash. Just when Fukanutao was looking for Kakashi, Kakashi suddenly appeared 10 meters away from him. Just when Fukanutao was about to control a black dragon to attack Kakashi, something he didn't expect happened. Boom! A thunder and lightning bombardment sounded, and an extremely shining yellow lightning appeared on Kakashi's body. At this moment, Kakashi used his breathing method to the extreme, converting a large amount of chakra into lightning to activate his body and enhance his physical ability. The white fang short blade in his hand also extended a lightning blade after the chakra was injected. After entering the transparent world and using his body strength without any waste, Kakashi turned into lightning and rushed out. Swish! Feng Wanutao only felt a flash of yellow light before his eyes, and then he saw two familiar arms flying in the air, followed by a burst of severe pain. Feng Wanutao then realized that it was Kakashi who cut off his arms. How is it possible? Feng Wanutao looked at the arms that fell to the ground with disbelief, and it was a bit hard to accept. He could allow himself to fall to the hands of a strong man like Muyu, but he could not accept losing to two little ghosts who looked at most 10 years old. You should rarely fight. Kakashi dispersed the chakra of the white fang short blade and cancelled the transparent world and said lightly, "Although Feng Wanutao's ninjutsu is indeed very powerful, his combat awareness is too poor. Not to mention the mist-hidden ninja he fought before, he is not even as good as the Chunin enemy they encountered before." Without Feng Wanutao's continuous chakra support, the black dragon was quickly destroyed by Obito's flames. Whoosh! Obito immediately burst out chakra and flashed to Feng Wanutao's body and hit Feng Wanutao's face with a fist carrying fire without hesitation. With a bang, Feng Wanutao's body fell heavily to the ground. I wrote 5K, but I'm still 1K short of 10,000. It's too late to write anymore. I have a lot of things to do tomorrow, so I can't stay up too late. But 9K is not a small amount. I'm begging for votes next month. Chapter 348 Freeze Everything. The battle situation changed so fast that ordinary people like Fukuhayate were a little caught off guard. Just now, Fukanutao was extremely strong against two people, but the next second, his arms were cut off and he fell to the ground. Because of Fukanutao's identity, the moment the thunder sounded, Noharlin quickly hugged Fukaziaksu's head to prevent her from having a psychological trauma. After dealing with Fukanutao, Kakashi and Obito did not waste time and immediately helped the guards to deal with the other three snow ninjas. A guard wanted to kill Fukanutao with a sword but was stopped by Fukuhayate. Fukuhide walked to the side of Fuka and asked seriously, "Nutao, do you regret doing all this?" Until now, Fukuhide still doesn't understand why Fuka wants to usurp the throne. Whether it is wealth or power, Fuka has no shortage. "Of course I regret it. I regret not starting the preparations earlier. Maybe I could have completed the plan before you found out," Fuka replied with a sneer. At this point, even Fengwa Zheoxu wanted to protect him, and since it was all about death, Fengwa didn't want to admit defeat. Seeing Fengwa still like this, Fengwa Zheoxu also gave up completely. He rubbed Fengwa Zheoxu's head and blocked Fengwa Zheoxu's sight with his body. The guard next to him understood and immediately stabbed Fengwa to death with a sword. Bring his body to the battlefield to persuade him to surrender. It should help relieve some pressure, Fengwa Zheoxu said. Fengwa is now equivalent to the client of the Snow Ninja. If Fengwa dies, the Snow Ninja's battle will lose its meaning. Look, what is that? At this time, someone discovered that there was a new change in the battlefield. It's almost time to end the battle. Yu, who had used up the Hao extinguishing arrow, sensed his remaining chakra and decided to end the battle in one go. The Hao extinguishing arrow just now was indeed fierce, and hundreds of snow ninjas could not stop it together, but the consumption was also great. If they continued to fight like this, they would definitely win, but was used to keeping some chakra in case of accidents. The reason why used fire style at the beginning was because his fire style skills were too good, with perfect level nature change, master level flame breathing, and a bunch of master level fire style ninjutsu. With so many good skills, must test their actual performance in actual combat. After all, the panel does not show the actual power. If you want to win with less effort, fire style is not a good choice, because those snow ninjas use ice style on the surface, but in fact they use water style or snow secret techniques, which restrain fire style. Water breathing, full concentration. Switched his breathing method to water breathing to strengthen his water style ability, and immediately entered the water breathing chakra mode. In the island country of Snow Country, water style or ice style is the best choice. After entered the water breathing chakra mode, Han Hu Bingfeng felt that had changed a little, but Han Hu Bingfeng, who had seen Use true strength, did not dare to step forward to fight with her, but only released ninjutsu behind his men. Water style, super water explosion. Clapped his hands, and a large amount of chakra in his body instantly transformed into water attribute chakra. A huge wave-like current was spit out by and hit the snow ninjas. You actually mastered this level of water style. Han Hu Bingfeng's face suddenly changed, and he felt very bad. The other snow ninjas subconsciously stepped back a few steps when they saw the water style that was like a huge wave on the sea. It's really like a walking disaster, Asama Santeafu exclaimed. As a resident living in an island country, he knows the sea very well. This level of huge waves can make people feel palpitations even if they are standing far away. He can imagine what kind of mood the snow ninjas who face the huge waves feel. For a ninja of Muyu's strength, Asama Santeafu can only say that he is a human disaster, which subverts his understanding of ninjas. As expected of teacher Muyu, he is much more powerful than those water styles of the hidden mist. Obito showed a proud expression. Although Muyu had never used a strong water style before, Obito was not too surprised. After all, this was the omnipotent immortal. Water escape has reached this level. Has Muyu's ninjutsu reached the level of the third Hokage? Kakashi couldn't help thinking as he looked at the waves created by Muyu. The most powerful technique Muyu used in front of them was fire escape. This was the first time Muyu showed his strength in water escape. For a moment, Kakashi had a bold guess in his heart. Maybe Muyu's other nature changes were just as strong, but he never had the chance to use them. Kakashi thought about it and felt that it was a bit unrealistic. The third Hokage was a super genius in ninjutsu, and Muyu couldn't have practiced for such a short time to be on par with the third Hokage. But just when everyone was sighing at the strength of Muyu's water escape, the change appeared again. Bang bang bang! Exclamation mark! Suddenly, a series of explosions sounded, and the ground suddenly cracked and burst out streams of water. Muyu's super explosive water wave is not only large in water volume, but just a large amount of water. Ordinary explosive water wave chakra is enough to spit out enough water to form a lake. The characteristic of super explosive water wave is that it can control water flow over a large area. Even underground water can be pulled up. All the water from underground can be pulled up, not to mention the wells that have been mined. All the wells in Fenghua City are spraying water columns towards the battlefield. The super explosive water wave can be regarded as an S-level forbidden water escape technique. To perform it, 3 conditions must be met. The first is the water-breathing chakra mode, the second is the high proficiency of the water attribute chakra property change, and the minimum proficiency must be more than 3,000 points of mastery level, and the third is a large amount of chakra. The water columns from all directions made the snow ninjas extremely embarrassed. Some snow ninjas were directly injured by multiple water columns. What kind of ninjutsu is this? Looking at the water columns bursting from the ground and the water columns shooting from the city in the distance, Han Hu Bingfeng's worldview was challenged again. This is not the ninjutsu he knows at all, and the impact range is too large. But Han Hu Bingfeng didn't have time to think more, because in addition to the water columns from all directions, he also had to face the huge waves that came. Boom! Exclamation mark. After the huge wave hit, there was a loud noise. Some of the snow ninjas vomited blood and fell to the ground after being hit hard. The rest of the snow ninjas were swept into the huge water flow. Although Han Hu Bingfeng resisted the huge wave, he could not escape. There was too much water. Just when Han Hu Bingfeng was thinking about how to leave alive, the direction of the water column changed, from randomly shooting at the snow ninjas to continuously strengthening the water flow. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time, and the water flow that swept away the snow ninjas miraculously did not disperse, as if there was an invisible boundary blocking the water flow, and finally formed a huge elliptical water ball nearly 100 meters high to trap all the snow ninjas. This is the effect of the big explosion water wave, and the super explosion water wave also has this effect. This is why Muyu is tirelessly brushing various ninjutsu. When you have enough knowledge of ninjutsu, it will be easier to develop new ninjutsu. Such a large defense will definitely not be strong. I still have a chance. Han Hu Bingfeng held his breath and swam towards the boundary of the water ball, trying to break the water ball with his own strength. It must be said that his idea was good, but how could Muyu, the caster, not think of what he could think of? Ice release, quick freezing ray. Muyu raised his hands, and a large amount of chakra in his body burst out, quickly converting these chakras into ice release chakras and releasing them quickly. Then, a dazzling white light came out of Muyu's hands, and a thick blue-white light hit the water ball. Just when Han Hu Bingfeng was about to touch the water ball, the water ball froze at a very fast speed, and Han Hu Bingfeng was also frozen as his name. The entire huge water ball soon turned into a huge ice ball, emitting colorful brilliance under the sunlight. The guards of Fenghua City, Muyu's disciple, Fenghua Zheoxu, all looked at the huge ice ball emitting colorful light. Could it be that he was sent by the snow god to save the snow country? A guard said in disbelief. It was too shocking to see an ice ball nearly 100 meters high being created right in front of him. Even if a 2-meter-tall man was stacked, it would take 50 men to touch the highest point of the ice ball. A single person was too small in front of this huge ice ball. I would rather believe that he is the snow god, Asama Santaefu said in his heart. In his opinion, Muyu's various methods are really inhuman. Of course, he just said this in his heart. There are quite a lot of people in the snow country who believe in the snow god, because the ice ball is so big. Even the people in the residential area saw the huge ice that suddenly appeared and started to talk about it. Some people even thought that the snow god festival was coming, so the snow god sent down a miracle. It's really an unimaginable realm. Kakashi was also shocked when he looked at the huge ice ball. The amount of information contained in Muyu's series of moves just now was too much. The magical water escape, and finally the blood limit ice escape. Since the breathing method has made great progress, Kakashi has been quite confident, but the more he knows Muyu, the more he feels that Miyu is a real genius, but he is too humble and low-key. If I can learn 1/10 of Miyu's water escape, I can play a greater role in the future. Nohara-Lin's eyes were full of yearning. In the battle just now, she played a supporting role again. It was basically Kakashi and Obito who were doing the hard work. It wasn't that she wanted to slack off, but if she didn't use the water escape technique well, it might interfere with Obito's fire escape technique. Instead of wasting that chakra, it would be better to protect Fengonikoki. Of course, Nohara-Rin thought that this was mainly due to her lack of ability. If she could be like Miyu, this situation would not happen. "Father, what is that? It's so big," Fengonikoki exclaimed immediately after she poked her head out and found the ice ball. "That's the work of our ice and snow hero," Fengon-Izayoksu exclaimed. Recalling the memories of these days, Fengon-Izayoksu really felt like a dream, so absurd and weird that it was unbelievable. The younger brother he had always trusted was actually planning to usurp the throne. Just when he thought the situation was hopeless, there was an incredibly strong ninja on his side who fought against 100 people and created a miracle. "I'm sorry that I've been busy all day and I'm still outside now, so the updates are late and less. I'm really tired today." Chapter 349 Becoming a Hero. What a big ice ball. If it rolls accidentally, Fuka Castle will be smashed into ruins, Obito said, stroking his chin. As soon as Obito said this, the scene fell into silence. Some people looked at Obito speechlessly, while others sweated coldly on their foreheads as they looked at the huge ice ball. If this ice ball rolled, it would be very destructive. "Haha, I was just joking to liven up the atmosphere. That's Teacher Miyu. There won't be any problem," Obito laughed. He believed that Teacher Miyu would not make such a mistake. "Really, it's not good to make such a joke now." Nohara-Rin stroked her forehead and no longer had any expectations for Obito's ability to read the atmosphere. "The war had just ended, and everyone was happy that you said this. How about it? Am I very powerful? Thank me well. I will not hold a grudge against you for what happened before," Obito said proudly after seeing Fuka and Koki looking around as if looking for someone. "Do you think I forgot what you said before? You, the rude Obito, actually said that I don't look like a princess and that I'm not likable. It's illegal to slander a princess." Fengozi puffed up her cheeks when she heard what Obito said. Although Obito's later words did move her a little, she didn't forget how Obito slandered her before. Even Fengozi and Miyu admitted that she was cute, but Obito said she was not likable. "What slander? I'm telling the truth. You should learn from those princesses in novels." Obito felt that there was nothing wrong with his words. Fengozi hard, fist hard. Fengozi wanted to punch Obito immediately. Of course, as a qualified princess, Fengozi would only think about it and would not put it into action, because Obito was indeed her benefactor. "But thank you anyway," Fengozi thanked Obito in a mosquito-like voice. Although Obito has many shortcomings, such as impoliteness and poor aesthetic ability, he was very handsome when he hit that fire fist this time. Ha ha ha. Although Fengozi's voice was very low, Obito was a sharp-eyed ninja, and he laughed out loud with pride after hearing it. Feeling embarrassed, Fengozi decisively ran to the side of Fengozi. Then everyone walked to the battlefield. When they stood under the huge ice ball, they could feel their own insignificance and Miyu's strength. "Miyu, you saved the snow country." Fengozi bowed to Miyu solemnly and thanked her. Only then did he understand why Obito and the others could trust Miyu so much, because Miyu was really a person who could be trusted forever. When Miyu gave him the information that Fengozi had usurped the throne, he did not choose to believe it, which led to the best opportunity to capture him, and directly led to Fengozi and the Snow Ninja Village attacking Fengwa City. When Miyu said that she could solve the Snow Ninja Village, he did not believe it either, and wanted Miyu to take Fengozi away. Fengozi was glad that Miyu did not leave directly, otherwise he would never see his daughter again. The guards also bowed to thank them. If it were not for Miyu's timely support, they would all be killed by the Snow Ninja. Obito felt proud of this scene. After all, he was also a member of Miyu's team. "The mission is now complete," Miyu said with a faint smile. Although the Snow Country's daimyo Fukahohyuki took the lead in bowing and thanking, Miyu's heart did not fluctuate too much, because in his heart, he did not save the Snow Country, but only saved Fukaha family and the people of Fuka City. After all, he did not solve any disaster that would destroy the Snow Country, and even if Fukaha succeeded in usurping the throne, he would not massacre the people. It's done. And it's done perfectly. Fukaha nodded in approval. Miyu left a deep impression on him during this incident. If there is a need for ninjas from other villages in the future, he will definitely choose Konoha and Miyu. Brother Miyu, how did you make such a big ice ball? It's amazing. Fukaha opened her arms and tried her best to draw the biggest circle to express her inner surprise. Just make a water ball first, and then freeze it, Miyu answered concisely. Feng Xiaoxu scratched her hair, feeling that she had heard it, but it was as if she hadn't heard it. Feng Xiaoxu's confused expression made Obito laugh out loud, and then led others to laugh, and the atmosphere on the field gradually became joyful. Feng Nutao died, and the snow ninjas were defeated by Miyu. This battle to defend Fenghua City can be said to be a great victory. Of course, although they won, there were actually a lot of chores to deal with. It is naturally impossible for Fenghua Nutao to do such a big thing as usurping the throne alone. This matter also involves some other officials of the Snow Country. Then it is to check the damage to Fenghua City caused by this battle and repair it. It is a bit embarrassing here that Miyu is actually the person who caused the most damage to Fenghua City, no one else, because Miyu has been using large-scale ninjutsu in this battle. And the ninjutsu is very powerful. Damage is inevitable. Of course, everyone, including Fenghua Xiaoxu, ignored this matter. After all, Miyu also wanted to defeat the snow ninjas, so the damage was the fault of the snow ninjas, not Miyu's problem. There is also the award of Miyu and others. According to the discussion of the top leaders of the Snow Country, it was finally decided to award Miyu the title of Ice and Snow Hero, while Obito and the other three were awarded the title of Ice and Snow Warrior. Although Obito and his team also made contributions in defeating Fenghua Nutao, it was Miyu who played a decisive role. If it weren't for Miyu's one-on-one battle against 100 to stop all the snow ninjas on the battlefield, Fenghua Nutao wouldn't have to take the snow ninjas to attack Fenghua Xiaozu, so Obito and his team's title would be one level lower. There are many benefits brought by the title. The Ice and Snow Hero can enjoy the treatment of a great noble in the Snow Country, and then there are all kinds of messy rewards, including money and items. Since the original mission was to protect Fenghua Xiaozu until the end of the Snow God Festival, Fenghua Xiaozu simply set the time for awarding the title on the day of the Snow God Festival to express his gratitude and attention to Miyu and others. After solving the problems of the Snow Country in one go, Miyu took his disciples to practice and wait for the arrival of the Snow God Festival. The environment of the Snow Country is a bit unfriendly to ordinary people, but it is a good place for ninjas to practice. Because it is close to the sea and snows frequently, it is very convenient to practice water escape here. Because of the temperature, fire escape is more difficult, so it is also effective for practicing fire escape. Bad weather can also exercise the disciples' bodies. Teacher Miyu, isn't blood limit rare? Why do ninjas in the Snow Country all have ice escape? Obito asked in confusion while taking a break. This is common knowledge for ninjas, so Obito also knows it, because it is not a blood limit at all. Miyu answered directly without beating around the bush. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. The so-called ice escape of the snow ninjas is a pseudo-ice escape. It can be said to be water escape or snow secret technique. In essence, it is a change in the nature of water attribute chakra. It may not be used outside the Snow Country. Isn't there ice? And I seem to have heard someone say ice escape. Obito didn't quite understand. He didn't expect that there were fake blood limits. No one can stop you from naming your own ninjutsu. It's not impossible for you to shout water escape and then use fire escape, Miyu said tactfully. This is obviously a small ninja village with little experience. They just called it ice release just because it looked like ice release. Wouldn't it be possible to catch the opponent off guard in this way? Obito's eyes lit up. Normally, he was not used to calling out the names of ninjutsu, but he felt that he could change it. If he called out water dragon bullet and then spit out a dragon fire, there might be unexpected results. Then is your ninjutsu? Muyu, ice release. Obito remembered the big ice ball that had not disappeared until today. Hearing this, Kakashi, who was practicing, also looked over here. Muyu nodded and said affirmatively, yes, I did use ice release, but it is not very strong because I have only mastered it recently. Although his ice release is not very strong, with only half the proficiency of the skilled level, putting ice release on the surface can further demonstrate his genius, and then enhance his strength on the surface. As for why he suddenly knew ice release, it's very simple. Just say that he saw the pseudo-ice release ninjutsu of the snow ninjas and then realized the real one. After all, Muyu himself has a good water and wind nature change. And other people can only believe Muyu's words, because ice release is different from Sharingan. It is not that you can use it by hot plugging after killing an Uchiha. You either have it naturally or you can practice it yourself. It's not that strong, Obito complained, recalling the shocking scene that day. However, Muyu said that he had only mastered it recently, which made Obito fill in a lot of information in his mind. He thought that Muyu might have watched the snow ninjutsu of the snow ninjas and then realized the ice release. Although it sounds a bit outrageous, Obito thinks this is very Muyu. It should be because of the environment here, and it's not the ice release that is strong when dealing with the enemy, but the water release. Kakashi thought for a while and said, although the super large ice ball is shocking, from Kakashi's perspective, it is the super explosive water wave that makes the difference, and the freezing ray is the finishing blow. Muyu nodded and affirmed Kakashi's analysis. The pseudo-ice release of the snow ninjas can get the bonus of the snow country, not to mention Muyu's real ice release, which is like a fish in water. It's all the same. Muyu's ice release will be as powerful as other ninjutsu sooner or later. Obito waved his hand to indicate that some details were not important. I'm really looking forward to it. Tomorrow is the Snow God Festival. It's my first time to participate in a festival in another country, and as a hero. Thinking about tomorrow's activities, Obito smiled. Although the princess was not the princess he imagined, and the mission was not the mission he wanted to do, the result was the result he wanted. Saving the princess and saving the country became a hero. Obito's only regret was that he could only get the title of Ice Warrior instead of Ice Hero, but he was very convinced that only Muyu could get it. I'm still busy outside, so I can only take time to write. I also recommend a friend's Naruto fan book titled, Starting from the Akatsuki Organization as the Behind-the-Scenes Mastermind Introduction. Traveling to the Akatsuki organization during the Yahiko period, Beigi originally wanted to run away as soon as possible, but accidentally obtained a system bound to the Akatsuki organization. As long as the Akatsuki organization grows and develops, he can get system rewards. In order to prevent the Akatsuki organization from being wiped out, Beigi had to start guiding the development of the Akatsuki organization and let the Akatsuki organization take a completely different path. Many years later, when Hanzo and Danzo joined forces to strangle the Akatsuki organization, they were surprised to find that the Akatsuki organization actually had the strength to overthrow the Hidden Rain village. Chapter 350 Mission ended. As the most important festival in the Snow Country, the Snow God Festival is highly valued by both officials and people in the Snow Country. The usually deserted Snow Country has become lively on this day. Generally speaking, the most important thing about the Snow God Festival is to worship the Snow God, but this year is a little different. The title of Ice and Snow Hero is also a big deal. And when people in the Snow Country knew that the huge ice ball on that day was made by Muyu, they wanted to see this Ice and Snow Hero with their own eyes. After all, in their eyes, this was a miracle. The ceremony of awarding the title was held in Fenghua City. The specific location was the battlefield of Muyu and the Snow Ninjas. Because of Muyu's move, it has almost become a flat land, and there is no sign of the previous buildings. Although the place is not small, there are too many curious people who come to watch the ceremony, so many that Fenghua Zaioksu had to send a large number of guards to maintain order to avoid accidents. The huge ice ball made by Muyu is still here. In order to prevent the ice ball from really hitting Fenghua City, Muyu also specially reinforced it with ninjutsu. How did they make such a big ice ball? Could this ice hero be the reincarnation of the snow god who came to save the snow country? An old man who believed in the snow god sighed. Even the ninjas of the snow country said Muyu's ninjutsu was impossible, let alone these ordinary people, who really felt it was incredible. It would be great if the hero's hair was blue. Some people felt that Muyu's temperament was too warm, more like sunshine than ice and snow. Before the ceremony officially began, the people expressed their thoughts one after another. When the ceremony was about to begin, the guards began to control the scene and tried to maintain a relatively quiet environment. After the ceremony began, Fengwa Zheoxu walked slowly towards Muyu with a serious face, holding a blue cloak that looked very exquisite. At the same time, someone began to read the whole story of the usurpation of the throne with emotion, focusing on Muyu's achievements. He was the first to discover Fengwa Nutao's rebellion and complete intelligence collection. Because of Fengwa Zheoxu's hesitation, he missed the best time to capture him, which led to a crisis. Just when the situation was the most dangerous, Muyu stood up again and defeated hundreds of snow ninjas and broke Fengwa Nutao's conspiracy to usurp the throne. In fact, at the beginning of this link, there was no Fengwa Zheoxu plot in the early stage of the story. It was mainly the interaction with Muyu later. Although it was true that Fengwa Zheoxu made a mistake in judgment, he was a daimyo after all, and the officials were worried about affecting Fengwa Zheoxu's reputation. It was Fengwa Zheoxu who insisted on writing according to the facts, because he felt that he had indeed done something wrong. If he was wrong, he had to admit it. If it was passed down, it could also serve as a warning to future generations. When Fengwa Zheoxu walked in front of Muyu, he personally put on Muyu's cloak and solemnly thanked Muyu for his contribution to the snow country. Thank you, Muyu, for everything you have done for the snow country. You will always be the ice and snow hero of the snow country. The people around applauded and celebrated the birth of the hero. After the hero is finished, he will be a warrior. The same announcement of achievements and congratulations will be given and iconic rewards will be issued. However, when the people saw the three ice and snow warriors, they were very surprised, because Obito and the others were so young, just like children. But after hearing that they protected the princess of the daimyo and defeated the wind flower and the raging waves, the people's eyes were different. They were so young and accomplished. The gap between people is so big. At my age, I can only play with snow. Some people couldn't help but say, they are all young boys and girls with great prospects. Maybe they can grow up to be people like ice and snow heroes. Some people applauded and sent blessings. Obito felt the lively atmosphere at the scene, and looked at the people with smiles on their faces, and his heart was full of vigor. One day I will become a hero in the land of fire and Konoha, Obito said secretly in his heart. Although he barely became a hero of the land of snow this time, it was mainly because of Muyu's light. Obito was self-aware of this, but Obito imagined that as long as he followed the current steps, one day he would become a person like Muyu and become a real hero. After the ceremony, the normal festival activities began. First, the snow god was worshipped, and then the participants could enjoy the various activities of the snow god festival on their own, including skiing races, snowman making competitions, and fishing competitions. Of course, Muyu and the others were here to complete the mission, so they went wherever Feng Huizhu went. However, because Feng Huizhu was very energetic, she would visit everywhere, and they almost finished playing the snow god festival. However, when they encountered activities that could be compared, there was always opposition. Feng Huizhu laughed at Obito's poor skiing skills and kept falling. Unwilling to admit defeat, Obito directly opened his Sharingan and found a skiing expert on the field to copy. His skills immediately improved, causing Feng Huizhu to call him cheating. In the snowman making competition, Kakashi once again made an exquisite snowman, which Obito thought was cheating with Earth Escape. However, after testing, it was found that Kakashi actually made it with snow. Isn't it normal to make a little progress in making snowmen after staying in the snow country for so long? Kakashi said lightly. Some people think others are not good because they themselves are not good. Feng Huizhu silently made up the knife. Obito squatted on the ground awkwardly and drew circles with his fingers, mumbling something. Nohara-rin looked at this scene and couldn't help laughing and recorded it with Obito's camera. When they came to a place with thick white snow, Obito couldn't help but bend down and make a snowball and throw it at Kakashi. But Kakashi was so cautious that he immediately dodged sideways after noticing it. And then the snowball hit Fengwa-Zyaksu, who was jumping and walking. Fengwa-Zyaksu turned around with a confused look on her face and finally locked onto Obito, who had his hands behind his back. Seeing such beautiful snow, anyone who comes here will be unable to help but make a snowball. It's a pity not to throw the snowball after making it. Obito felt that he could explain. Sure enough, Obito is so rude. You dare to attack the princess. Death penalty. Fengwa-Zyaksu breathed according to the way Miyu taught her and then used both hands to make 2 snowballs and threw them at Obito. Envious of Obito and the others who could play in the snow at will, Fengwa-Zyaksu tried to ask Miyu for advice. Seeing that Fengwa-Zyaksu had been quite cooperative, and with the chakra ore promised by the daimyo of the snow country, Miyu modified the basic breathing method to be more suitable for ordinary people and taught it to Fengwa-Zyaksu. This version of the breathing method is only suitable for ordinary people to strengthen their bodies, and does not require regular exercise. It is useless for ninjas, but it just meets Fengwa-Zyaksu's needs. After all, Fengwa-Zyaksu is an ordinary person. Obito easily dodged 2 snowballs, but he did not expect Kakashi to take action at this moment and decisively threw a snowball to hit Obito. The next step was a snowball melee, and even Nohara-rin was involved. In order to better hit the enemy and not be hit, Obito directly concentrated his breathing and then opened the Sharingan. Seeing Obito using the Sharingan, Kakashi also unceremoniously opened the transparent world to strengthen himself. Nohara-rin did not have as many means as them, but she had the water prison technique to block snowballs. Seeing that the ordinary snowball fight gradually turned into a fight between gods, Fengwa-Zyaksu's eyes were a little confused, weak, pitiful and helpless. However, when Miyu was involved, everyone became as pitiful and helpless as Fengwa-Zyaksu. Miyu first made a snowball and then directly suppressed it with wind escape firepower, throwing snowballs with the momentum of thousands of arrows. Of course, in order to take care of the client's emotions, Miyu accurately controlled only 1 snowball to fly towards Fengwa-Zyaksu, and most of them were thrown at Kakashi and Obito. Teacher Miyu, this is too foul. Obito had no time to fight back under Miyu's powerful firepower. Didn't you also use the power of ninja? Fengwa-Zyaksu looked at Obito's misfortune and immediately stood up and laughed. Obito, is his ninja power comparable to Miyu? That's Miyu the immortal. He can't hold on for long even if he has 2 hands. When the day was over, Obito and others were a little tired. It was called protection, but in fact it was just playing with Fengwa-Zyaksu for a day. And Fengwa-Zyaksu, who was less physically fit than Obito and others, fell asleep not long after returning. This kind of day lasted for 3 days. On the 4th day, the Snow God Festival ended, and Miyu and others' tasks were completely completed. Teacher Miyu, can you stay a little longer? I can ask my father to continue to go to Konoha to issue missions. Fengwa-Zyaksu was a little reluctant to let Miyu leave. Although they didn't spend much time together, she liked Miyu very much because she was beautiful and good at telling stories. She would also praise her for being cute and teach her things. Of course not, the mission is over, and if there is a chance, I will come to the snow country again, Miyu replied in a gentle voice. This trip to the snow country was quite rewarding. He got a lot of chakra mines from the snow country, as well as the chakra armor of the snow ninja and related information. Teacher Miyu, can't you become many of you? Otherwise, it's okay to leave one in the snow country. Fengwa-Zyaksu was still trying to keep her. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar is the first to publish this novel. Before Miyu could refuse again, Fengwa-Zyaksu said, Danzo, don't make it difficult for Miyu. He may be needed in other places. If a strong man like Miyu could stay in the snow country, Fengwa-Zyaksu would naturally agree with it. As naive as he was, he knew that this was impossible. Goodbye, don't cry because we are leaving. I hope you can be more like a princess next time. Obito was still upset that Feng Huizhu didn't look like a princess in the novel. I would be sad if Teacher Miyu left, Sister Lin left, Brother Kakashi left. But I am happy if you leave, Feng Huizhu said immediately after hearing Obito say that she didn't look like a princess. For Feng Huizhu, who was determined to become a kind and righteous princess, Obito's words were really hateful. "Tsk, I'm ashamed that I prepared a parting gift for you," Obito said with an indignant look. Hearing Obito's words, Kakashi's mouth twitched, thinking that Obito was really a rude boy. Obito's gift could only be said to be a gift that he didn't want others to give him. Gift? Feng Huizhu looked at Obito suspiciously. "Really? Everyone has prepared it for you," No Harlin replied softly. Seeing No Harlin speak, Feng Huizhu realized that it was not Obito's nonsense. "Then I take back what I said just now. I don't hate you for the time being today. I am very sad that you left." Feng Huizhu changed her words. "You must open the gifts after you get home," Obito reminded. Although she didn't know why, Feng Huizhu suppressed her curiosity and nodded. It was indeed not appropriate to open them outside. "Goodbye, Teacher Miyu. You must come to the snow country when you have time." Feng Huizhu waved and shouted hard after watching Miyu and others get on the boat. Miyu responded with a warm smile. No Harlin smiled and waved. Kakashi nodded, and Obito smiled with a conspiracy after the boat started. After returning home, Feng Huizhu couldn't wait to open the gift package. The top one was Miyu's gift, a calligraphy work written by Miyu specifically for Feng Huizhu, and then there was a booklet with breathing techniques to strengthen the body. Feng Huizhu showed a satisfied smile, and decided to treasure the calligraphy and then exercise seriously so that she could hit Obito and his friends more often in snowball fights in the future. The second gift was from Kakashi. After Feng Huizhu opened it, she found that it was a statue of herself, which was very delicate. Feng Huizhu was also very satisfied with this and carefully placed the statue on the cabinet. The third gift was from No Harlin, which was a painting with the scene of them visiting the Snow God Festival together. Feng Huizhu asked someone to frame the painting and put it next to her bed so that she could see it often and would not forget the memory. After opening the last gift, which was Obito's gift, Feng Huizhu showed a puzzled expression, because it was a thick stack of paper with many words on it. "Is it a farewell letter written to me?" Feng Huizhu looked at the content on the paper carefully. "Who was the first person to be awarded the title of Ice and Snow Hero in the Snow Country? 1. Junpei Mwaki. 2. Natsuki Tahara. Please read the above materials and analyze the reasons why the Snow Country is always cold." Feng Huizhu carefully looked at the two test papers and found that they were not letters at all, but all kinds of questions. Heart. Feng Huizhu felt her fist hard. She swore that if she became a daimyo in the future, she would definitely ask Obito to do a task, and the task was to complete 1,000 test papers. "Humphrey, I won't do it." Feng Huizhu didn't think she had the obligation to do Obito's test paper. Then she saw the small handwriting left by Obito. "This is what I imitated from the test paper given by Teacher Miyu. It is a necessary practice to become a qualified princess. If you can complete it, maybe Teacher Miyu will look at you with admiration when we meet again." "Come on." Feng Huizhu looked at the word "come on" with a small fist drawn next to it and showed hesitation. If she could become a qualified princess and make Teacher Miyu look at her with admiration, it would not be impossible. The questions given by Obito should not be difficult for her. What a pity. It would be nice if I could take a picture of her expression when she opened the gift. Obito on the boat felt a little regretful. "How did you do it, Obito? There are so many knowledge points on the test paper. Have you read a lot of books about the land of snow?" No Harlin was a little puzzled that Obito could come up with a test paper. "I just used Mr. Miyu's test paper as a template." The specific questions were set by the scholars of the land of snow. Obito showed a proud expression. Kakashi looked at Obito speechlessly. Obito's brain was only particularly flexible when he was trying to trick people. In this way, Miyu and the others returned to Konoha without any waves, and ended this mission in the land of snow. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.